This is Audible.
RadioArchives.com presents Captain Future and the Seven Space Stones, an adventure of Captain Future by Edmond Hamilton, read by Milton Bagby. Captain Future, the ace of space. Born and raised on the moon, Curtis Newton survived the murder of his scientist parents to become the protector of the galaxy, known as Captain Future. With his future men, Greg the giant robot, Otho the shape-shifting android, and Simon Wright the living brain, he patrols the solar system in the fastest spaceship ever constructed, the Comet, pursuing human monsters and alien threats to Earth and her neighbor planets. And now, Captain Future's thrilling adventure, Captain Future and the Seven Space Stones. Chapter 1. Martian's Secret. Petrified with astonishment, Kenneth Lester stared at the blue-faceted jewel. The lost secret of Thun, the mystery of ages, and part of the key is right here in my hand, gasped the young archaeologist. The jewel seemed like an icy, menacing eye peering up at him. Its facets, unworn even by incalculable ages, reflected the white glow of the uranite bulbs in the ceiling of the study. This room, on an upper level of the great Institute of Interplanetary Science in New York, held the relics that the young Earth scientist had brought home from faraway worlds. Ancient Jovian heads of black stone stared down at him. Unhuman metal busts from beneath Neptune's sea leered from shadowy corners. A grotesque Uranian idol of dark cave wood towered with webbed hands raised in a threatening gesture. But Lester was blind to everything except the strange cold blue gem in his hand. He did not hear the humming of the X-ray projector on his desk, the only sound that broke the midnight silence. Nor did he hear the door of his study softly being opened. "Part of the secret of Thun, locked in this space stone," he whispered breathlessly. "The secret that would give its finder unlimited power." A look of fear distorted his studious face. His whisper was thick with apprehension. "If somebody evil got the whole secret, it would be a nightmare." He stood, irresolute, fearful, in the glow of the uranite bulbs. With abrupt determination, he strode to the desk televisor. "There's only one man in the solar system who can be trusted with this discovery," he muttered. The square screen of the televisor broke into glowing light that quickly formed a picture of a young man in an elaborate office. "Hello, Professor Lester," the image cried. "I heard you got back from Jupiter weeks ago. Why haven't you been around?" "I've been studying a lot of relics I brought back from the Cave of Ancients on Jupiter," Kenneth Lester explained hastily. "Bunnell, I want you to help me contact somebody." North Bunnell, secretary to the president of the system government, smiled cheerfully. "Sure. Who is it?" "Captain Future." "Captain Future?" Bunnell blurted. "Why, even the president himself can't do that, except in direct emergency. Besides, nobody knows where Future is right now. He's on a vacation." "Who ever heard of the Future men taking a vacation?" Lester asked unbelievingly. Bunnell shrugged. "That's what the president told me. Even he doesn't know where Captain Future is right now. I think the president has some way to contact Future in extreme urgency, but I'm afraid your case can hardly be that, can it?" "Perhaps not," Lester said thoughtfully, "though I've uncovered something that's tremendous. Be sure you let me know the first chance you get of contacting Captain Future." Lester switched off the televisor. As he did so, a soft voice spoke from behind him. "So you wish to talk to Captain Future?" The archaeologist spun around. A man had stealthily entered his study. "Dr. Quorn," Lester gasped. Quorn was a slender man, with the fine wrists and ankles and ageless good looks of a Venusian. But he also had pallid red skin and high forehead of a Martian, and the intelligent black eyes and sleek black hair of an Earthman. Such interplanetary hybrids were not rare in those days of widespread colonization, but segregation had given them unpleasant characters. "What are you doing here?" demanded Kenneth Lester, his face hardening. "How can you come around the Institute after what happened to you here 2 years ago?" "You refer to my dismissal and imprisonment for illegal research?" asked the mixed breed coolly. "You still hold that unfortunate incident against me?" "Every decent scientist has despised you for the hideous experiments you were making." Quorn shrugged. "You Earthmen are so quaintly sentimental. My remote Martian ancestors, who delved far deeper into science than any of you, had no such qualms." "That's what I'd expect from a mixed breed," Kenneth Lester said contemptuously. A terrible gleam lit the black depths of Quorn's eyes. His voice suddenly became almost harsh. "You smug Earthmen here always looked down on me because of my mixed blood. It mattered nothing to you that I was the superior of all of you in scientific craft and skill." Then old Quorn shrugged again. The blazing passion that had flamed out was hidden again by the cool, ironical mask. "But, I didn't come here to talk about that." "What did you come for?" Lester snapped. "For that space stone in your hand." Kenneth Lester looked incredulously from the mixed breed's smooth red face to the blue-faceted jewel in his hand. "This space stone?" he repeated. "Then you know?" "Yes, my friend, I know," Quorn said softly. "I know it is one of the 7 space stones that contain the secret of Thun, mightiest scientist of ancient Mars. I have one of those 7 jewels already, and this one of yours will make 2. When I get the other 5, I'll be master of Thun's secret. I, the despised mixed breed, will control the most tremendous scientific power in the system." Lester stared at the cool, deadly face of the renegade scientist. Then the young Earthman made a sudden plunge at the televisor on the desk. "I was afraid you would," sighed Quorn. The mixed breed pressed the switch on a tiny instrument in his hand. A pulsing cone of radiance sprang from it and enveloped Lester. The young Earthman stood frozen, a horrible change coming over his face. Abruptly he fell to the floor. His body twitched. It was still living, but not with Kenneth Lester's life. A hideous new life now seethed in its tissues. He had dropped the space stone as he fell. Quorn quickly snatched it up. Calmly disregarding the horribly crawling body, he placed the space stone in the glow of the X-ray projector on the desk. Holding the jewel in at force, Quorn seemed to be listening. Triumph came into his black eyes. 2, he whispered. 2 parts of the secret are mine. And when I have the other parts, the remaining jewels—" A distant sound from far across the light-splashed towers of New York brought him out of his gloating. He slipped the space stone into his pocket and went softly to the door. Quorn paused, his eyes caught by a slim Venusian statuette of a beautiful kneeling girl. "Exquisite," murmured the mixed breed. Then he stole noiselessly out of the room of hideous death. High in the night sky north of New York flamed huge letters of living gold. Amusement City, entertainment center of the 9 planets. A great spread of brilliant varicolored lights was Amusement City. Super-mechanical rides whirled gasping people in dizzying, breathtaking swoops. Games of chance or skill drew crowds. Barkers shouted in stentorian voices of their unparalleled entertainers from far worlds. Martians and Uranians, Mercurians and Jovians, people from all the worlds, were in the gay throngs along the midway. 3 Earthlings sauntering through the crowds appeared to be enjoying themselves. One of the 2 men was 6'4" in height, his rangy body clad in a drab zipper suit that could not conceal his broad shoulders and long, lithe muscles. A space cap was pulled down over his shock of curly red hair. Beneath it, his tanned, handsome face and keen gray eyes were glowing with boyish eagerness. "Haven't had so much fun for ages," he chuckled. "Wasn't that last rocket ride fun?" The other man and the girl stared at him. "You got a thrill out of that silly mechanical ride?" asked the girl incredulously. "You? Captain Future?" Curtis Newton, the stalwart red-headed young man, whom the whole solar system knew as Captain Future, grinned at her. "Sure, I got a kick out of it, Joan. Why not?" Joan Randall shook her dark head. "I can't understand it. You've been in every queer corner of the system. You've seen things none of these people here dream of. You've traveled thousands of times faster than anything here can move. Yet you really enjoy all this?" "Well, this is different from what I'm used to. That's why I enjoy it. It's a swell vacation for Otho and me, to be just ordinary folks for a change. Eh, Otho?" "You said it, Chief," replied the other man. "I'm certainly having myself a time. It was a great idea, coming to Earth incognito." The man called Otho looked like a slender young Earthman of medium stature, but there was a certain suggestion of rubberiness about him. His pallid face and slightly slanted green eyes had a devil-may-care recklessness. He was, in fact, Otho the android, one of Curt Newton's famous band of future men. He had been created in a laboratory out of synthetic flesh, yet he had intelligence, daring, humor, physical speed, and skill in disguise far beyond those of any human being. "Old Greg would have liked to have come along, too," Otho chuckled, glancing up at the full moon in the starry sky. "Was he burned up because we left him on the moon with Simon?" "You ought to be ashamed," Joan reproached him, "leaving your pal and laughing about it." "That clumsy robot my pal?" cried Otho. "If I had my way, he'd have been scrap iron long ago." "Listen to that spiel," Curt Newton interrupted. "Sounds interesting, doesn't it? This way to the dancing girls from the hot side of Mercury. Come in and take a ride on an 8-legged Saturnian horse. Perfectly safe, folks, perfectly safe." Through this uproar came the shouting Curt Newton had referred to. "Visit the Captain Future Museum. See all the exploits of the Wizard of Science and the Future Men."
"Why, it's an outrageous fake,"
Joan declared in dignity. "Sure it is," grinned Captain Future. "But let's go in and find out just what we've done." "Are you sure everything in this show is authentic?" he asked the ticket seller solemnly. "Brother, we got all this stuff straight from Captain Future himself," the liar replied. Smiling, they streamed in with the crowd. It was an enormous pavilion, around which were ranged cases of exhibits and models. A fat, red-faced man was loudly lecturing to the earnest crowd. "Folks, you've all heard about Captain Future, the scientific wizard, who lives up there on the moon with his 3 queer future men. You know he's crushed dozens of supercriminals and scientific dangers that threatened us people of the 9 worlds. You've never seen Future or his pals, few people ever have, but you know that when danger threatens, they're on the job. Well, you're now going to learn all about Captain Future and the Future Men. In the first place, folks, Future's home is somewhere under Tycho Crater on the moon. He's got a big laboratory and home there, and that's where he keeps that super spaceship you've all heard about, the Comet. He and his pals are the only people living on the moon, and you can bet that nobody bothers 'em." "We know that already," complained a man beside Curt. "Tell us what Captain Future's real name is. Where'd he come from?" "I'm just coming to that, brother," said the barker majestically. He lowered his voice. "Folks, you think Captain Future is an Earthman. Well, he isn't. Future is actually a man from Sirius." A murmur of surprise went up.
"Why, this is sheer nonsense,"
Joan whispered indignantly. "Sure, but the fellow has a real imagination," Curt replied. "This man from Sirius came to our system and made his home on the moon years ago, and that was the start of Captain Future, folks." Curt Newton's grin faded, and he ceased to hear the barker's absurdities. Curt's mind was carried back to the real beginning of his career as Captain Future. Chapter 2. Newton's Vacation Ends. Years ago, Curt's father, Roger Newton, a brilliant young Earth scientist, had fled to the moon with his young wife. With them had gone Simon Wright, the living brain, who was now one of the Future Men. They had fled from the plots of Victor Corvo, an unscrupulous schemer, who coveted Roger Newton's scientific secrets. In the underground laboratory home they built beneath Tycho crater on the moon, the refugee scientist and the brain had labored to create intelligent synthetic life. 2 intelligent artificial beings resulted, Grag, the metal robot, and Otho, the synthetic man. In the same year, Kurt was born. But Victor Corvo had followed them to the moon. He killed Kurt's parents, before he was himself killed by Otho and Grag. Kurt Newton had been reared in the strange home by the brain, the robot, and the synthetic android. The brain, mightiest scientist of the system then, had developed Kurt into a scientific genius who eventually surpassed his teacher. Grag the robot, strongest of all beings, fostered Kurt's physical strength, and Otho the android, swiftest and most cunning of all in the system, had taught Kurt skill and quickness. When Kurt reached manhood, the career of Captain Future really began. A man who sought to use science for criminal purposes had slain Kurt's parents. Kurt decided to use his own unparalleled education and abilities in a relentless crusade against all such men. He devoted himself to fighting for the system peoples, against those who would thwart their future. That was why he had taken the name of Captain Future. With the brain, robot, and android, who had been his tutors and guardians, Kurt Newton had taken to the spaceways in bitter conflict against the forces of evil. Whenever danger to the system arose, the president of the system government would call Captain Future by a beacon of blazing light on Earth's North Pole. Kurt Newton thought of the struggle and danger that had taken him and the Future Man to every world of the system. He listened as the raucous Barker finished his imaginative spiel. "As for the future men you've heard about, the living brain was the first of 'em. He was once Simon Wright, a great Earth scientist. He was near death when he had his brain taken from his dying body and placed in a special serum case. There it still lives and thinks and experiments, even though he has no body." "Well, he got that right anyway," Kurt said to Joan. "The second future man was the big metal robot. Grag is stronger than anyone ever heard of, and intelligent, too. He could tear any one of you to pieces."
"Good thing Grag isn't here to hear it, or there'd be no living with him," muttered Otho.
He brightened up eagerly as the Barker went on. "As for the third future man, the one they call an android—"
"He'll probably spin a lot of crazy stuff about my wonderful feats," Otho whispered with assumed nonchalance.
"He's the poorest of the lot. He's a sort of synthetic dummy that the others take along."
Kurt burst into a roar of laughter. Otho, green eyes blazing with fury, uttered a hissing exclamation of rage. "A dummy? I'll break his neck!"
"Cut your rockets, Otho," Kurt ordered, still laughing as he held the angry android. "Be glad Grag didn't hear that." "Now I'll show you mementos of Captain Future's great cases, folks, in these exhibits," the Barker was saying. "There are souvenirs of his fight against the Space Emperor on Jupiter, of his struggle against Dr. Zarro out there on Pluto, and—" "Come on, we don't want to see a lot of fake souvenirs," Kurt said, taking Joan's arm. "We'd better leave while we can still restrain Otho from murder." The android had not lost his fury when they reached the bright crowded midway. To placate him, Kurt pointed to a big group of metal pavilions over which flared a bright diffraction sign. "Interplanetary Circus, last week on Earth."
"Come on, Otho. Maybe the circus will console you," Kurt suggested. But Otho was still fuming as they approached the pavilions.
"Let's go in and see the freaks," Kurt invited.
The sideshow was an ingeniously compact auditorium containing metal benches and a stage. Under soft krypton lights, one of the 9 world wonders was performing.
"The Chameleon Man," an earthling master of ceremonies was chanting. "Watch him change, folks, watch him."
The Chameleon Man was an ordinary-looking blue-skinned lanky Saturnian, but when he moved in front of a green square of varicolored curtain, his skin abruptly changed to an exactly matching shade of green. He moved before a red part of the curtain, and at once his skin turned red.
"How in the world does he do that?"
Joan wondered. Kurt had quickly fathomed the secret. "He's being subjected to a ray that can alter skin pigmentation swiftly, just as actinic rays burn a white skin brown. His skin has been chemically prepared. The chameleon man was replaced by a peaked-headed, cadaverous gray Neptunian, who possessed enormous round cup-like ears. "The hearer can hear a leaf fall from a tree 10 miles away," boasted the showman. "Whisper to your neighbor as low as you can, and he'll tell you just what you said." Various members of the audience tried it, and were amazed to find that the hearer could detect each almost inaudible sound.
"His ears have been enlarged and made supersensitive by some surgical process, Chief,"
Otho declared. Kurt nodded. "Must be, though it would take a master physiologist to do it." "And now, before the main show begins in the circus, we present our greatest act," the stage master was announcing. "You have all heard of the scientific powers of the ancient Martians, the mighty dynasties that perished long before any Earthman ever traveled space. You're going to see a man who has discovered the great secrets of those ancient wonder-workers, the magician of Mars."
"The prize faker of all,"
jeered Otho. Future stiffened as a man came out on the stage, holding 2 cumbersome puzzling instruments in his hands. He had the red skin of a Martian, but earthly black hair, black, intelligent eyes that surveyed his audience with veiled scorn, and smooth, handsome features. "Why, that's Dr. Quorn," Kurt exclaimed.
"Quorn?" Joan repeated. "Who is he?"
"He was as brilliant a scientist as the 9 worlds possessed," Kurt said thoughtfully. "He's half Earthman, a quarter Martian, and a quarter Venusian. He had a high post at the Institute of Interplanetary Science before certain rather ghastly experiments of his were discovered, which got him a year in Cerberus prison and made him an outcast among all decent scientists. I'm sorry to see as brilliant a man as Quorn doing cheap scientific fakery in an outfit like this. I suppose it's the only way he can live, though."
"Look at what he's doing,"
Otho blurted. An attendant had brought out a small earth rodent, a furry, frightened little animal. Quorn placed it on a suspended metal plate and aimed one of his instruments at it. The animal suddenly fell through the solid metal. Quorn passed the plate around to show it was perfectly solid.
"Imps of space! This Quorn has something," Otho swore. "That's the same dematerialization effect the old Jovians had mastered, that gave us so much trouble in the Jupiter case."
"Yes," Kurt frowned. "Archaeologists believe the Jovians picked it up, like a lot of their old science, from the ancient Martians."
"Is it possible that this man has really uncovered the long-lost science of the Martians?"
Joan asked. "I wish I knew," Captain Future muttered. "Look at that." Quorn, his handsome face expressionless as ever, had taken a seedling and was subjecting it to pulsating flashes of green light. Instantly the seedling swelled to a sapling, then to a large, rootless tree. A cry of wonder came from the audience. "That's no illusion," Kurt stated. "It's the old Martian accelerated growth technique. Quorn really has found something." Otho had been staring hard at the face of the magician.
"There's something uncannily familiar about this Quorn's face," he said. "Somehow, even though I never saw him before, I feel that I've met him, and that we weren't friends."
Joan suddenly straightened. Kurt's quick ears caught the buzz from the tiny instrument in her pocket, a pocket televisor such as every agent of the Planet Police carried. She bent her head. Kurt heard the metallic voice from the little televisor. "Agent Randall, Police Headquarters speaking. You knew Professor Kenneth Lester, the archaeologist?"
"Yes, I met him on Jupiter," Joan whispered into the minute transmitter. "He was involved in the Space Emperor case."
"Lester has just been murdered in his study at the Institute. Since you knew him personally, you may be able to help in the investigation. I know you're on detached service, but will you help anyway?"
"Of course," Joan agreed swiftly. "I'll be at the Institute in 20 minutes.
She raised her eyes to Kurt and Otho. Kurt looked grim. "I'll go with you," he said tersely.
"But this is your vacation,"
she protested. "Lester and I became friends in that Jupiter case," Captain Future reminded her. "If I can, I'd like to see his murderer brought to justice." 20 minutes later, Kurt and Otho followed Joan into the softly lit crowded study of the murdered archaeologist. A dark-uniformed officer of the Planet Police barred the way to the two men. "You may be with Miss Randall, but you can't enter," he said stiffly. "Only members of the police are allowed." Kurt wordlessly took a large curious ring from inside his belt. Around its glowing sun jewel, 9 planet jewels revolved slowly.
"Captain Future?"
gasped the officer.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. Go right in."
Inside, Kurt saw Hulk Anders, the bulldog-faced commander of the police, and Marshal Ezra Gurney, whose seamed old face lighted up at sight of him.
"Future," the veteran cried. "Dang glad you're here. But I thought you was on vacation way outside the system."
"No, Ezra, I've been right here on Earth. I heard about Lester just now and came with Joan."
"Captain Future, working on a mere murder?"
asked the commander.
"Lester was my friend,"
Kurt repeated grimly. "You remember him, don't you, Ezra?" Ezra nodded.
"Fine young fella. And now look at him."
Kurt Newton turned. On the floor lay the horror that had been Kenneth Lester. It was a boiling mass of corruption, bodies whose tissues sought to devour each other.
"Most hideous thing I ever saw,"
came the commander's thick voice.
"What could do a thing like this?"
"I don't know just what was used to do it, but I know what it is," Kurt Newton replied somberly. "The ancient Martian life disintegrator destroys the cooperation of the body's cells. They no longer work together, but seek to devour each other. How it was done isn't known. It was a secret of ancient Martian science." He was looking at Otho as he spoke. He saw in the android's narrowed green eyes the same speculation he had in mind.
"Ancient Martian science," Otho hissed. "There's something damned queer about this coincidence, if it is one."
Chapter 3. The Third Space Stone. Back at the Interplanetary Circus, the big show was about to begin, and Quorn, the magician of Mars, performed his last feat of scientific legerdemain. A roar of applause burst from the audience. Then they began drifting toward the main pavilion, from which music blared. Quorn watched them from the wings. There was contempt in his keen black eyes, as he turned to the girl who had come quietly to his side.
"Performing tricks for gaping fools," he gritted, "degrading my knowledge to provide entertainment for stupid crowds."
"It will not be for much longer, master,"
said the girl in her soft, slurring Martian speech. She was pure Martian, and pure danger. There was an indolent, mocking beauty in her perfect features, yet worry was apparent in her gaze as she anxiously watched Quorn's handsome, brooding face.
"Yes, Narala, it won't go on much longer,"
he replied thoughtfully. "And this freak show of mine was the best stratagem to raise funds and provide a cover for our activities.
But when I have all the space stones—"
He was interrupted by the blue-skinned Saturnian, who was called the Chameleon Man.
"They are waiting in your pavilion, master," the freak whispered.
The cadaverous Neptunian, called the Hearer, also approached.
"Master, there is something you should know."
"Later," Quorn said impatiently. "Come, Narala."
The Martian girl glided after Quorn to his private dressing room. 3 Martians were waiting in it. They were queer-looking men, hollow-eyed, tense. They sprang up as Quorn and Narala entered.
"Greetings, sons of the 2 moons,"
said Quorn formally. "To you, too, son of the 2 moons, greetings," answered the oldest of the 3. Quorn sat down, but his black eyes were angry as he spoke to the oldest Martian.
"Why do you come here, Situi?
Do you want everyone to know I belong to your organization?"
"Dr. Quorn, the High Council of the Sons of the 2 Moons sent us to you. The Council demands to know why you have not made more progress."
"I told you it would take time."
"You have had time," retorted Si-Tui. "A year ago, you promised to bring complete success to the great purpose of our cult, the restoration of the glory that was ancient Mars. What purpose should command more loyalty than that?
What Martian would not give all to see our world regain its rightful position?
Have I not devoted my heart and soul to that great purpose since I joined the Sons of the Two Moons? Quorn demanded.
Aye, you promised that you could restore the glory of Mars soon. You have done nothing but wander from world to world with this circus. Our members grow impatient.
Quorn's smooth face was cold as he answered.
The only thing that can restore the glory of Mars is the tremendous secret power discovered ages ago by Otho, greatest scientist of ancient Mars. I told you that until I have that secret, we cannot do anything openly. The 7 space stones on which Otho wrote his secret were scattered in later ages among the worlds of the system. One of those space stones was on Mercury. I got that stone last month. Another was brought recently from Jupiter to Earth. That stone I secured today. There is a third one here on Earth, which I intend to secure tonight. There is another stone on Venus, which I'll get when the circus goes there. That will make 4 of the space stones. But where are the other 3? Haven't our members located them yet?
We are trying hard to locate those 3, old Situi answered apologetically. We believe one is on Mars.
Then my freaks and I will stay with the interplanetary circus until it reaches Mars, Quorn stated. It affords an excellent blind for my activities.
Situi stared at him gloomily.
I suppose we can trust you, Dr. Quorn. Yet there are many who say we should not. After all, you are only partly Martian.
My blood may be only part Martian, but that part is from the veins of the mightiest kings of old Mars,
Quorn answered haughtily.
But you expose the secrets of ancient Martian science to make a show for the vulgar crowd, protested another fanatic.
Quorn shrugged.
What would you have me do? I must have funds to search for the space stones. Anyway, those who see my feats think them merely cheap magical illusions.
Situi rose to depart, but he turned at the door of the pavilion.
We hope to have definite information on the location of the other 3 stones by the time you reach Mars, Dr. Quorn. Farewell till then, son of the 2 moons.
Quorn bowed.
Farewell, sons of the 2 moons.
When the Martians had gone, the handsome face of the mixed-breed scientist twisted in scorn.
The poor fools. To believe that I really have faith in their crazy plan to restore the glory of old Mars?
He said contemptuously to Narala. Then he laughed.
But they and their cult are damned useful in helping me find the 7 space stones.
When we have all the stones, and the secret of Otho is in our grasp, it will be ours alone, Narala cried eagerly.
Quorn, still laughing, patted her shoulder.
It will be mine, Narala, not ours. I trust no one completely, but you shall share my power when the secret of Otho is mine.
Old Quorn went to the door of the pavilion. The cadaverous Saturnian called the hearer was waiting outside.
What had you to tell me?
The mixed breed demanded.
Master, you ordered me to listen to our audiences when I was not performing, that I might detect any spies among them.
Yes, Quorn said impatiently. What have you heard?
There were 2 men and a girl in the audience tonight,
the hearer continued hastily.
I discovered from their talk that one of them was Captain Future.
Captain Future?
Old Quorn gasped, his small fist clenching.
Yes, master, said the freak. The other man was the future man they called Otho, and the girl was a secret agent of the planet police.
Quorn's handsome face was dark with passion as he stared past Narala and the freak.
Captain Future, he muttered. So he was here, and I didn't know. The one man in the system I hate most bitterly.
Why?
Narala asked wonderingly. I never knew that you'd met Future.
I never did meet him, yet he and his future men have a debt to me that they're going to pay some day," Quorn said between his teeth. "That debt goes back many years."
He was silent, brooding. Neither the Martian girl nor the fearful, cadaverous Saturnian freak dared his anger, until he spoke.
"What were they talking about? Why were they at our show?"
"I gathered that they only came in from curiosity," the hearer said quickly. "But the girl received a pocket televisor call from Planet Police Headquarters, asking her to help investigate the murder of Professor Lester. She left, and Future went with her. He said he would help investigate, to bring the murderer to justice."
"If that devil Future is mixing into Lester's death," said Quorn harshly, "he might learn about the space stones and the secret." Quorn made a quick decision. "We've got to get the other space stone that's here on Earth before Future can block us."
"Surely you're not afraid of anything this Captain Future could do?" Narala asked in amazement. "You, with your mastery of ancient and modern science?"
"I never underestimate an opponent," Quorn said. "Too many smart men have been taken by that red-headed devil because they made that mistake."
The mixed breed paced rapidly to and fro.
"The other space stone on Earth is in the private collection of Harrison Yale, whose estate is 100 miles north of New York. I sent Juho to examine the place. I'll need only the hearer and the chameleon man for this job. Get a rocket flyer ready."
10 minutes later, all Quorn's swift little Tark flyer rose with a growl of rockets from the field near Amusement City and headed northward. The main show at the Interplanetary Circus had just ended, and the concessions were closing. A few miles southward, the shining pinnacles of New York challenged the moonlit sky. Behind Quorn in the little cabin crouched the hearer and the lanky Saturnian called the chameleon man. Both freaks were silent, peering anxiously ahead. Quorn's face was dark and inscrutable as he steered. His thoughts were less on the task ahead than on the man against whom he cherished a blood feud. He cut the rockets and opened the flyer's metalloy wings, on which they swooped down through the moonlight, silently as a bat. Below was a big chromaloy mansion, set amid gardens along the river.
"Harrison Yale's estate,"
muttered the mixed breed.
"We'll land in that grove at the far edge."
Softly, as an alighting bird of prey, their flyer landed amid the trees. Quorn and the two freaks emerged.
"The collection is housed in a special vault near Yale's mansion,"
Quorn whispered.
"Follow me."
He led the way through the shadowy grove, holding in his hand a watch-like instrument he had taken from his pocket. They advanced 5 minutes, and then the thing in his hand buzzed weakly. Its sensitive detectors were warning of atom traps ahead that would loose a terrific blast upon an unwary prowler. Quorn spent 10 patient minutes using his detector to find the hidden trap. He disconnected the concealed guns before they risked continuing. Finally, a massive structure, only 30 feet in diameter, stood before them.
"Is anyone awake at the house?"
Quorn asked the hearer. They waited, as the freak listened intently.
"Not a sound, master, but I can hear the breathing of 2 guards at the vault."
"I expected that,"
Quorn said. He turned to the chameleon man.
"Get those guards out into the open."
The Saturnian silently glided forward, keeping his hand on the mechanism at his belt. He softly approached the door of the massive vault and knocked. At once the chameleon man faded from view as his skin took on the exact hue of the moonlit concrete wall. 2 guards, armed with heavy atom guns, came to the door. They looked around puzzledly. Quorn had put away his watch-like detector and held a small cube in his hand. He pressed its switch. A pulsing conical radiance sprang out and enveloped the 2 guards. They choked, fell, and lay in writhing heaps of dead-alive flesh.
"All those bodies out of sight,"
Quorn ordered. As the 2 freaks obeyed, the mixed breed entered the vault. Inside was one brightly lit room at whose center was an enormous cylindrical safe. Quorn bent and feverishly examined the complicated controls.
"Permutation lock," he muttered. "I expected that."
He applied a tubular eyepiece to the edge of the lock and prepared to use the penetrating vibrations of a little projector. It would enable him to see the lock's interior and decipher the permutation that would unlock it.
"Master," came the frantic whisper from the hearer outside,
A rocket is flying straight toward this place."
Quorn stiffened. "Can it be future? If it is, I'll have a chance to settle our old accounts." Chapter 4. Mental Message. Captain Future looked away from the hideous thing that had been Kenneth Lester, and stared around the softly lit study of the murdered archaeologist. Joan, Ezra Gurney, and the planet police commander were silent, waiting for the wizard of science to speak, but Otho spoke first.
"I say it's damned queer that we should have just been talking about ancient Martian science, and then find that Lester was murdered by an ancient Martian weapon."
Old Ezra Gurney stirred uneasily.
"I've seen men die in a lot of mighty bad ways, but I never saw anyone die like that."
"Nobody else has for ages," Kurt Newton replied somberly. "Simon and I have read of a weapon used by the old Martians during the wars of the 9th Dynasty, which caused this horrible disintegration. The nature of the weapon is still a mystery." Hulk Anders, the bulldog-faced commander of the planet police, turned to Future.
"I had a call just before from North Bonnell, the president's secretary. He says that Professor Lester had called him tonight, asking to contact you."
Kurt Newton's brows drew together. "Contact me? Why?"
"Lester said he'd discovered something tremendous. He was excited."
Kurt felt that he was somehow touching the fringe of the mystery around this ghastly murder. His gray eyes swept the room, crowded with relics and unopened cases. Lester had been studying the fragments of Jovian civilization he brought back from the Cave of the Ancients on Jupiter, he said thoughtfully. "He told me he was eager to begin examining them." Captain Future's memory swept back to that strange cavern on the shore of the great fire sea of Jupiter, where he, Grag, and Lester had been trapped by the Space Emperor. The relics of Jovian science there had been given into Lester's charge by the system government.
"Maybe we could find out from his notes just what he was up to, Chief," suggested Otho.
Kurt nodded. "That file looks as though it contained his observations." For half an hour, while the others watched, the scientific wizard and the android leafed swiftly through the dead archaeologist's notes. But when he had finished, Kurt felt baffled. "Nothing here," he muttered. "Apparently he was just making a routine examination of the relics. But wait a minute. Here's a list of all the things Lester brought from Jupiter. Let's just check it to make sure they're all here." Kurt called off the objects while Otho, Ezra, and Joan, who were familiar with Jovian relics, checked off each object in the study. "One space stone," Kurt read at last. He waited for the others to find it.
"Nothing like that here, Chief,"
Otho reported. Kurt frowned. "Well, let it go for the moment. We'll see if everything else is here." All the other listed objects proved to be present in the study. Captain Future went back to the matter of the missing space stone. He read the description on the list. "A space stone cut and faceted in the ancient Martian fashion, apparently brought to Jupiter from Mars when Jovians had contact with other worlds. The space stone is the only thing that's missing. Could that be the reason for the murder?"
"Would it be that valuable?" Ezra asked skeptically. "I don't know much about 'em."
"They're the most valuable jewels in the system," Captain Future declared. "Only about half a dozen of them have ever been found. They're actually a rare isotope of carbon, found only in meteors that enter the system from outside." Hulk Anders, the police commander, looked interested.
"There was a space stone involved in a murder case on Mercury a few weeks ago, Captain Future. A gem merchant was murdered, and a space stone stolen."
Kurt stiffened. "Was the murder committed in the same ghastly fashion as this one?"
"I don't know, but I can soon find out from headquarters."
The commander went to the desk televisor, while Otho spoke to Kurt.
"That description says the space stone was cut and faceted in the ancient Martian manner. Ancient Mars again. What the devil does it mean, Chief?"
"It may be just coincidence," Kurt said slowly.
"I know you don't think so," Otho exploded. "You're thinking just what I'm thinking."
The commander came back, his face excited.
The murder of that gem merchant was committed just like this, and the space stone stolen was also cut in the old Martian style."
"You see?"
Otho exclaimed, his green eyes sparkling. Kurt was beginning to feel that the murder of Kenneth Lester was no mere isolated crime, as he had first thought. It seemed to be one ramification of some vast interplanetary plot that was tied up somehow with the rare space stones. Lester had told Bonnell that he had discovered something tremendous. Had Lester been killed because he had found out something? Or had it been merely a murder for theft? "Everything seems to revolve around the space stones," Kurt said ruefully. "We must find out more about them."
"Best feller for that would be Lockley, the specialist on interplanetary jewels," Ezra Gurney answered. "We used to call him in whenever there was a gem question to be decided. Eh, Hawk?"
The commander nodded his massive head. "We'll call Lockley now," Kurt ordered. "Get him here fast." Lockley proved to be a thin, bespectacled, fussy little Earthman of advanced age, irked at being routed out so late at night.
"Couldn't it wait till morning?"
he demanded resentfully. "I'm afraid it couldn't," Kurt said. "We need information, and we need it quickly." Lockley's alert eye noticed the ring on Kurt's finger. The little jewel specialist looked up in awe at the big, pleasant, red-haired young man.
"Captain Future?"
he cried. Kurt quickly explained the problem. 2 space stones have been stolen, and their owners murdered. One was a jewel merchant on Mercury, and the other an interplanetary archaeologist right here. I want to know how many other space stones there are, and who are their owners. This whole murder mystery seems to revolve about those stones." The expert seemed eager to exhibit his knowledge.
"As far as is known, only 7 space stones have been found in the whole system's history. All 7 are of different colors. They were apparently collected from meteors by the ancient Martians, for it is known that they once belonged to the so-called doomed kings more than 200,000 years ago. But with the degeneration of Martian civilization, the 7 space stones were scattered. Some of them seem to have vanished altogether."
"How many are in known collections now?" Captain Future asked. Lockley shrugged.
"The blue stone you say this archaeologist had wasn't known. Only 3 space stones are definitely listed. One was in the possession of the Mercurian jewel merchant you mentioned. The second is in the collection of Harrison Yale, a rich Earthman who lives near New York. The third is in the State Museum of Venus."
"That makes 4 space stones," Otho pointed out. "What became of the other 3?
"There's been no trace of them for centuries. They merely dropped out of sight."
Kurt Newton pondered. Confident that the space stones were somehow the clue to the mystery, he came to a rapid decision. "Otho and I are going to this Yale's home. I want to study his space stone." A few minutes later, Captain Future and the android were zipping north through the moonlight in a fast Rissman rocket flyer he had borrowed from the planet police.
"Why do we have to creep along at 1,000 miles an hour?"
Otho grumbled.
"We could have got the comet."
"And advertised to the whole planet that the future men were out," Kurt said witheringly. Otho looked up at the full moon sailing royally in the starry heavens.
"Old Grag would be wild if he thought we were out on a trail without him," he chuckled.
"I wish Simon were here," muttered Kurt. "The brain could shed light on this space stone mystery if anyone could." He brought the streamlined Rissman down in a silent swoop in front of the gleaming chromaloy mansion of Harrison Yale. Yale proved to be a distinguished-looking man of 60, a retired interplanetary shipping magnate, whose gem collection was apparently his chief interest now. The magnate was astounded when he learned the identity and purpose of his caller. "Why, I'd be only too glad to show you the space stone, Captain Future," he blurted. "I'm proud of it, paid a fortune for it." He led the way to the massive vault that gleamed silver in the moon. The magnate exclaimed in horror.
"The door's unlocked. The guards are gone."
"Maybe the man we're after has already been here," Kurt cried. "See if the space stone is gone." They burst inside the tower. Yale sprang to the massive metal vault and hastily touched the buttons of the permutation lock. The door flew open. He hauled out neatly arranged drawers. Scintillating rays stung their eyes as the jewels gave back the light. Milky Uranian opals glowed like misty little suns. Ice diamonds from far Pluto flashed and dazzled. Mercury sarcones, blacker than outer space, glittered in somber splendor. Moonstones from the satellites of distant Saturn shone placidly white. "Nothing seems to be missing," Yale was muttering as he frantically examined the trays. "The great fire ruby of Jupiter, the 3 green pearls of Neptune." "But the space stone," Kurt snapped. Yale drew out a small drawer and opened it, then uttered an exclamation of relief. "It's still here." A faceted green globe. It looked up at them like an alien eye. Its facets appeared sharp and clean, as though carved yesterday. But Kurt, taking from his flat gray tungstite belt a small tubular instrument, applied his eye to it. The electronic microscope showed him minute pit-like scars on the facets, as though the thing had been bombarded with hard radiation for some reason, Kurt mused. He brought out a small projector used for X-ray vision. "Let's see if the hard rays show any difference in it." Turning on the projector, he bent over the jewel. Kurt received an electric shock of surprise. He heard a faraway thin voice that was not speaking aloud. He heard it in his mind. "Thus I had put my own people in danger," that remote mental voice said, "for they wished me to lead them back whence I came. I pretended to agree, and said I would return with many such mechanisms as I wore myself. By thus beguiling them, I prevailed on them to let me go. I returned, resolved never again to unlock their danger. It would be better for my people to struggle against hardships than to take such risk again. But not wishing altogether to destroy my great discovery, I put it into these gems." "Good Lord," gasped Captain Future. "The secret of the space stones." "Look out, Chief!" yelled Otho in alarm. There had been a clicking sound from the darkness outside the open door of the treasure vault. A pulsing cone of radiance shot into the room, aimed at Future's tall figure. But with the blinding speed that only the android possessed, Otho dived at Kurt and knocked him clear of the path of the deadly cone. They snatched out their proton pistols almost as they hit the floor, but Kurt felt a hand grab the space stone from his grip. A semi-invisible flying shadow was darting out the door. Kurt and Otho fired together, but the needle rays of their proton pistols were an instant too late. "After them!" Captain Future shouted. He and the android jumped for the door. Harrison Yale could only stand stupefied. Clouds flying across the moon obscured the trees and gardens around them. Fiercely, Kurt's eyes swept the darkness in search of their mysterious attackers. "This way, Chief!" Otho hissed. "I hear men running!" Captain Future and the android plunged together through the shrubbery. A roar of rockets blasted from close ahead as a little Tark flyer flashed up out of the trees and into the moonlight, its rocket tubes spuming back a curving trail of fire. Rapidly, it disappeared westward into the night. "We'll chase 'em down!" Otho cried. "Nobody's going to take pot shots at us and then rocket clear." "Save it," Kurt retorted. "We might catch them with the Comet's speed and instruments, but this little Rissman flyer will never run them down when they have that much of a start." Kurt was not as calm as his tanned, set face indicated. No more than any other man did Captain Future enjoy having his life threatened from ambush. But he was not one to let anger cloud his judgment. He led the way back to the jewel vault. Otho was still cursing audibly. Harrison Yale sprang to their side as they entered. "The space stone?" cried the millionaire collector anxiously. "They got it," Kurt gritted. "There was someone in this room when we entered. He grabbed the jewel from my hand." Yale stared. "Why, nobody could have been in this room when we entered. We'd have seen him." "Then it was somebody we couldn't see," Kurt said. "You mean somebody has an invisibility secret like yours, Chief?" Otho blurted. "No, it wasn't quite invisibility. I could glimpse him as a sort of vague flying shadow. It was someone who couldn't be seen as long as he crouched motionless against the wall. Someone like that chameleon man at the freak show tonight." Before the android could speak, Kurt went on rapidly. "The mystery is far bigger than I dreamed. It's no more theft of space stones for their commercial value. I learned that while I was examining that incredible gem." He turned to Yale. "I'm afraid I can't promise the return of your space stone, but I'm going to do my best to run down the robbers. Come on, Otho. We've got to hurry."
Chapter 5. Home to the Moon. When they were in the little Rissman flyer, rocketing back to New York through the moonlit night, Otho asked eagerly,
"What's up, Chief? Are we really going to hit the space trail again?"
A gleam lit Otho's eyes. "We are," Kurt said grimly, "and I have an idea that for once you may get your fill of danger." He made no further explanation until they were back in Lester's study in the Institute of Interplanetary Science. Then, to Ezra Gurney and Joan and the police commander, Kurt spoke rapidly. "There's hell behind these space stone robberies. Those 7 jewels contain a tremendous secret. If my guess is right, each stone contains a part of the secret." "How in time could 7 jewels hold a secret?" Ezra asked. "It's recorded in the space stones by mental transcription," Kurt declared. He smiled at their puzzled faces. "Psychologists discovered a long time ago that thought is really an electrical vibration of the brain's electrochemical neuron pattern. It can be transcribed in a permanent record like sound or light. Various substances will take a thought transcription and play it back when hard radiation stimulates the record. It appears that the complex carbon isotope which forms a space stone will take a thought transcription. Examining Yale's gem with X-rays before it was snatched from me, I received the thought record in it. I am sure now that the other 6 space stones have similar thought records in them, together forming one vast secret." Otho uttered an excited yelp and pointed to the small X-ray projector that stood on Kenneth Lester's desk.
"Look, Chief. Lester was using that projector. I'll bet he was using it to examine the space stone he had, and accidentally got the thought record in it." "Just what did you hear in the thought message of the stone you examined?" Joan Randall asked.
"Thus had I put my own people in danger, for they wished me to lead them back whence I came. I pretended to agree, and—" Kurt went on to the end of the message, word for word. "What does it mean?" old Ezra queried puzzledly. "It doesn't mean much without the parts of the secret that go before it and after it," Kurt Newton admitted.
"Then how the devil do you know that this secret is such a tremendously important one?"
Otho demanded skeptically. "Any of you ever hear of Thuro Thune?" Kurt asked, his gray eyes searching theirs. When they shook their heads, he said meditatively, "It's not likely you would have heard of him. Lester had, of course, because he was an archaeologist."
"I don't get your wave at all, Chief," complained Otho. "Who was this Thuro Thune?"
"He's supposed to have been the greatest scientist of the ancient Martian civilization. Perhaps the greatest scientist of the past. Thuro Thune flourished during the 10th dynasty of Mars, about the time of the mysterious invasion by the unhuman Wallace, more than 200,000 years ago. According to legend, Thuro Thune made a scientific discovery that could give him power over whole worlds if he desired it. But he disappeared during the Walu conquest, supposedly leaving his secret written down in some secret way. I believe that legend. I think he transcribed 7 sections of his secret on the 7 space stones, and that someone is trying to collect the parts of that secret."
"But what exactly is this tremendous secret of the old Martian scientist?"
Joan wanted to know. Kurt shook his red head. "I don't know, and I can't know, unless I can get all the space stones. But the murderer must have a good idea of the nature of the secret to want it so badly." "Which brings us right back around the orbit to where we started from," growled Ezra Gurney. "Who's the murdering devil that's after the secret of the stones?"
"Chief, it's clear as space," Otho yelled.
"Our killer must know a lot about ancient Martian scientists, and the theory is clinched by the half-invisible fellow in Yale's jewel vault." Kurt Newton nodded. "We haven't a shred of real proof, but I'd bet a meteor against a sun that our man is Dr. Quorn."
"Oh, Quorn!" cried Ezra Gurney. "That smooth-faced mixed-breed scientist we sent out to Cerberus prison for illegal research? What makes you think he's the man?"
"Several things," Kurt retorted. "In the first place, Quorn is right here on Earth, running a freak show down at Amusement City. That circus and Quorn were on Mercury when the space stone there was stolen. He's doing stunts that are real feats of ancient Martian science. He undoubtedly would need funds for this plot of his. That's why he's running his show, I believe. The point is that Quorn is familiar with ancient Martian science. Therefore it's a 10-to-1 shot that he would have an idea of the nature of Thun's secret."
"That still don't say he's the killer," Ezra drawled.
"In Yale's jewel vault," Kurt replied, "a semi-invisible man snatched the space stone from me. He must have been the Chameleon Man, one of Quorn's freaks."
"Here's another possible tie-up," Hawk Anders said. "We've been watching a fanatic Martian organization, a queer secret cult of some kind. Its officers have contacted the interplanetary circus a couple of times."
"Ah," breathed Captain Future. "The mystery begins to clear a little. A fanatic Martian cult, backing Quorn in his quest for the stone's secret?"
"And look, Chief, here's something else," Otho said. "There's a space stone in the Venus Museum, Lockley told us. The interplanetary circus and Quorn leave tonight for Venus."
"Clear as space is right," Ezra Gurney declared. "What'll we do? Grab Quorn right away?"
"How long could we hold him?" Captain Future asked. "We haven't any real evidence that would hold up in interplanetary court."
"But surely you'll do something," Joan Randall protested anxiously. "A tremendous power in the hands of a man like Dr. Quorn?"
"I'm thinking of that," Kurt admitted bleakly. "Quorn mustn't get the 7 space stones. We've got to get the 3 he has. But first, we must beat him to the other 4. I'm pretty sure that without all the stones he won't have the complete secret. It's going to be risky. Quorn is a brilliant scientist, perhaps the greatest in the system."
"As if anybody in the system could surpass you,"
Joan cried loyally. Kurt grinned. "Thanks, lady. All the same, I'm not going to take any chances. We need all the cunning and knowledge we have to checkmate him. I want Simon Wright in this, and we're going home to the moon for him."
"Devils of space! Quorn will be on Venus, snatching the space stone there before we can catch up to him,"
Otho protested. "I've thought of that," Kurt stated. "Ezra, you and Joan must rocket for Venus right now. Camp down in the museum at Venusopolis, and guard that space stone till we get there." Ezra's faded blue eyes glittered.
"We're blasting off in 10 minutes, Captain Future. We'll be there long before Quorn arrives."
"And I'll be there with the future men as soon as possible, to set a little trap that will smash his plot," Kurt Newton promised. "See you on Venus. Come along to the Comet, Otho." A half-hour later, from a private official landing terrace atop the great government tower, arose a small spaceship. It was not a Crucholo, Rissman, Tark, or any other standard make. The queer little craft, shaped like an elongated teardrop, rocketed skyward with enormous speed. It was the Comet, flying laboratory of the future men, the swiftest ship in the system. Comparatively soon, so tremendous was its speed, the comet was swooping down toward the barren, glaring, airless surface of the moon. As it sank into Tycho crater, doors in the floor of the crater unfolded automatically to disclose an airlock hangar. The ship settled, the doors closed, and air hissed in. Captain Future and Otho emerged and strode through tunnels in the solid rock. They felt no lighter in weight here than on Earth, because of the flat gravitational equalizers at their belts. They entered a big room excavated from the rock, illuminated by a flood of softened sunlight from a huge glassite window in the crater floor, which formed the ceiling. Telescopes of large size and odd design, chemical and electric apparatus, paraphernalia of a dozen sciences, crowded this room. It was the home and laboratory of Kurt Newton and the future men. Here Kurt had been born. A strange creature turned its eyes toward them as they entered. It looked totally unhuman, a square, transparent metal case, on which were mounted glass lens eyes on flexible stalks. The queer case rested on a tall pedestal, from which it had been scanning a microfilm book. "Back so soon, lad," came a rasping voice from the square metal case. "The vacation's over, Simon," Captain Future said quietly. The glass lens eyes of Simon Wright, the living brain, fixed intently on him. "What's wrong?" asked the brain sharply. Kurt Newton explained rapidly. As he listened, the brain's strange eyes never wavered from Kurt's somber face. Simon Wright, one of the 3 famous future men, was a wholly unhuman-looking being. Yet Simon had been a great Earth scientist, whose living brain had been taken surgically from his dying body and encased in this transparent cube. It now lived in circulating serums, constantly repurified by apparatus inside the case. He saw by means of lens eyes, hearing by microphone ears, and speaking by a voice resonator. The brain spoke slowly in his metallic voice when Kurt had finished. "And you think Dr. Old Quorn is behind it? I remember reading his monosonic theory and double-gene experiments. He's brilliant, I must admit."
"Simon, it's the weirdest thing," Otho broke in. "When I saw Quorn, I thought I knew him. I can't understand it."
The brain paid little attention, for he was brooding.
"So Quorn is after the ancient secret of Thun," he said finally.
"Simon, what can that secret be?" Kurt asked. "Have you any idea at all?"
"No more than you, lad. The old Martian legends say that Thun himself was appalled by what he had discovered. If it's that big, Quorn mustn't get hold of it."
Kurt nodded vigorously. "That's why we've got to get to Venus and have a trap set when he tries to get the space stone in the museum. Then we'd have proof against him. We ought to start at once. Where's Grag?"
"Down in the foundry room repairing a fracture of one of his fingers. He'll be here in a moment, lad. Do you remember what anniversary this is?"
"Sure," Kurt grinned. "The day that Grag was made by you and my father. Grag's birthday."
"Of all the space-struck nonsense, this business of Grag's birthday is the limit," Otho exploded. "A robot with a birthday."
Kurt chuckled. "That's what you always say, Otho. But—" A clanking sound interrupted him. Grag the robot was hurrying into the laboratory, booming a joyful greeting.
"I heard the comet landing, Master. I'm glad you're back again."
Grag stood 7 feet high, on jointed metal legs. He was a huge metal man, with a massive torso and a bulbous metal head, in which gleamed 2 bright photoelectric eyes. There was affection in Kurt's gaze. "This is your birthday, Grag," Captain Future said, "and here's a little present for you." He handed the robot a thick, short metal tube. "It's a projector I devised. Besides being a light tube, it can emit vibrations all along the electromagnetic scale by a sliding control. I think you'll find it useful."
"You need not have gone to so much trouble for Grag, Master."
Grag's booming voice stammered in gratitude.
"Listen to that mock modesty," sneered Otho. "He was wondering for weeks what he was going to get."
Grag turned indignantly.
"You say that because you hate to admit I'm more human than you are, and having a birthday proves it."
Simon's rasping voice stopped the argument.
"Grag, for my present, I've devised a new type of rubberoid padding for your feet. Your present foot pads are always wearing away, you know."
Grag took the new pads eagerly.
"Thank you, Simon,"
he boomed. Otho came forward, elaborately bored as he handed a small package to the robot.
"I suppose I will have to give you something to keep you from feeling hurt. Here, take it."
The package contained a new set of detachable metal fingers for Grag's mighty hands.
"See if you can break those fingers. I made them up of a special formula with super tensile strength."
Grag looked astounded.
"Why, Otho, thanks a lot."
"Don't thank me. I did it only to while away the time."
Kurt Newton smiled, thinking how characteristic it was of Otho to disguise his deep affection for his fellow future man.
"I'll try out all these things right now,"
Grag exclaimed. "No time now, Grag,"
Captain Future said. "We're rocketing along the space trail to Venus, and there may be hell at the end of it. Otho, bring Simon along to the comet. There's no time to lose."
"I'll have to get Eek,"
Grag said. He dashed away, returning soon with a small gray sharp-snouted animal, like a tiny bear.
"I was hoping he'd forget that damned moon pup," groaned Otho.
"Why?"
asked Grag injuredly, as he followed the other future men to the comet.
"I owe him the trip. He hasn't been to Venus in a long time."
"Yeah, but Dr. Quorn will scare the little coward," sneered Otho. "He'll only get in the way."
"No more than you,"
roared Grag. "Cut your rockets," Kurt ordered. "Save the fight for Quorn." Chapter 6. Venusian Marsh Danger. The moons of Mars outshine the stars, and Earth's moon's fairer yet, and Saturn's night is gemmed with light, yet still I can't forget old Venus's moonless cloudy sky, down by the western sea, where the night winds damp from the inland swamp, and the one girl waits for me. Future sat in the control room of the flying comet, his fingers touching the 20 strings of his favorite Venusian guitar. His lean, tanned face was lazily relaxed as he softly hummed the popular melody of the cloudy planet. The automatic controls were set, and the little teardrop spaceship was flying through the star-flecked vault of space. Ahead, the white half-disk of Venus was growing larger. "Lad, you've hummed that song 4 times, rasped Simon, his lens eyes speculatively watching Kurt. "It isn't possible that you're thinking of Joan, is it?" Kurt flushed. "Can't a fella sing a tune? You're getting too analytical. I'm going aft and rouse out Grag and Otho. We'll soon reach Venus." Putting away the instrument, the tall, red-haired scientific wizard strode into the astoundingly complete laboratory of the comet. Wherever the future men might be in the system, they brought equipment that was surpassed only by Future's underground home upon the moon. If a problem required astronomical investigation, the future men had portable electro-telescopes and spectroscopes of advanced design and unequaled powers. If there was a point of astrography that needed checking, here were the files of star and planet spectra, the maps of the planets, moons, and asteroids, the atmosphere samples from every world. Similarly, the physical apparatus held microscopes capable of seeing far into the infinitesimal. The biological cabinet held complete equipment for research, including botanical and entomological specimens from many worlds. The surgical apparatus was a miracle of completeness and compactness. The philological file contained spoken records of scores of planetary languages. The cabinet of tiny microfilm books was an exhaustive scientific reference library. In 2 space chairs with a folding table between them, Grag and Otho sat playing cubicle bridge, the most complex of card games. The cards were cubes, each face of which bore a different suit, making a total of 6 suits. The card on the upper side was the one that counted, but it could be covered by a matching card of an opponent's cube, so that the suit that was led might suddenly turn into a quite different one.
"Come on and sit in, Chief," Otho invited eagerly. "Even though we did adapt this for 2-handed play, it's better with 3.
"Otho just wants to start a new game because he's losing this one," Grag accused. "I've taken nearly all the tricks so far."
"Sure. Robots always make good players," Otho sneered. "I'll tell you what I'll do, Grag, if you're so confident. I'll play you for real stakes. I'll put up my best proton pistol."
"And what do you want me to put up?" Grag asked.
Otho pointed to the corner of the cabin, where Grag's bear-like pet was gnawing idly at a stanchion. The moon pup did not breathe air, and was capable of eating metal or mineral, but the impervious metal of the stanchion was resisting his teeth.
"You put up Eek,"
Otho said. Grag rose to his feet indignantly.
"It's just a plot of yours to get my pet. You cheat to get him, and then toss him out into space because you hate the poor little fellow."
"Poor little fellow," cried Otho. That little beast is the curse of this outfit. I'm damned if I'll put up any longer—"
"We're nearing Venus," Kurt Newton interrupted. "Put away that darn game and quit bickering." They followed Kurt back into the control room, Grag picking up Eek and protectively fondling him. Captain Future unlocked the automatic pilot and took the controls. He tested the braking rockets by depressing the throttles. The Comet shook to the roar and jerk of the blast. Venus was a glowing white half-moon in the heavens ahead. Kurt sent the Comet, curving around in a spiral toward the dark side of the planet. "Better if we reach Venusopolis at night," he mused. "We'll be able to visit the museum secretly." Soon the Comet was screaming down through the clouds into the clear moonless Venusian night. Kurt's instruments had not misled him. Below stretched Venusopolis, sprawling between the dark inland marshes and the tossing western sea.
"The interplanetary circus is here already," Otho said, pointing to a spread of colored lights just east of the city.
"I knew Quorn would be here," Future said confidently. "But there's nothing to worry about, with Ezra and Joan guarding the space stone in the museum."
He cut the rockets to a purring hum, and the Comet glided lower over the coastline toward the lighted city. Venusopolis was a community of graceful white structures, interlaced with the dark gardens of the aesthetic Venusians. He headed for an oblong, many-pillared structure that he knew was the State Museum of Venus. Quietly, he brought the ship down into the groves around it.
"Come on," he whispered. "Bring along Simon, Grag."
They emerged into the balmy Venusian darkness, heavy with the smell of rank vegetation drifting from the marshes. At the entrance to the great museum, a guard challenged them, but he awedly admitted them when Captain Future showed his ring.
"Marshal Gurney and Miss Randall are waiting for you in the room of jewels."
Kurt nodded and led the way through the silent, dim halls and corridors. They entered a brilliantly lighted room containing glassite cases of rare planetary gems. Old Ezra Gurney and Joan Randall rose eagerly from chairs to greet them. The veteran had his atom pistol in his hand. "The space stone's safe?" Kurt asked quickly. "Quorn hasn't had a chance to get it," Joan said. "It's in there." She pointed to a big metal safe against a side of the room. Ezra Gurney limped to it and unlocked the door.
"Nobody's been near this safe since we got here," he stated flatly. "And we were here a couple of hours before Quorn reached Venus with that circus."
"Good," Kurt replied. "First thing I want to do is activate the jewel into transmitting its part of Thuro Thun's formula, and make sure the stone's safe with me. Then we're going to set a neat little trap for Dr. Quorn when he comes for it." Ezra stopped pawing in the safe. He whipped around, his face stupefied.
"Why, the stone is gone!" he cried.
"It can't be," Joan protested. "One of us was watching that safe every minute. Its door was never opened." But search soon disclosed that the space stone had somehow been taken. Otho gave a hissing oath. "Fire, imps of Jupiter! Quorn beat us to it! But how?" "I tell you, the safe wasn't opened," Joan insisted.
"Of course it wasn't opened," Future said angrily. "Quorn got the stone without having to open the safe. Why couldn't I have suspected it? It's obvious enough."
"How could he get the stone without opening the safe?" Joan asked bewilderedly.
"Don't you remember how he made a small animal pass through solid metal?
He speeded up its body's atoms so it would interpenetrate ordinary matter. That's how Quorn got this space stone. He simply dematerialized one of his freaks, sent him into the safe to rematerialize in there, grab the jewel, dematerialize again, and walk out through the metal."
"But you can see a dematerialized man," protested Ezra. "I remember that from our case on Jupiter. But we didn't see anyone entering the safe at all."
"Quorn would send him through the wall of the room and the back of the safe so you couldn't see," Kurt explained. "Outwitted!" Otho yelled furiously. "This Quorn's a devil!"
"I warned you he was a cunning, highly intelligent scientist," Kurt reminded. "But I forgot my own warning."
"It's not your fault," Joan argued. "You couldn't know the jewel would be in a safe like this." "It's all my fault."
"Self-accusation won't help now," cut in the brain's rasping voice. "We must plot our course of action."
"Why not let me go out to the circus, find Quorn, break him in half, and take the space stones?"
Grag boomed. "Attractive, but impractical, Grag," Kurt said. "Quorn will have his 4 gems cunningly hidden, and he'll be on guard against any sudden attack we might make on him. Since we still have no real proof against him, we'd be breaking interplanetary law ourselves by attacking him."
"We're surely not going to give up and let him get away with Thuro Thun's secret,"
exploded Otho. Kurt's tanned face hardened, and his gray eyes were bleak. For one of the few times in his career, he felt almost inferior to a brilliant mixed-breed scientist against whom he had matched himself, and Captain Future didn't like that feeling. "No, we're not going to give up," he gritted. "It's going to take time and effort, but I have a plan. We're sure Quorn has the 4 space stones, and that he's after the other 3, but we haven't proof yet. He's traveling with his freaks, so he can use the circus as a blind for his activity. We must watch him if we're to checkmate his scheme and prove his guilt. So, the future men are going to join that circus. We'll be able to stick to Quorn till we find out where he has the stolen space stones, and can prevent him from getting the others. It's the only way we can watch him all the time, without arousing his suspicion."
"Join the circus? As performers?" Otho blurted. "How can we get away with it? I don't get your wave at all, Chief."
"Everyone would recognize us as the future men,"
Grag boomed. "We'll be in disguise, you blockheads," Kurt retorted. "Otho can easily disguise himself as the ultra-acrobat from Ganymede or something. We'll dummy up Gag with some artificial rubberoid flesh to make him look wholly human, and he can be the strong man of space. We'll hide the brain inside a phony-looking machine and call it the thinking machine. As for me, I'll join as a wild animal tamer, Kovo, the Venusian swamp man, and his performing marsh tigers." "Marsh tigers?" repeated Ezra Gurney, his faded eyes widening. "Hell, nobody in the system can tame marsh tigers. They're the most ferocious, vicious, dangerous critters in the 9 worlds." "I can tame them," Kurt grinned, "after Otho's helped me bring them back alive."
"It's more than likely you'll bring Otho back dead,"
bleated the android. Kurt ignored him. "First thing is to fix up the disguises for Grag and Simon. We others will join the circus separately to avoid arousing any suspicion." Kurt and the future men, with Ezra and Joan Randall, went back to the Comet. There, Otho, the master of disguise, rapidly concocted a mass of rubberoid flesh. While it was still warm, he smoothly applied it to Grag's giant metal body, except the eyes and mouth. When the rubberoid cooled, it became firm, pink, and elastic as real flesh. Otho put dark spectacles over Grag's shining photoelectric eyes, and then regarded him with satisfaction.
"You look almost human now, Grag," he said.
"What do you mean, almost?"
roared Grag.
"I am human. A lot more than you, you miserable son of a laboratory retort."
"I'm through with Simon," Captain Future interrupted quietly. Kurt had quickly constructed a small mechanism that looked like a rather phony machine, with arms, dials, and blinking lights on the front of its cylindrical case. Small wheels stood beneath it. Captain Future put the brain's square case inside the cylindrical one, made necessary connections, and then closed the cover. "Hide you completely, Simon," he says. "You can still see through those concealed openings and listen and speak. Also, I've made it possible for you to roll from place to place, or use those flexible arms on the side of the case whenever you wish."
"That's something new. Simon with a body," said Otho.
"I don't want a body," rasped the brain. "It distracts the thought processes. But I'll try it this time." Kurt gave Grag full instructions.
"I understand, Master,"
boomed the disguised robot, who now looked like a giant man.
"I'm to call myself the strong man of space, and say this thinking machine is a fake device I picked up and get into the circus. But I'm not to know you or Otho when you appear."
"That's it," Kurt replied. "You'd better get started now." Obediently, Grag picked up the apparently absurd thinking machine that hid the brain and disappeared into the darkness. "Now for the marsh tigers." Kurt turned to Otho. "We'll run inland in the Comet to the Great South Marsh. We'll find plenty of 'em there." "Too cursed plenty to suit me," growled Otho as he took the controls. "But I suppose a fellow can die only once." "What can Ezra and I do to help, Captain Future?" Joan Randall asked. "I want the two of you to stay with the Comet and trail the circus from a safe distance. You'll be in close touch then if I need the ship. You know how to operate it, Ezra?" "Sure, but it's a very tricky craft to handle," drawled the veteran of space. "Touch a throttle, and you're out of the system." An hour later, Otho brought the Comet down on a muddy hummock in the dark, vast Great South Marsh. Kurt had been tinkering with a tiny instrument. He held a dumbbell-shaped mechanism in his hand as he and the android opened the door. "Where's your proton gun, Chief?" Otho asked. "I'm not going to use any, Otho," Kurt replied calmly. Otho recoiled. "Hunting marsh tigers without a gun? Oh, well, why not? We're tired of living anyway." They stepped out into the darkness and oozy muck. Instantly, from the black swamp, an enormous green-eyed bulk charged, screaming. It was a marsh tiger, a scaled black creature with 4 thick legs that were armed with razor talons. Its hideous snouted head was distorted by a gaping mouth bristling with great fangs. A glimpse of that hideous maw as it bore down on them sent Kurt and Otho leaping into the muck to avoid its rush. It thundered past, then turned with appalling speed to rush them again. "I knew it!" Otho yelled, drawing his proton pistol. "We're sunk!" "Don't fire, Otho," Kurt ordered. He was aiming his small dumbbell-shaped instrument at the marsh tiger. The instrument buzzed thinly as he pressed its button. The marsh tiger stopped. It made no threatening move when Kurt boldly advanced and patted its scaly head. "Devils of space!" gasped Otho. "How in the sun's name—" "Simple," Kurt grinned. "This instrument is a will dampener, which Simon and I worked out a good while ago. It radiates a force that neutralizes almost completely the neuronic currents in this beast's brain cells, makes him stupid and docile as a lamb. We'll collect 6 of them in the same way." "All right," said Otho uncertainly. "But all hell's going to break loose if your lambs suddenly recover." Chapter 7. Interplanetary Circus. Grag the robot, disguised as an Earthman of colossal stature, strode heavily through the dark streets of Venusopolis. In his enormous hand he carried the cylindrical thinking machine that hid the brain.
"The Interplanetary Circus is out by the spaceport, so I think this street will take us there,"
boomed the robot. "Not so loud, Grag," cautioned the metallic voice of the brain. "Are you sure you know your part?"
"Sure. I'll be the strong man, just like Master taught me," Grag answered. "Only I hate to leave Eek in the Comet."
"Ezra and Joan will take care of him," Simon assured him. Grag looked exactly like a hulking giant Earthman as he tramped along. He had donned a loose zipper suit over his great frame, but the pink rubberoid artificial flesh that covered his metal head now made him look like a blank-faced, dark-spectacled giant. He avoided the bright central region of the Venusian city and kept to the quieter, darker streets of beautiful white cement homes and dark, fragrant gardens. The scent of exquisite flowers mingled with the faint tang of the sea and the strong, rank breath from the great inland marshes. The marsh smell made Grag think of Captain Future, somewhere in the swamps on his dangerous mission. Grag worried constantly about Kurt Newton. To the robot, Kurt was still the impish, red-headed little boy he had helped to educate on the moon. They passed the edge of the spaceport, a vast lighted tarmac rimmed by busy docks, in which reared the high hulls of ships from all the 9 worlds. Grag approached the adjoining field, where the interplanetary circus had pitched its pavilions. The circus traveled from world to world in its own spaceships, which were docked at the edge of the field. Grag saw that most of the ships were ponderous crew cholo freighters, though there was one 20-man Rissman cruiser that looked fast. Flaring krypton lights illuminated the pavilions of the circus. These pavilions were conical, made of thin sections of light, strong metal that could readily be unbolted and stacked away inside the big crew cholo freighters for the trip to the next world. Grag trudged toward the little pavilion marked Office of the Proprietor. A thin blue Saturnian looked up as Grag entered. "What do you want?" the Saturnian demanded suspiciously, eyeing Grag's 7-foot figure and stupid face. "You the boss of this circus?" Grag demanded loudly. "Yes, I'm Jur Nugat, proprietor and manager," snapped the Saturnian. "And I'm a busy man, too." Grag struck his breast with his free hand. "Me? I'm the strong man of space. I'm the strongest man in the whole system, bar none. You think anybody's stronger? You bring 'em on. I'll break 'em in half." Jur Nugget looked annoyed at Greg's boasting. "You may be as strong as a Jovian stamper, but why bother me about it?" "You want a good strong man for your circus, huh?" Grag demanded, his blank pink face never changing expression. "You hire me, and you got the best strong man in the business. Steelite bars or logs of swampwood. I can break 'em all in half." Jur Nugat shook his head. "Sorry, can't use ya." "You mean you think I'm no good? Why, I'll break you in half." He started forward menacingly. Jur Nugat hastily skipped back. "Wait a minute," bleated the Saturnian. "I can't use you, but maybe the sideshow that travels with us can. Go over and see Quorn." Grag appeared to hesitate. "All right, I go. This fella Quorn better hire me, or I'll break him in half." As Grag stalked away, carrying the brains machine, he heard Jur Nugget muttering behind him. "Damned if he hasn't got breaking things in half on his brain." Grag chuckled. "Didn't I put it over, Simon? It would be swell if we could get right into Quorn's show." "Quorn will be a harder customer to fool," the brain rasped in a low tone. "Don't overdo it." Grag threaded his way between the smaller pavilions. Toiling roustabouts, a motley crew from all 9 planets, were sweating to bolt on the last metal sections. A Jovian stamper, huge, round-headed, elephantine brown beast, had been brought to push a cage into place. Calls and cries in a half-dozen interplanetary languages split the night. The roars of caged beasts being unloaded from the big crew cholo menagerie ship were deafening. Grag strode in stupid placidity through the uproar, toward the pavilion of the Congress of 9 World Wonders. The freak show of Old Quorn was already prepared for the next night's performance. Grag strode past it to the small private office of Old Quorn, outside which a cadaverous gray Neptunian was lounging. "That must be the freak Master said was called the Hearer," Grag mused. "I must be careful what I say when he is around." "Where is the boss?" he asked the Hearer loudly. "Inside," answered the Neptunian. "But you can't see him." "He'll see me," roared Grag. "I'm the strong man of space, and I'm going to see him right now." The Hearer started to bar his way. Grag thrust him aside with a mere flick of his giant arm. The uproar brought a man and a girl from inside the tent. The girl was Martian, a dark-eyed, supple red girl of wildcat beauty. But Grag's eyes swung at once to the man. Quorn's smooth, handsome red features and intelligent black eyes produced a tangible shock inside Grag. "Why, I know this man," Grag thought bewilderedly. "Yet I'm sure I never saw him before." "What is all this commotion?" Quorn was asking in a quiet yet somehow menacing voice. Grag put down the machine that hid the brain and snatched up a girder lying nearby. By a tremendous exertion of his mighty arms, he bent the girder double. "See, I break 'em all in half," he pretended to pant. "You'll hire me?"
"Why don't you get rid of this stupid lout?" the Martian girl said impatiently.
"Not so fast, Narala," Quorn replied coolly. "A fellow with strength like that could be useful." He studied Grag's stupid pink face and spoke to him carefully to reach his ignorant mind. "If I hire you, you'll not only do a turn in the sideshow, but obey my orders and everything else? Do you understand?"
"Sure. I do what you say, boss," Grag boomed cheerfully. "You don't like anybody, you tell me. I'll break 'em in half."
Quorn laughed quietly, apparently able to see the humor in Grag's loud, stupid boasting. "All right, you're hired. But what's this machine you've got?"
"It's a thinking machine that can answer your questions," Grag explained. "It belongs to me. You ask it a question, boss."
All Quorn, staring curiously at the cylindrical machine, addressed it mockingly. "Will we have good luck when we go to Mars?" Inside the cylinder, the brain spoke in a slow, hesitating, mechanical voice that sounded quite artificial.
"You will go to Mars soon and meet new sweetheart."
Not exactly an appropriate reply, but pretty good for a fake, Old Quorn said. He looked sharply at Grag. "Did you make it?"
"No, boss. I couldn't make a thing like that," Grag answered hastily. "The last show I was with busted up on Pluto, and the manager couldn't pay us. I said, 'You pay me, or I'll break you in half.' He said he'd give me this thinking machine for my back wages. He told me how it works, but I forgot. I think he said there are thousands of phrases on tiny voice records inside the machine. He said the words of a question automatically trip fairly appropriate phrases to answer. Yeah, that sounds like what he said."
"All right. You can use the thing as part of our show," the mixed-breed scientist said disinterestedly. "The hearer will show you a cubicle that you can use for a dressing room." In the tiny room, Grag waited till he saw the hearer stroll off across the grounds before he dared speak.
"I think we fooled Quorn, Simon," he whispered to the disguised brain. "But the man puzzles me. He looks familiar. I also felt as though I'd seen him before, though I know I never did," the brain answered perplexedly. "And Otho felt the same thing. Well, watch him as closely as you can without rousing suspicion."
Next morning, Grag devoted himself to learning as much as possible about Old Quorn's freak show and its various performers. Besides the hearer and the chameleon man, whom Captain Future had described, there were many other interplanetary oddities in the show. There was the intelligent moon wolf, a six-legged beast from Yale, who could read, write, and calculate with amazing skill. Actually, as Grag soon learned, Old Quorn had transferred part of a man's brain into the moon wolf's skull, giving it true human intelligence. Quorn had been responsible also for the eel man, a Venusian whose skeleton structure had been cunningly dissolved, then replaced by a reticulation of elastic rods. As a result, the eel man could compress his body to unbelievable slimness and literally tie himself into knots. Grag liked the patient, quiet moon wolf, and he saw that the eel man was timid. But he disliked the so-called meteor dwarfs, Juho and Luho, two hideous Plutonian freaks who stared at him with red-rimmed, hostile eyes. All the freaks seemed to fear Old Quorn. The softest word of the mixed breed was obeyed with frantic haste. It made Grag realize the perilousness of his own position, but he was careful to keep up a loud, boastful front.
"When other performers treat me right, I treat them right," he roared. "When they treat me wrong, I break 'em in half." "You'd better not try threatening me," muttered the hearer.
"Let the strong man alone," the moon wolf said hoarsely. "His loud talk means nothing. I think he's a good fellow."
Lounging and watching everything, Grag later that morning saw a lean, cocky figure in a foppish zipper suit swagger through the grounds. It was a vain-looking, lithe, white Ganymedian.
"There's the new acrobat Jer Nugget, hired for the circus,"
said the Moonwolf in his husky, slurred voice.
"He calls himself the Ultra Acrobat. They say he did some marvelous feats."
"I don't like acrobats," Grag declared. "They skip around like insects. If they get in my way,
"You break them in half?" asked the Moonwolf, looking up at him with a flicker of strange humor in his green animal eyes.
In the early afternoon, a tremendous sensation rocked the circus. A rusty old Kalber rocket flyer landed nearby. From it emerged a big Venusian swamp man, driving before him 6 shambling black-scaled monstrosities.
"Marsh tigers! And they're loose!" went up the terrified yell. Performers and roustabouts fled in all directions, yet the horrific beasts lumbered docilely along toward the main pavilion. Grag knew the swamp man driving them was Captain Future. But Kurt had disguised himself so well he was totally unrecognizable. His curly red hair was now straight and black, his tanned skin the unhealthy white of a swamp dweller. He wore a soiled old zipper suit, and had one hand thrust idly into its pocket. Grag guessed that Kurt had his will dampener in that pocket to keep the beasts in a submissive stupor by means of its radiations. He saw Captain Future approach the office of Jer Nugget, the circus proprietor, who had locked himself inside.
"Take those beasts away!"
shrieked the Saturnian.
"I can control 'em," Kurt answered confidently, in a soft Venusian dialect. "I'm Kovo, and I thought maybe you'd buy these marsh tigers."
Fearfully, Jer Nugget emerged, trembling but apparently reassured by the obvious docility of the ferocious beasts. Grag heard him ask,
"You really have tamed these monsters? But nobody has ever tamed marsh tigers."
"I have," the pseudo-Venusian replied casually.
"Watch me."
Grag saw Kurt playfully cuff the monstrous beasts, wrestle with them, do everything possible to rouse them. They remained docile.
"Say, if you did that in an act, it would be the sensation of the circus,"
Jer Nugget yapped excitedly.
"Will you?"
"Well, I only figured to sell you the beasts," Kurt answered, with assumed reluctance.
"I'll pay any salary you ask, within reason,"
Jer Nugget offered.
"But I won't buy the brutes unless you come with 'em."
For the rest of that day, Grag heard of nothing but the Venusian who had actually tamed marsh tigers, and he was going to work in an act with them in that evening's show. When evening came, lights and music flared and blared all through the circus and the sideshows. Crowds of curious, chattering Venusians began streaming into the grounds.
"You'll go on forth, after the Moonwolf,"
Quorn told Grag.
"Your thinking machine will follow you."
When the Moonwolf had finished its turn, speaking patiently in its husky voice to exhibit its human intelligence, it was Grag's cue to go on. He had already prepared an act, with bars and weights.
"I'm the strong man of space,"
he roared at the audience.
"See that bar? Watch me break it in half."
A ripple of amazement came from the spectators as Grag seized a steelite bar and actually snapped it into 2 pieces. The applause mounted as Grag lifted colossal weights, bent girders, and concluded by lifting a light platform on which 20 men were standing. "Now the thinking machine," shouted the barker, "the automaton that actually answers your questions." The cylinder that contained the hidden brain was brought out, and the audience began firing questions at it. It replied hesitantly, in a deliberately artificial voice. "Why doesn't my husband get back from Earth?" asked a woman.
"Husband, Earth, pretty girl," answered Simon.
A roar of laughter went up. In replying to questions, the brain was careful not to make the answers too appropriate. He didn't want anyone there to think he was anything but a cleverly faked machine. Then he felt himself lifted off the stage to make way for the Chameleon Man's turn. Resting unnoticed in the wings, Simon heard the hearer and Quorn speaking close beside him.
"I tell you, it's Captain Future in disguise, right here in the circus,"
Quorn was saying in a low, tense voice.
"That devil is on our trail.
I'm going to put him out of the way, right now.
Chapter 8. Death Cage. Noisily blaring a raucous Martian march, the brilliantly uniformed band of the Interplanetary Circus marched around the big main pavilion. Krypton lights glowed on the metal walls for the thousands of people who jammed the innumerable rows of seats. "Big show about to begin!" Barkers outside could be heard shouting. "Hurry, hurry, don't miss it, folks!" Jer Nugat, the thin blue Saturnian proprietor of the Interplanetary Circus, stepped into a spotlight as the band's music ceased. "Introducing the greatest galaxy of interplanetary acrobats ever gathered together," he bellowed at the mob. The crash of brass from the band and eager applause from the packed audience greeted the 100 men and girls, who ran out and nimbly climbed to the high swinging trapezes and wires. "Each and every performer wears a standard gravitational equalizer," Jer Nugat was announcing loudly. "A committee of reputable witnesses inspects them before each show. No gravitation fakery in this circus, folks." The band swung into a soft earth waltz. The acrobats, Martians, Earthmen, a few Venusians, and a great number of swarthy Mercurians, began the giddy leaps and swings above the copper gauze safety nets spread far below. They somersaulted, hung by one finger, danced on wires.
"Look at that bunch of amateurs,"
growled Otho, eyeing with disdain the feats that held the spectators breathless.
"They ought to be ashamed of taking money for such childish stunts. Wait till I show that audience something."
Otho, disguised as a white-skinned Ganymedian, was wearing tight-fitting trunks. He stood casually beside Captain Future, who lounged negligently as a Venusian swamp man.
"Quiet, Otho. Don't seem to be talking to me,"
whispered Kurt without moving his lips.
"I think old Quorn is watching us."
Future's keen eyes had noticed old Quorn standing with the hearer in the shadow of the pavilion entrance. The mixed breed's handsome red face was imperturbable, but Kurt saw him say something, and noticed the hearer slip hastily away.
"Quorn's up to something," Captain Future mused. "If he has suspected us—"
A thunderous crash of applause interrupted him. The acrobats had finished their performance. Jer Nugat was introducing the next act.
"And now, the greatest acrobat in all circus history, making his first appearance, the Ultra-Acrobat from Ganymede."
Otho stepped into the spotlight and bowed elaborately. Then he turned and spoke loudly to the circus laborers nearby.
"Take those nets away," he ordered.
"I don't need 'em." "But we always use nets,"
Jer Nugat began to protest. "Not for me," Otho declared, making sure he was near the microphone. "Nets are for amateurs. Now, watch a professional." As the laborers hastily rolled up the copper gauze nets, Kurt swore beneath his breath.
"That reckless android would have to show off to a crowd, just when Quorn may be getting suspicious."
Otho started climbing a rope toward the highest trapeze platform. He went up hand over hand so fast that the eye could hardly follow him. A cry of astonishment came from the crowd. The band played a pulsing Martian rhythm, and Otho went into his act. He dived straight toward the ground, 100 feet below. A yell of horror broke from thousands of throats. But 10 feet from death, the android caught a hanging rope. He swung in a dizzying arc up toward another trapeze platform, where he landed gracefully. Then he turned and bowed to the audience. The crowd went wild. It was a feat such as no one had ever seen before. No human being could have performed it, of course. It required the utmost dexterity of even Otho, the fastest and most agile of all beings in the system. Gratified by the applause, the android went on with his spectacular act. He swung free on a rope, leaped toward another rope 20 feet away, did 8 somersaults in mid-air, and landed safely. He hopped loosely swinging wires on one hand, flashed between the ropes and wires so swiftly that sometimes he was hardly visible. When he finally slid down and stepped into the spotlight, the applause was terrific.
"You big ham,"
Kurt Newton whispered furiously as Otho paused beside him.
Showing off may make Quorn suspect you, too. He's been watching every move you made."
Otho glanced quickly across the pavilion. Quorn was still standing there. At that moment he was rejoined by the hearer. The freak had brought a small conical metal case.
"I just wanted to show him what a real acrobat could do," defended Otho. "Didn't you hear that applause? Boy, did I go over big."
"Listen to me, you idiotic hunk of rubberoid," Kurt hissed. "While Quorn and the hearer are here, now is your chance to search Quorn's pavilion. He may have the space stones stowed away in some hiding place there. Try to find them."
"Okay, Chief. But you be careful with those damned marsh tigers."
"Get out of here. Jer Nugget's going to announce me," Kurt warned. "If you and I seem too friendly, it'll ruin everything."
As they conversed unnoticeably, the equestrian acts had been on. Star interplanetary riders had shown their skill in managing Earth horses, Jovian lopers, and bucking fierce Saturnian stads.
"And now, our new attraction, ladies and gentlemen,"
the Saturnian proprietor announced.
"The greatest wild animal act in interplanetary history. The ravenous beasts never before tamed by man. The man who tamed them, Kovo, the Swamp Man, and his marsh tigers."
Kurt shambled out like a typical swamp man and bowed clumsily to the crowd.
"Let them into the cage,"
he ordered the waiting laborers. From the round main pen, constructed of stout steelite bars, a passage led outside to the menagerie. Through this passage, prodded on by light touches with an atomic goad, the 6 marsh tigers charged. Roaring deafeningly, clawing viciously at the bars of the big cage, the huge black-scaled beast reared up on their thick hind legs, raising their hideous snouted heads. Their small reptilian eyes were blazing, their great fangs and razor-like talons gleaming. Excited, fearful cries came from the audience. These Venusians knew that marsh tigers, the most terrible beasts of their world, had seldom been captured and never tamed.
"Are you sure you want to go in there?"
Jer Nugget asked Kurt, and this time he spoke sincerely. His face was pale as he stared at the roaring monsters.
"They won't hurt me,"
Kurt said casually.
"Take this atom pistol anyway,"
the Saturnian begged. He insisted on thrusting the weapon into Kurt's belt as Captain Future stepped toward the door of the cage. The entire audience was hushed, tense. The marsh tigers were snarling and quarreling at the side of the cage farthest from the gate. Kurt Newton quietly slipped inside and quickly relocked the door. The scaled beast turned at the click. 12 reptilian eyes glared as the ferocious monsters crouched for the savage leap that no man could stop.
"They're going to kill him!"
screamed a historical Venusian woman in the audience.
"Look!" yelled another voice. "Gods of Venus, look!"
Kurt's hand had pressed the switch of the will dampener instrument in his pocket. The instant the radiated neuronic electric force struck the vicious brains, the crouching marsh tigers relaxed. The will dampener completely blanked out their normal ferocity, making them as docile as kittens. The audience gasped incredulously as 2 of the marsh tigers shuffled up to Kurt. But when he patted the hideous monsters, the Venusians cried out. They burst into thunderous, frantic applause as Kurt mounted the largest and most terrible marsh tiger and negligently pulled its ears.
"Kovo! Kovo!"
the audience yelled in frenzied applause. Kurt Newton turned to bow to the audience. A terrific roar of fury behind him made him spin around. The marsh tigers were no longer docile and submissive. They were crouching again to spring at him. Ophidian eyes glared bestial hate at him, and deadly fangs glittered murderously.
"Devils of space," Kurt muttered. "The will dampener's out of order."
Then he realized that the instrument was still buzzing away in his pocket, radiating its neuronic vibrations. But suddenly the marsh tigers seemed to have become immune to it. Captain Future's eyes flashed around the cage. He knew he was in the greatest peril. The marsh tigers were between him and the door of the cage. They would spring in another instant. His keen eyes, photographing every detail even in that ghastly moment, glimpsed Quorn and the hearer, Back in the shadows of the pavilion entrance, the hearer was holding a conical machine. He was aiming its apex directly at the cage, and Quorn was smiling faintly at Kurt.
"Neutralizing my will dampener in some way," Future muttered. "I knew he suspected."
Abruptly, he shouted to the horror-stricken circus laborers outside the cage.
"Put the copper gauze nets around the cage, quick!"
The sound of Kurt's voice acted as a trigger to the mindless ferocity of the 6 beasts. They charged. Then the audience saw something that none of them would ever forget. Kurt Newton did not wait to be rended by fang and talon. There was one slim chance to escape death. As the marsh tigers sprang, he leaped to meet them. Over the head of the foremost monster he sprang, and landed on its back. Grabbing its neck with one hand, Kurt Newton rode the marsh tiger, using his free hand to fire swift flashes from his atom pistol at the other beasts. To the audience, the big cage was a whirl of black-scaled bodies, in which the man could hardly be seen. To Kurt, it was a mad riot. The marsh tiger he clung to was bucking and rearing in roaring fury to dislodge him, but his hideous mount kept the other marsh tigers from reaching him for the moment, and his atom gun tended further to bewilder them. Though he clung to the beast with all his great strength, Kurt knew that even he couldn't last long. A cold sensation gripped the heart of Captain Future. To die beneath rending fangs in a steelite cage. It couldn't be. He had always known that some day one of his adventures must end in disaster. But he had always thought it would be out in the spaceways, with the white eyes of the familiar stars for witnesses, not in a trap like this beneath the eyes of horrified thousands. Suddenly, the mad bucking and roaring of the marsh tiger stopped. The beast quieted down, stood plaintively purring. The other reptilian monsters had also grown docile again. The laborers outside the cage had succeeded in wrapping the copper gauze nets completely around the cage.
"Just in time,"
Kurt gasped.
"Lucky those workers weren't Quorn's men, or he'd have countermanded my order."
He still felt the reaction of the narrow escape, yet he let none of it show. He turned, dismounting from the quiet monster, and bowed again to the audience. They applauded until the thin metal walls of the pavilion shook wildly. "Kovo! Kovo!" the roar went up. Kurt slipped out the door. Only when he was outside did he turn off the will dampener in his pocket.
"I thought they had you, Kovo,"
Jur Nugget stammered.
"Gods of Saturn, you had me scared."
Kurt shrugged. They were a little unruly tonight. The Saturnian's blue jaw sagged.
"A little unruly,"
he bleated. Kurt ran hastily to the dressing pavilion entrance. Half along the covered way stood a curious-looking machine, as though left there by a careless worker. It was the cylinder that contained Simon Wright.
"Lad,"
rasped the metallic whisper of the brain,
"I came here to warn you. I rode here in this fake body. I heard Quorn speaking tonight to the hearer. He suspects you're Captain Future."
"Your warning's a little late, Simon," Kurt said with a grim chuckle. "Quorn nearly got me a few moments ago. I'm the only man who ever invented and used a will dampener. Remember my demonstrating it last year to the Uranian zoologists? Quorn must have heard of my invention. When he saw me controlling marsh tigers, he figured only a will dampener could do it. Hence, I must be Captain Future. Quorn figured to kill me without seeming to be implicated, as he would be if he used an atom gun. He intended to neutralize my will dampener by using a conical generator of powerful electromagnetic vibrations that blanked out my instrument's force. I guessed what he was doing at once. I had the circus laborers put up the copper gauze nets around the cage to screen it from Quorn's blanketing force. Then my will dampener was able to function again."
"That mixed-breed devil,"
rasped the brain.
"If we don't—"
"Hush, Simon," Kurt interrupted. "Quorn is coming toward us now." Chapter 9. Challenge to the Future Men. Quorn was sauntering toward them, as though casually returning to his own pavilion. The hearer and the conical mechanism that had almost trapped Kurt had disappeared. There was a cool smile on Quorn's smooth, handsome red face, and cold humor in his black eyes, as he confronted Kurt.
"Let me congratulate you on your lucky escape, Kovo,"
the mixed breed said softly.
"I was watching. You were indeed fortunate to escape death."
Despite his anger, Kurt Newton couldn't help grinning. All Quorn's audacity somehow appealed to him. He knew perfectly well that Quorn suspected him of being Captain Future, and he knew that Quorn knew he knew that. Yet the mixed breed faced him fearlessly.
"The marsh tigers were a little out of hand tonight,"
Kurt admitted negligently.
"but I always managed to bring 'em around."
He spoke in the Venusian swamp dialect, though he was sure that Quorn was not deceived by his disguise. Quorn laughed softly.
"Yours is a dangerous career, Kovo. Haven't you ever thought you may some day tempt danger once too often?"
Kurt understood the subtle threat, but he smiled.
"Taming wild beasts is my business. I've subdued a lot of 'em in my time."
"No doubt," Quorn murmured.
"Yet isn't there always a danger that you may meet one you can't tame?"
Future recognized the veiled threat behind the innocent words, and his own reply was two-edged.
"Why, yes, Dr. Quorn," he admitted cheerfully. "I may run up against a wild beast too tough for me to handle, but I've tamed 'em all over the system, and I'm looking for the kind you're talking about."
A tiny shadow darkened Quorn's mocking black eyes and was gone.
"Perhaps you have not pitted yourself against an antagonist of your own caliber,"
he said quietly.
"Perhaps it would be wise, when you meet such an antagonist, to withdraw from a useless struggle and save yourself from—"
He was interrupted by a babble of yells and angry shouts from the direction of the Congress of Freaks. The moon wolf came loping up to Quorn. The human-minded animal's eyes were bright with frightened excitement.
"A prowler has been caught in your private pavilion, Dr. Quorn. The hearer detected him."
Quorn stared suspiciously at Captain Future. Then the mixed-breed scientist hastened after the weird animal.
"What shall we do, Simon?"
muttered Kurt anxiously.
"Otho must have been caught."
Simon Wright had remained motionless and silent in his cylinder while Quorn and Kurt had sparred. Now he spoke quickly in his muffled metallic voice.
"That fool android is a master of getting into trouble."
"I've got to see he doesn't," Captain Future declared anxiously. "Otherwise, Quorn may put him out of the way with that cursed life disintegrator he used on Lester."
"He didn't try that ancient weapon on you in the cage tonight,"
reminded the brain. "That was because he dared not use it in the open before so many witnesses. He wanted to make it seem that the marsh tigers had turned on me. But Otho's in real danger. You wait here, Simon. You mustn't be seen moving or talking." Captain Future hastened toward the motion of voices from Quorn's private pavilion. The hideous freaks were gathered around Quorn and the Martian girl Narala. His face dark and menacing, Quorn was confronting a cocky white Ganymedian, at whom the hearer and the chameleon man trained atom pistols.
"You're the new acrobat that joined the circus," Quorn was saying dangerously to Otho. "Why are you prowling in my private pavilion?"
"It's nothing to blow your rockets about," Otho answered with assumed annoyance. "I'm new to the show, and I blundered in here by mistake."
"He's lying, Doctor," the hearer grated. "When I came back with the instrument you told me to return here, I heard this fellow searching through your belongings."
"A spy, then?" Quorn asked with murderous calm. "Of course. I should have known. The ultra-acrobat, the only being in the system who could do those impossible tricks."
"Good, weren't they?" Otho said blandly. "I sure gave the people in there a good show tonight."
"Too good," replied Quorn. "You gave your identity away, too."
Narala's eyes flashed with feline fury.
"You mean he's one of them?"
she cried to Quorn.
"Then why waste time?"
From among the tense ring of freaks strode the huge figure of the strong man of space.
You want me to take this snooper out and break him in half, boss? Grag bellowed.
No, Quorn said softly. There are other ways.
Kurt thought it time to intervene before Otho and Grag made a break and precipitated a crisis. He pushed past the freaks. Quorn turned sharply.
You!
He exclaimed. Then he smiled thinly.
I might have known.
I heard the ultra-acrobat was in trouble, Kurt broke in coolly. He's a friend of mine, you know. I'm sure he just blundered into your pavilion by mistake. I'd let him go if I were you.
You would you?
Quorn murmured softly.
And if I don't?
Kurt's tanned hand was near the belt of his swamp jacket, where the proton pistol butt protruded. His level eyes clashed with Quorn's, meeting with a tangible shock. If you don't, Kurt said quietly, your conscience may keep you awake. The freaks edged back. An electric tension had suddenly reared like a charged wall between the two men. Narala's eyes glared pure hatred at Kurt.
"Are you going to let him take his spy out of your hands?"
she accused the mixed breed. "Of course," Kurt said with a taunting little laugh. "If you wish to try stopping me." It was an open challenge to Quorn. Kurt hoped fervently that the mixed breed would accept that challenge and draw his concealed weapon. It would give Kurt a chance to have it out with him in a fair fight once and for all, though Kurt knew well that the deft magician might be even faster on the draw than he was. But Quorn smiled inscrutably.
"You'd take the risk of fighting it out, wouldn't you?" he said to Captain Future. "It won't work. I shall take no chances of losing such a fight with you. I won't draw my atom gun, and I know quite well that you, the champion of the law, won't force me."
Kurt pretended puzzlement, though he understood perfectly. "Come on," he ordered Otho. "These fellas are space-struck, I guess." As he left the pavilion, Kurt heard Grag speak up loudly.
"Say, boss, somebody mislaid my thinking machine. If I find out who did it, I'll break 'em in half."
"Find your machine yourself, and don't bother me," Quorn retorted. "I have other things to think of."
Kurt and Otho walked swiftly till they were well away from the pavilion of freaks, for they had learned the capabilities of the hearer for eavesdropping. Not until they were approaching the dark main circus, where the brain was, did Captain Future speak. "You certainly scrambled the orbits for us in there, Otho. How the devil did you let yourself be caught?"
"That cursed hearer," swore the android. "I swear the fellow's unhuman. I wasn't making sound enough to be heard a foot away. Yet somehow he heard and gave the alarm."
"You didn't find Quorn's 4 space stones?"
"No, they're not in his pavilion. I made sure of that. The damned mixed breed must be carrying them on him. I'll catch him alone some dark night and snatch them from him. It'll be easy."
"No use," Kurt stated. "He doesn't carry the space stones on him. First thing I did when I got here was to use an X-ray scanner on him secretly to see if he had them on his person. He doesn't." They had reached the dark entrance where the cylinder that contained the brain still rested. Grag came hurrying up as Kurt and Otho reached the brain. In the darkness, Kurt spoke in a quick whisper to the 3 future men. "Mustn't be seen together, or you and Grag will be suspected, Simon. Quorn knows I'm Captain Future, and that the ultra-acrobat is Otho, but he doesn't suspect you two. Here's how it stands. The 4 space stones Quorn has already secured are not in his pavilion, nor on his person. Therefore they must be in his ship, the Rissman cruiser that transports his freak show from world to world with the circus." "Then, lad," said the brain immediately, "our best chance to find the stones will be when Grag and I are in that ship with the freaks, on the way to Mars for the next stop." "The circus leaves for Korak on Mars a week from now," Kurt said. "Yes, I think you'd better not try anything until you're actually on the way, Simon. Grag, you obey his orders utterly." "Yes, master," boomed the robot obediently. "But I am afraid for you. Quorn will use the life disintegrator or some other means to put you out of the way." Otho and I will have to look out for ourselves, Kurt answered. Quorn may not try anything till we get to Korak. He must figure on getting the other 3 space stones somewhere on Mars. I overheard a few words between him and Narala, the brain said. I gathered that the fanatic Martian cult, the Sons of the Two Moons, are to tell him where the other stones are when he reaches Mars. So that's it, Kurt muttered. The cunning devil's using those Martian fanatics as his tools, eh? He mustn't get those other 3 stones. We can't allow the secret power of Thuro Thun, whatever it is, to fall into the hands of that brilliant, unscrupulous fiend.
Why in hell's name don't we just grab the whole crew of cursed conspirators and throw them into interplanetary prison?
Otho demanded furiously. Can we prove one single charge against them? Kurt demanded with equal fury. Not unless we actually find the 4 stolen space stones in his possession. As Simon says, our best chance to find them will be for him and Grag to search the ship en route to Mars. I'll televise Ezra Gurney and Joan to trail the circus in the comet. We'd better not try to meet again until we reach Mars. Do your absolute best to find those space stones, Simon. Aye, lad, rasped the disguised brain. And you take care, for Quorn will surely strike at you sooner or later. Yet in the week that passed, Quorn made no attempt on Kurt Newton's life, nor had Otho been menaced. As the night approached for the circus to leave Venus, Future felt uneasy. Quorn has something up his sleeve to use against us, he muttered, as he watched the mixed breeds freaks and properties being loaded above the big, fast Rissman cruiser. I wish I knew what.
We'll finish his tricks for him on Mars, Otho vowed.
The circus ships began lifting with roaring rocket tubes. The ponderous crew Cholo freighters clambered up first, followed by Quorn's Rissman. Kurt looked after it with deep foreboding as it blasted off to Mars. Chapter 10. Sons of the Two Moons. Down over night-clad Mars, like the brooding, murmuring voice of long-dead glories, murmured the cold wind from the polar snows. It wailed in a low, keening dirge across the desert drylands that stretched in every direction beneath the 2 brilliant, hurtling moons. Into the ancient Martian city of Korak blew that icy breath, searching the crumbling stone streets and time-eaten walls, domes and bulbous, unearthly towers. To the few Martian men and women abroad in the older part of the city, the wind was an unwelcome, frigid breath, against which they wrapped their synth-wool mantles more tightly. Most of the red-skinned, stilt-legged Martian men in the streets were heading southward toward the spaceport, where the brilliant diffraction sign of the newly arrived interplanetary circus already glowed in the moonlit sky. But a few citizens of the Red Planet were quietly moving toward a certain squat ancient cement tower in the west part of Korak, near the great main west canal. In a small room high in that tower, illuminated by a feeble uranite bulb, Quorn sat, wrapped in a heavy cloak, waiting. His handsome face was brooding. His eyes gleamed with disgust as he looked around the crumbling walls and the lifelike murals of ancient Martian combats.
Dead, like everything else on Mars,
he mused ironically.
These people live in the past, in the forgotten era, when Mars was great and glorious.
Narala, where in space are you? The Martian girl entered, brilliantly beautiful in her tight saffron bodice and slit skirt. But there was a hint of danger in the slumbrous depths of her dark eyes as she looked at the mixed breed.
I am here, she said, and I am no Shulat, to be called to heel like that. I've killed men for less.
Quorn smiled.
I've no doubt you have. That's why I'm so fond of you, Narala. You're so damnably and single-mindedly wicked. At least there's no hypocrisy about you.
The girl's passion faded. Her slender red hand touched his shoulder with possessive tenderness.
Where is that old fool Situi?
He asked. She shrugged her faultless shoulders.
"Down below, greeting the sons of the 2 moons as they arrive for the meeting. He said he would give you the signal to come down and speak to them."
"I was hoping I wouldn't have to reel off more nonsense to those fanatics," Quorn said wearily. "Why doesn't C-Twee tell me where the other 3 space stones are? He said he knew."
"He'll tell you later,"
Narala reassured him.
"He just wants to be dramatic about it."
"Children, all of them, with their outworn pretense of restoring the glories of Mars,"
complained the mixed breed.
"and I have to act with them to get possession of the space stones."
"But is it not worth it?"
exclaimed Narala, her dark eyes aglow.
"With the power of Thuro-Thun in your hands, you'll have power, riches, pleasures, everything you want."
Quorn looked at her, his handsome face oddly disdainful.
"You think that's why I seek power? For pleasure and fame? You don't know me yet. Power to me means power to break all laws, crush all objectors, sweep aside all obstacles, in search for ultimate scientific truths. I tried it on Earth a few years ago, and the sentimental fools called my ideas hideous and sent me to Cerberus prison. But wait till I have Thuro-Thun's power. Then I'll carry out my ideas on a planetary scale."
Narala shrank from him.
"I do not understand,"
she breathed.
"Of course you don't. What would a super-beautiful wildcat, with a heart black as outer space, know of scientific ambition? But any great scientist would understand, even though my plans would horrify him. Even Captain Future, though he plans to destroy me, would understand."
"Captain Future? That shrewd devil?"
Hate and fear glittered in the Martian girl's eyes.
"Why haven't you killed him before now? You know he's Kovo, the tiger tamer."
"You don't kill a man like Future right after learning his identity,"
Quorn said regretfully.
"Plenty of men have tried it in the past, and they no longer exist. He's too competent a scientist to be caught in simple traps, or to be surprised twice by even a weapon like the life disintegrator. He and I are probably the greatest scientist in the system's history. It's a pity that one of us must destroy the other."
"You are contradicting yourself," Narala said perplexedly. "You have told me that you carry an old grudge against him and the future men, that an old feud demands their deaths, yet you speak of them almost with approval."
Quorn laughed.
"That's the Earth attitude I inherited, Narala, and that's something no other race has ever been able to understand. Why, Earthmen are able to meet even their deadliest enemies with a smile and a pleasant word. But the Venusian in me tells me not to worry about enemies at all, to forget such unpleasant things and enjoy beauty. Yet the part of me that is Martian orders me never to forget the wrong done me long ago by the future men. And I will not forget."
A thin, scrawny Martian stuck his head timidly into the room.
"C-Twee bade me report that the sons are all gathered and waiting for you,"
he blurted, and hastily departed.
"Now for the play-acting,"
Quorn said ironically, as he rose and removed his cloak.
"I must toss these fools hope, as one tosses a chulat a bone."
With Narala following, the mixed breed strode down the dusky, chill stairways of crumbled cement into a big room in the base of the ancient tower. It was circular, its windows masked by curtains. A cluster of uranite bulbs in the ceiling shed a glow on more than 100 Martians. C-Twee, the old hollow-eyed Martian leader of the fanatic cult, stood on a low dais at one side of the room. Quorn stepped up beside him, every eye turned hopefully on the handsome, straight figure of the mixed-breed scientist as he faced them.
Brothers of the two moons, Quorn said in a low, clear voice, the secret of Thun shall soon be in our hands at last, if you continue your praiseworthy obedience. Then our common dream will be realized. The glory of Mars will blossom again.
Quorn saw the eager, almost pathetic emotion that shone on every face. He glimpsed Narala, standing at the far side of the room, smiling veiledly as she listened to him. Before Quorn could continue, a big, stalwart Martian with a grizzled, hard face stepped forward.
"Is it permitted me to ask a question?" he asked.
"It is Moose Sigu, one of our brothers from Syrtis," Tui said. "What would you ask, brother?"
Moose Sigu spoke challengingly to Quorn.
"We sons of the two moons in the equatorial cities grow impatient with your promises, Dr. Quorn. We expected you to have this mysterious secret of Thun before now. Maybe you have the formula, and are trying to keep it for yourself?"
Quorn felt cold fury at this shot that came so close to the truth, yet he knew better than to let his temper master him.
Your leader, Tui, knows that we do not have the secret yet. I have secured only 4 of the 7 space stones, and must acquire the other 3 before the world-shaking power of Thun will be ours.
"It is so, brothers," Tui assured the crowd. "But there is good news. We have located the other 3 space stones. After this meeting, we will impart their location to Dr. Quorn, so that he may secure them as he has the others."
"Unless Captain Future interferes,"
warned the girl Narala. An exclamation of fright went up from the fanatic throng.
"Is Captain Future working against us?" cried one. "Then there's danger. The whole system knows that the Planeteer and his future men are death to have against you."
"Don't worry," Quorn assured them. "Future has met his match in me. He's been hanging on my trail for days without being able to accomplish anything. He'll soon be out of our way. I have an old score to settle with Future and the Future men."
The grizzled Martian, Moose Sigu, spoke loudly.
"Tell me where Future is, and I'll kill him. I'm not afraid of him."
"Don't worry,"
Quorn repeated coldly.
"I've already made plans to take care of our enemy."
"You have heard the vow that soon the power of Thun will be ours, brothers," Tui addressed the crowd. "We must not continue this meeting longer, for the planet police are suspicious of us. Go now, and soon you shall be called together again to hear of our final success."
The Martian cultists began to leave unobtrusively one by one. Quorn felt a sense of relief. It was a strain to play his part with these fanatics. Being the shrewdest, most ruthless of realists himself, he could not understand their intense devotion.
"I'll be glad when all this is over," he mused. "It's bad enough keeping Future off my back, without having to juggle with these monomaniacs, too."
Tui and 2 other leaders of the Sons of Two Moons gestured to Quorn. He followed them into a small chamber behind the dais. Narala had returned to the tower room. In the small chamber, Quorn faced Tui and the others.
"Well, you said you had located the other 3 space stones?" he urged tautly.
Tui nodded.
"It took all the resources of our organization to track them down. But it is going to take all your resources, Dr. Quorn, to get them."
"Where are they?"
"One of the space stones," Tui replied, "is on Deimos. The jewel is in the possession of a Martian who has an estate on that moon. He poses as a retired shipping magnate, but he's really the retired space pirate Rock Olor. Among the hoard of loot he still has is the space stone he took in a foray years ago."
"Good," Quorn said. It shouldn't take long to get Rockalor's space stone, once I've put Future out of our way. Where are the other 2 space stones?
They're on the Pleasure Planet, that asteroid gambling paradise outside the limitations of system law. Boobasum, the fat spider who fleeces all who come there, has the 2 space stones. They were lost to him by their former owners who came there and gambled their fortunes away.
It'll be harder getting those 2 stones, Quorn said reflectively. Boobasum is no fool. But I'll do it, never fear. As soon as I get rid of Future and his cursed partners, I'll get the space stone at Deimos. Then I'll leave the circus and visit the Pleasure Planet to get the last 2 jewels.
Dr. Quorn, can't you tell us what this secret power of Thun is?
Twee asked hesitantly.
You're the only man in the system who even suspects what it is. I know you said you weren't quite sure of it yet, but I believe that the leaders of the organization should be told what you have surmised.
Quorn shook his head.
No, Twee. I dare not give you misleading ideas. I will not be certain until I get all the stones and have Thun's complete formula. This much I will tell you. If my deductions are correct, the possessor of that secret will have absolute power over worlds.
The 3 Martian fanatics looked at him in speechless awe. Meanwhile, Narala had become restive as she waited in the chill, dimly lit tower room above. The lithe Martian girl shrugged impatiently and started down to the chamber. She stopped on the topmost step, stiffening like a Venusian swamp cat that scents peril. She drew a tiny atom pistol from her bodice.
"Mus Sigu," she breathed. "But why is he here?"
The big circular room into which she was looking down was almost deserted, for the sons of 2 moons had dispersed, all but one. The exception was Mus Sigu, the grizzled Martian from Syrtis, who had dared to challenge Quorn. He crouched against the door of the chamber, in which were Quorn, Twee, and the other leaders of the cult.
"A spy," whispered Narala fiercely.
No hunting panther of any of the 9 worlds could have moved more silently than the Martian girl. Soundless as a shadow, she approached Mus Sigu as he listened intently at the door. Narala suddenly thrust the tiny pistol against the Martian's back.
"Turn around and draw no weapon,"
she ordered venomously. Mus Sigu turned, startled. In that moment of amazement, the grizzled Martian's hard face looked different. But at once he regained control of his features. That instant, though, had been enough to reveal an incredible fact to Narala.
"You," she whispered. "You're not Mus Sigu. You're made up like him. You're Captain Future."
Chapter 11. On the Martian Moon. Instantly Captain Future, for it was he in the disguise of Mus Sigu, felt the peril of his position as he faced the Martian girl. Before she could scream in alarm, he acted with all the audacity and unexpectedness that made the resourceful wizard of science most dangerous when cornered. In the art of echo-ventriloquism, there was no greater master in the system. Future's eyes photographed in an instant the angle of the walls behind Narala. He turned slightly, without moving his lips or throat. He spoke in the deep, booming voice of Grag the robot. That cunningly disguised voice seemed to issue directly behind the Martian girl.
"Shall I kill her, master?"
Narala's eyes flashed with startled fear. She turned with cat-like swiftness. Then, remembering the famous tricks of Captain Future, she spun quickly back to Kurt, but she was too late. Kurt Newton grabbed her mouth and gripped the wrist of her gun hand.
"Thought you'd fall for that one," he smiled. "Stop fighting, you darned wildcat."
Narala was indeed struggling in his grasp with the fury of a trapped feline. Kurt hastily pressed a finger against a spot at the side of her forehead, numbing a vital nerve. The girl went limp all at once. Holding her sagging form, Kurt listened intently. There was no sound of alarm from beyond the door. He had kept the pseudo-voice of Greg pitched low.
"Better blast out of this cursed place at full rocket," Kurt muttered.
His gray eyes gleamed.
"We're doing better, thanks."
He lifted the unconscious Martian girl in his stalwart arms and strode hastily out of the old tower. The streets of old Korak were dark and silent, swept by the freezing polar wind. Few people were to be seen. Most of the Martians had been drawn to the interplanetary circus, which was setting up its pavilions near the spaceport. Captain Future knew Korak, as he knew every important city in the 9 worlds. He strode noiselessly but swiftly through dark alleys and crumbling arcades, keeping out of the light of brilliant Phobos and Deimos. He emerged into the open plain on the side of the city opposite the spaceport. Kurt's keen eyes searched the moonlit plain as he moved on more slowly. Nothing was to be seen but whisking desert devils of wind-blown sand. Far in the north glittered the edge of the polar snows.
"Ezra and Joan should be right here with the comet," Kurt said under his breath. "If Quorn somehow stopped them."
"Getting kinda careless, ain't you, Future?"
The drawling voice behind made Kurt spin sharply around, his proton gun leaping into his fist. Ezra Gurney had risen from behind a concealing dune. The old man's withered face wore a grin of enjoyment.
"Surprised you, huh? First time I ever managed to slip up on you."
"I must be getting stupid," Captain Future said ruefully. "You're the second one who's pulled that trick on me tonight."
"What's up?"
Ezra asked eagerly.
"That's Quorn's girl you're carrying, ain't she? Where'd you pick her up?"
"She picked me up," Kurt admitted. "Damn near got me. I was so busy eavesdropping I let her surprise me."
"Where's the comet?" "Right over here between 2 dunes," Ezra said, leading the way. "Joan and I have been waiting here since we trailed you and the circus in."
Kurt felt a vivid satisfaction at the sight of the small teardrop craft, concealed in the shadow between 2 tall sand dunes. As he entered the compact cabin laboratory of the ship, Joan Randall eagerly ran forward to meet him. She stopped suddenly. "Who is that?" she asked, frowning at the Martian girl Kurt was setting down in a chair.
"Ain't jealous, are you?"
Ezra asked significantly.
"Of course not,"
Joan denied, flushing. She looked up at Kurt.
"What about Dr. Quorn?"
Kurt told them rapidly what he had done after joining the circus.
"When I reached here with the circus, I found out from police records that a certain Moose Segu was known to be a member of the Sons of the 2 Moons. I wanted to penetrate the organization, to be there when Quorn expounded his plans to it. So I had Moose Segu arrested, made myself up as his double, and took his place. I did learn something, too, before Narala surprised me. 2 of the space stones Quorn hasn't acquired are in the possession of Bubas proprietor of the Pleasure Planet. The other space stone is on Deimos, owned by a certain retired space pirate named Rock Olor."
"Rock Olor!"
The name burst explosively from Ezra Gurney's lips.
"Why, Rock Olor disappeared 30 years ago. He's supposed to have died right after."
"It seems he didn't die, Ezra. He went into retirement as a supposedly honest ex-planter on Deimos."
"That blasted old space fox," Ezra Gurney swore. "He always was the most tricky devil in the system. Many's the time he gave me the slip in the old patrol days, after I'd trailed him for weeks."
"I'm going to Deimos at once to get the space stone he has before Quorn can get it," Kurt said.
"And I'm going with you," Ezra snapped. "Wait till that old buzzard sees me step in and arrest him after all these years."
"It'll only take us a few hours to get to Deimos and back," Captain Future added. "We'll take this girl Narala with us, but there's something I want to find out from her. In the meantime, I want you to carry a message to Otho, Joan. Tell him to stage a big rumpus of some kind when he puts on his ultra-acrobat act in the circus tonight."
Joan nodded. "I'll tell him. Then I'll come back here and wait for you."
She slipped out of the comet and hastened across the moonlit dryland toward the lights of Korak. With Captain Future's hand on the throttles, the teardrop ship zoomed up into the sky. Rushing out through the thin Martian atmosphere, it headed at terrific pace toward the hurtling bright little sphere of Deimos. As the little moon broadened out in the foreport of the control room, old Ezra Gurney sat staring at it, with fierce eagerness in his faded eyes.
"Just wait till I get my hands on that old devil Rock O'Lore," he kept repeating. "To run him down, after all these years."
"We've got to find him first," Kurt reminded. "He'll be living under some false name. Call the Syrtis office of the Planet Police on Mars. Describe Rock O'Lore as you remember him, and ask them what planter of that description lives on Deimos." As Ezra obeyed, Kurt rapidly removed the disguise which had enabled him to assume the identity of Moose Sigoo. Removing waxite pads from his cheeks, he washed off the red skin stain and discarded the cunningly devised aids which had given him a stilt-like Martian figure. Ezra Gurney reported as Kurt finished the task.
"Retired planter, living near the South Pole of Deimos. He calls himself Zex Iza, but he answers Rock O'Lore's description. He's our man."
Soon the comet was dropping toward the surface of Deimos. The night side showed as a tiny green world of park-like estates. Having been given atmosphere and hydrosphere by synthetic air and water creators, the little satellite was a favorite residence of wealthy Martians, whose gravitation equalizers enabled them to live comfortably there. Kurt Newton landed not far from a gleaming chromaloy mansion. Small but exquisitely beautiful, it was set amid formal Martian gardens. "That's the house," Captain Future declared. "Come on, Ezra."
"What about the girl?"
Ezra asked. Narala still lay unconscious in the space chair. "She won't come to until I bring her out of it," Kurt replied. He and the veteran emerged into the soft night of Deimos. Mars hung in the sky like an immense dull-red moon. Flower scents made the warm breeze fragrant. It was easy to see why rich Martians preferred this blossoming little world to Mars. Captain Future and Ezra strode rapidly toward the chromaloy house. Their gravitation equalizers had automatically adjusted to the lighter gravitation.
"Just watch Rock O'Lore's face when he sees me and realizes he's going to Cerberus prison,"
crowed Ezra. As they entered the vestibule, a Martian servant came into the dimly lighted marble hall to greet them. "Just two friends to see Zex Iza," Kurt said easily. "We'd rather not give names. We want to surprise him." They heard a limping step. A small, shriveled-looking Martian of advanced age, with a scarred, seamed face and proud, brilliant eyes, entered the vestibule. When he saw Ezra Gurney, he went rigid.
"Devils of Mars! Captain Gurney of the patrol!" "Marshal Gurney now, Rock," drawled Ezra. "Surprised to see me, huh? Thought the police never was going to find you."
Rock O'Lore's shriveled figure seemed to sag for a moment. Then he raised his bald head defiantly.
"No, Gurney. I always felt that some day you would find me. I kept trying to tell myself it was nonsense, that I was safe here till I died. But underneath I wasn't sure. You always track a man till you get him." "Well, Rock," said Ezra in a somewhat softer tone, "the fact is that I stumbled on you by accident. This is Captain Future here. He spotted you."
Rock O'Lore looked long and speculatively at Kurt Newton.
"So, you're this Captain Future we all hear about," he said at last. "You must be all they say you are to have tracked me here. Guess maybe you'd have outmatched any of us pirates in the wild days."
"Sorry to have to expose you after all this time, Rock O'Lore," Kurt said uncomfortably. "But you realize the old charges against you still hold, and that Ezra must arrest you."
"I know that. I ask no mercy."
"You can help me out in a big case," Kurt went on earnestly. "If you do, I'll see that you get the shortest possible sentence." Rock O'Lore shrugged.
"I haven't so long to live. Even the shortest sentence on Cerberus will finish me. But I'll help you if I can."
"You've got a space stone, haven't you?" Kurt pursued. Rock O'Lore drew back, surprised.
"Yes, I have a space stone.
I took it in a raid on the Venus shipping lanes years ago, before I retired. It belonged to some Venusian collector who was on board." "That was the raid you carried out off Earth's orbit, wasn't it?" Ezra yelped. "I remember it. How the hell did you escape that time? You seemed to just melt into thin space."
"That was an easy one," Rockolord reported, a faint grin on his shriveled face. "We put out our halos for protection and ran beyond Mercury right close to the sun. Then we circled half around and lined out for Mars and the asteroid zone."
"I'll be damned," swore Ezra. "We never figured you had halo equipment, and that's where we slipped. Say, you remember the time I was chasing you out past Saturn, and you—"
"First, what about the space stone?" Kurt interrupted.
"I'll get it," Rockolor said. "It's in my safe."
He came back in a few moments, holding out the jewel. Eagerly, Future took it. Yellow in color, faceted as sharply as if it were new, it blinked and burned in the palm of his hand. Kurt hastily took his little X-ray scanner from his belt. He applied its radiation to the space stone, holding the gem close to his face. Into his mind, as the hard radiation freed the mental record in the gem, came that thin, remote voice of the past.
"A small generator must be constructed, which shall be capable of emitting vibrations within the 13th division of the 8th octave of the electromagnetic spectrum. These are the carrier waves, which must be so projected by the generator as to enclose the subject and affect every atom of his body and clothing."
Captain Future turned off his scanner and stared at the space stone with deeply thoughtful eyes. Remembering the other 1/7 of the secret he had learned from Yale's space stone, his super-keen scientific mind was trying to find a connection. Faint, dawning intimations of what Thurothune's secret might be crept into Kurt's mind. It seemed fantastic, yet it might be. And if Thurothune's secret was that—
"No wonder Quorn's so eager to get it," Kurt muttered. "Good Lord! Imagine power like that in any one man's hands."
He stopped wondering. Rockolor's thin voice and the drawl of Ezra Gurney recalled him to his surroundings.
"Sure, you were far and away the best space fighter the patrol ever had," the old pirate was telling Ezra. "You whipped that Uranian bandit, Deimos, in a fair space fight. And the Falcon, the greatest pirate of all. Nobody but you two saw that fight, but I sure wish I had."
Ezra's faded eyes went bleak and strange for a moment, as the veteran looked far back into the memory of crowded years.
"Yes, the Falcon was the greatest space fighter of all," he whispered. "God rest his soul."
Rockolor looked puzzled, but Captain Future understood the sudden tenderness in the old crime hunter's voice. Only to Kurt did Ezra ever reveal the fact that the Falcon had been his young brother. "We've got to be going, Rockolor," Kurt said quietly. The old pirate nodded calmly.
"Want to search me for atom guns before you take me in, Ezra?"
Ezra looked dismayed. All the eagerness with which he had looked forward to arresting Rockolor seemed to have evaporated.
"Listen, Future," Ezra said. "After all, Rock is a pretty old man now. He hasn't been a pirate for years."
Kurt saw what was coming, but refrained from smiling. "I know," he said solemnly. "What about it?"
Ezra squirmed. "Well, you said you was going to see. He got mercy from the court for giving you the space stone, didn't you? They'll just let him off anyway, so why bother taking him in?"
"What? Leave him here?" Kurt asked in mock horror. "But I thought you were keen on arresting your old enemy."
"Captain Future, when you get as old as me, and meet a feller you fought against in the old days when you was young, and talk it over with him, you don't want to arrest him. You're sort of glad to see him, in fact. Let's leave Rock alone, huh?"
Kurt grinned.
"You sentimental old fraud."
"All right, that goes, Rockolor.
You've helped me considerably with this space stone. As far as we're concerned, you're still just Zex Iza, an ex-planter." Tears glistened in Rock Olor's eyes, but his voice was steady.
"Thanks, both of you. Goodbye, Ezra." "Goodbye, Rock, you old devil," grinned the police veteran. They gripped hands.
Chapter 12. Grag Gets Orders. Again in the comet, clear of Deimos and rushing back toward the big red parent planet in the sky, Kurt turned the controls over to Ezra Gurney. "I have a few things to ask this girl of Quorn's," he explained. Kurt pressed and massaged the temples of the unconscious Martian girl, using his skillful Venusian therapy, till she awoke. "Narala, I won't waste time," he said crisply. "Quorn has 4 space stones. He has them hidden somewhere in that Rissman space cruiser of his. Where are they?"
"Do you really expect me to tell?"
she retorted mockingly. "You might as well," Kurt stated. "You'll tell eventually anyhow." Narala's mood seemed to change. She looked at him with curious speculative admiration in her dark eyes.
"You are not the kind of man to threaten a girl, Captain Future," she murmured. "Especially a girl like me."
She moved closer to him. The subtle alien perfume of her midnight hair reached him. Her eyes had a soft, almost eager glow.
"You are a strong man, Future. Perhaps even stronger than Quorn. I like men who blaze with a great trail across the worlds. I could like you."
"And your friend Quorn?" Kurt Newton reminded her. She shrugged indolently, smiling up at him.
Quorn wearies me, but no woman would ever grow weary of you."
Kurt laughed. "It's a swell act you're putting on, Narala, but you might as well save it. I'm not falling for it." She recoiled furiously from him.
"You're not human. You're cold as the robots who reared you. Or else it's that Earth Girl agent."
"Never mind her," Kurt snapped. "Where are Quorn's space stones hidden in his cruiser?"
"You'll never learn from me."
"No?" he asked softly. "I think I will. Look at this." Suddenly he grasped her head and held up the ring he wore. Captain Future's famous emblem ring, the 9 planet jewels revolving around the glowing sun jewel. The planet jewels began spinning and reversing in a bewildering way as Kurt held it in front of Narala's eyes. He was using the ring as a hypnosis inducer, as he had used it many times before. Narala tried to turn her head aside, but Kurt held her so firmly that she had to look at the flashing jewels. Presently her struggle ceased, and a dull, hypnotized glaze came over her eyes. "You will answer any question I ask," Kurt stated.
"I will answer,"
she said in a mechanical voice. "Where does Quorn keep the 4 space stones hidden in his ship?"
"They are in Rissman's #1 cyclotron."
"They'd be annihilated in the cyclotron," Kurt exclaimed.
"The space stones are in a small tube that is proof against the raging atomic force inside the cyclotron."
"Damned clever," Captain Future admitted with grudging admiration. "All right. You will awake now." Narala came back to control of her own mind, and instantly realized what had happened.
"You hypnotized me, you red-headed devil!"
She began to beat at Kurt's face with her small fists in raging, untamed fury. Hastily, Kurt tied her into a space chair. "Phew! I don't envy Quorn his life with you," he panted.
"He'll see that you don't live long, Future," she cried murderously. "You'll find you've met your match this time."
Ignoring her, Kurt went back to the control room. Ezra was bringing the comet down into the moonlit desert outside Korak.
"Here's the place, and there's Joan waitin',"
Ezra called out. Joan Randall came running toward Kurt as he emerged from the little ship.
"I saw Otho. and he said he'd put on an uproar they'd never forget when it was time for his act tonight," she reported.
"Good, but it's almost time now for the circus to start," Kurt said. "I'm going to be there and get into Quorn's ship when Otho stages his riot. I know where the 4 space stones are now. You and Ezra wait here, and keep Narala quiet." Running across the moonlit plain, Captain Future made his way around the outskirts of Korak. He reached the spot near the spaceport where the lights of the interplanetary circus glowed. Brassy music told him the big show had started. He slipped shadow-like between parked ships toward Quorn's streamlined Rissman cruiser. Its door was open, but, as he had expected, 2 of Quorn's freaks, the Plutonian dwarfs, stood on guard. There was no sign of Quorn. Kurt guessed he was at his pavilion. "Can't use my invisibility process to get in, with those 2 freaks right in the door," he muttered. "Hope Otho makes enough uproar to draw them away." Captain Future waited in the shadow of a crew Cholo freighter. An hour passed. Then from the main circus pavilion came a terrific clamor. The 2 freaks guarding the Rissman were startled. They edged toward the circus to listen. Kurt slipped at once inside the Rissman. "Keep it up, Otho," he whispered prayerfully. "You're doing fine." He went to the cyclotron room of the cruiser and soon was disassembling the big squat No. 1 cyclotron. A curious sighing sound drifted almost unnoticed to his keen ears. Abruptly, something struck the back of Captain Future's head, and he felt blackness swallow him. Greg had felt worried and baffled ever since the circus had reached Mars. During the voyage from Venus, the disguised robot and the brain had surreptitiously searched Quorn's cruiser for the 4 space stones, but had not found them. They had not dared press the search too far, lest the mixed breed discover that 2 of his freaks were actually Kurt Newton's future men. With the circus set up in Korak, and due to begin its first performance soon, Greg was with Quorn's other freaks in the show pavilion that was the scene of their performance. To the eyes of the other freaks nearby, it looked merely as though the strong man of space were tinkering with his thinking machine. Actually, Greg was whispering to the brain inside the cylinder. "The space stones can't be in Quorn's ship, Simon. We'd have found them if they were. Curtis said they must be there, and I believe him," answered the brain. "Careful. Here comes that cursed hearer," Greg warned. The hearer, always distinguishable by his enormous cup-like ears, glared suspiciously.
Chapter 13. Funeral in Space. Otho ran into the spotlight, bowed, and then swarmed up to the highest trapeze platform. He poised there for his terrific dive to the swinging rope, which always stunned the audiences. Greg leaned his huge weight hard against the big mast, just as Otho dived. A cry of horror went up from the audience as the rope Otho was diving for swung out of line. He made what looked like a superhuman effort. Actually, the disguised android had cunningly calculated it in advance. He barely managed to seize the swinging rope. A roar of voices from the audience told of their relief at the ultra-acrobat's escape. Jur Nugat ran forward in alarm. "Gods of Saturn, you nearly missed the rope," he bleated.
"It was the strong man's fault,"
Otho accused furiously, pointing at Greg.
"He pushed the mast and rope out of line purposely."
"You're crazy," Greg retorted loudly. "You say that again, and I'll boot you clear out of this pavilion."
"You'll what?" Otho shrieked. "Why, you thick-headed, weak-minded excuse for an Earthman, I'll tie you into knots."
The android leaped in at Greg and struck him a furious blow in the face. He pulled his punch, but Greg pretended to stagger.
"I'll kill him for that," Greg roared. "Let me at him. I'll break him in half."
He lunged heavily at Otho, but the android skipped nimbly aside. Snatching up a pavilion stake, he belabored Greg with it. The blows seemed heavy ones, but they were so shrewdly calculated by Otho that Greg scarcely felt them. But to the audience, it seemed that Otho was really trying to kill the strong man.
"Stand still and fight like a man,"
Grag yelled, his huge hands grabbing vainly for the android.
"When I get you, I'll break you in half."
"Catch me first, you big lummox," taunted Otho.
He brought the stake down to Grag's head again in what seemed to all onlookers a killing blow.
"Separate them before they kill each other,"
Jur Nugat was yelling wildly to his men. The whole pavilion was in a wild uproar. Under his breath, as they fought, Grag muttered,
"You're doing swell, Otho. Better let me catch you now."
"All right, you grab me, and I'll pretend you're murdering me," Otho whispered.
Grag swiftly noticed that the battle had brought old Quorn and the hearer to the main pavilion. That encouraged him. He and Otho wrestled and scrapped between masts, stages, and cages. Jur Nugat's men leaped in to separate them, but Grag's mighty arm knocked them back. Roaring, he continued to pursue Otho.
"The strong man's gone crazy," a man shouted. "Keep out of his way."
Otho purposely skipped in a little too close, and Grag succeeded in grasping his arm.
"Here's where I break him in half,"
bellowed the disguised robot.
"Help! The strong man's killing me!"
Otho yelled. As he pretended to struggle with Grag, Otho glanced quickly under his opponent's mighty arm. He saw that Narala, the Martian girl, had suddenly appeared at the edge of the crowd and was speaking excitedly to old Quorn. At once, Quorn and the hearer hastily left with the girl.
"Something's wrong, Grag," Otho hissed.
"Narala just showed up. She was a prisoner in the comet, Jones said, so she must have escaped. She warned Quorn about something, I think. We'd better stop this and find the chief."
"All right. You pretend to slip out of my grip, and I'll chase you out of the pavilion."
Otho pretended to break from the strong man's grasp and fled through the crowd, out of the pavilion. Grag plunged after him. Planet police, who had been called, tried to stop him, but he brushed them aside and tore on after Otho. The whole circus was in uproar. Outside, under the light of hurtling Deimos and Phobos, Grag found Otho looking tensely around.
"No sign of the chief," the android groaned.
"We'll find Simon." They rushed to the freak show pavilion. All the freaks had disappeared, but the thinking machine stood neglected in a corner. From inside the fake machine, the brain spoke swiftly.
"Grag, Otho, something's happened. Quorn came running in and gave orders to the freaks to board his cruiser at once. They didn't wait to pick me up. Quorn seemed excited."
At that moment came a roar of rockets. Through the door of the pavilion, they saw Quorn's big Rissman cruiser flash starward.
"Quorn's blasted off!" Otho cried. "What in hell's name has happened? Where's the chief?"
"Maybe at the Comet with Joan and Ezra," Simon Wright suggested. "We'd better head there at once. Take me out of this silly device. I think Quorn's finished with the circus now, and our disguises aren't going to be any more good to us."
Grag lifted Simon Wright's square transparent brain case from the cylinder disguise. The three future men hastily departed from the clamor at the circus, heading out of Korak toward the drylands northward. They found the Comet in the prearranged location, gleaming like a silvery dream ship in the light of the moons. Ezra Gurney and Joan came running to meet them. The girl had a bruise on her temple.
"The future men! Thank the space gods!" Ezra panted. "We were just starting for the circus. Narala escaped from us. By now that wildcat must have warned Quorn that Captain Future was searching his ship for the space stones."
"Smoking comets," swore Otho. "Was the chief searching Quorn's cruiser? Then the chief's been discovered and captured. The Rissman just took off into space."
For a heartbeat, there was silence among the five comrades.
"That's bad," Ezra mumbled at last. "Captain Future, right in Quorn's hands. And Future had the fifth space stone on him."
"Who cares about the space stones?" Otho cried. "It's the chief himself I'm worried about. Quorn will enjoy killing him. He hates all us future men like poison for some reason." "I ought to quit the patrol," Jones said huskily. "Narala pretended to be in agony from the Venusian nerve-stunning trick Future used to make her unconscious. I loosened her bonds to help her. She struck me down suddenly and escaped from the Comet while Ezra was standing watch outside."
Simon Wright's cold, rasping voice cut in sharply.
"We're wasting time. We must follow Quorn and his outfit to free Curtis. Where would they be going? I know that.
Ezra Gurney cried eagerly.
"Future said the last 2 space stones are on the Pleasure Planet, owned by that fat crook Boobazoom. That's where Quorn'd head, all right."
"The Pleasure Planet? The gambling asteroid that's outside system law?" Simon repeated. "It's not far around the asteroid zone from here. If we lay a course straight toward it in the comet, we should overtake Quorn's cruiser before he reaches there." "Sure we can," Grag cried. "Who ever heard of any Rissman cruiser that could travel as fast as the comet?"
"What are we waiting for, then?" Otho yapped. "Let's get going."
The comet flashed skyward from the moonlit Martian plain. Curving sharply across the brooding section of Old Korak, she arced skyward. A trail of rocket fire streamed behind as the cyclotrons roared to their full capacity. Grag held the controls. They picked up speed, flying out into the star-blazing black vault toward the great belt of asteroids that circles between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. Otho had removed his ultra-acrobat disguise. He relieved Grag at the controls while the robot discarded his own makeup. "Glad to get that cursed artificial flesh off," grunted Grag, as he finally stood, massive and metallic as ever. "Give me a good metal skin that doesn't bruise or cut at every little accident." Eek, Grag's moon pup, had been badly baffled by the disguise of his master. Now it clambered joyfully to Grag's shoulder. Hour followed hour as the comet flew deeper into space. They were threading their way now between the tumbling planetoids and swarming meteors that make the zone the wilderness of space. As they arrowed toward the Pleasure Planet, Otho swept space with the electroscopes, seeking to locate Quorn's ship ahead. Finally he uttered a cry.
"Something's floating ahead, but it's not a ship. It's a body. We'd better stop and check. Maybe the chief managed to get Quorn."
Grag stopped the comet. With a grappling beam, Otho skillfully fished the frozen floating body into the airlock.
"Good Lord,"
Ezra Gurney shouted in unbelieving, gasping horror.
"It's Captain Future's body!" "The chief," Otho whispered, staring. "The chief! Dead!"
Kurt Newton's empty gray eyes stared up at them. Upon his finger was still his unique emblem ring, but in his breast was a gaping, charred wound. "He's dead," the brain said dully. "Master can't be dead," Grag bellowed. "We can bring him back to life some way, Simon." "Nothing can bring back a man whose cells have been frozen in space, even if he didn't have that terrible wound. Quorn killed him and tossed his body into space." Joan Randall's face was agonized. She seemed unable to speak. Old Ezra Gurney's faded eyes were wild.
"I still can't believe it," he choked. "Captain Future, the greatest planeteer of 'em all. He went through more dangers than any other man."
They were silent, for there was nothing to say. The glamorous career of the most audacious figure in system history was over. Their minds were unable wholly to understand that fact. It was Simon who roused them. "There is something for us still to do," he rasped somberly. "Quorn killed Curtis. We shall take vengeance on Quorn, such as the system has never seen before."
"I'll tear him atom from atom,"
Otho raged. Grag sat, still stunned. "Master can't be dead," he muttered. Simon Wright's lens eyes were looking at the inert face of the man in the airlock. The voice of the brain grew thin and cold. "Before we start on the vengeance trail, there is something we must do. We cannot let Curtis's body drift endlessly in space."
"Give him a space funeral, like the old space pirates did, on one of these asteroids,"
Otho suggested hoarsely.
"Aye, space funeral for Captain Future would be best,"
Ezra said. "I agree," the brain replied. "Run the comet up to that little planetoid yonder, Grag." The hurtling world was only a few miles in diameter, a harsh, barren, airless rock. In spacesuits, the future men, Ezra and Joan, emerged from the comet and laid the dead frozen form on a rocky crag. In the starlight, Captain Future's rigid face seemed to be looking up at them. Otho gently took the emblem ring from his finger.
"So it ends," Simon whispered. "The boy we reared on the moon. The man who brought law to the system. It all ends here."
They returned to the comet and cast loose from the planetoid. Grag turned to Otho, who stood at the breech of the ship's proton gun.
"Now,"
rumbled the great robot. Otho unloosed a proton beam of terrific intensity that struck the planetoid on which the dead man lay. The rock began blazing up in dazzling brilliance, consuming itself and the dead man on it. The mighty funeral pyre of space was like a new little sun.
"They'll see merely a new star in all the worlds," the brain said broodingly. "They won't know it's the passing of their champion. Head toward the pleasure planet, Greg. There's nothing left now but vengeance."
Chapter 14. In the Meteor Swarm. Slowly, Captain Future came back to consciousness. His head was throbbing with pain, for he had been knocked unconscious at the circus. Now he felt he was tied to a metal stanchion of some kind. From the steady drone of rocket tubes, he knew he was on a spaceship. Kurt Newton was an expert on interplanetary craft. He could tell one make from another by the sound of their rockets. The deliberate pounding of a crew cholo was far different from the staccato rattle of a fast Kalber, or the continuous shriek of a Tark. He recognized the drumming drone that was characteristic of a Rissman cruiser. At once remembrance came to him. He had entered Quorn's Rissman cruiser, had been searching in the No. 1 cyclotron for the space stones, when—
"Knocked out and captured, like a green space boy,"
Captain Future groaned disgustedly.
"How the devil did they do it, without my hearing them come up behind me?"
He forced his eyes open. He was tied to a stanchion in one corner of a small bare metal cabin. One small porthole window gave a limited view of the star-jeweled vault of space.
"Heading through the asteroid zone,"
Kurt muttered, observing the position of stars.
"Straight for the pleasure planet. I might have known."
As the door opened, Kurt stiffened in his bonds. Quorn and Narala entered, followed by the cup-eared hearer and the chameleon man. Quorn's handsome red face was composed, but there was a gleam of exultation in his eyes. He greeted Kurt with ironical courtesy.
"Feeling better, Captain Future?"
"I've been unable to look in until now. Had to lay a course through the asteroid zone." "How did you knock me out so efficiently?" Kurt asked coolly. "Just as a matter of scientific interest, I'd like to know."
"I'm glad to tell you. My Plutonian dwarfs are experts in the use of the Plutonian sound spear, the boomerang that's attracted by sound. It always hits its mark, even around corners. Also, just a matter of scientific interest, Future. Why wasn't I able to kill you in the circus? I turned the life disintegrator force on you several times when you weren't looking. It hadn't the slightest effect on you."
Kurt smiled. "That was easy. I realized from my examination of Lester's body that a certain chemical paint would be proof against the life disintegrator force. I painted myself under the swamp man makeup. Otho didn't need any, for the force wouldn't affect synthetic flesh."
"You are a brilliant scientist, Future,"
Quorn exclaimed. "And now that the exchange of compliments is over, what next?" Kurt asked calmly.
"First, the space stone you got at Deimos from Rock Olor," said the mixed breed almost pleasantly. "You beat me to it nicely there, Future, but I know you have that stone on you right now."
Kurt wished he didn't have the space stone in his belt, for a search by the hearer soon discovered it. Quorn's eyes were bright as he took the brilliant stone and stared at it.
5, he muttered. 5 parts of Thurothune's secret. Only 2 more.
2 more space stones, yes, Kurt remarked calmly. Unless I am wrong, there is only 1 more part. The 7th space stone isn't part of the formula, but it is the crux of Thurothune's secret nevertheless. Am I right?" Quorn looked startled. "You've guessed Thorothune's secret?"
"You're the only one beside myself who's ever done so."
Narala had watched with smoldering eyes. Now she cried impatiently, "Why don't you kill him at once?"
"Soon, my dear," Quorn soothed ironically. "I want to be sure that this space stone isn't a clever fake of Future's. Also, I want him to know just who I am before he dies."
"I know well enough who you are, Quorn," Kurt said contemptuously. "You're a renegade scientist who's willing to bring disaster to whole worlds."
"My name is not Quorn at all," said the mixed breed quietly. "Does that surprise you? It's a fact. My mother's name was Quorn, but my Earthman father's name was Victor Corvo."
"Corvo?" Captain Future stiffened with amazement. "You don't mean that your father—"
"Was Victor Corvo," Quorn repeated softly. "He was killed by your robot, android, and brain on the moon years ago, when you and I were infants. Do you understand now why I hate you and your future men so deeply, my dear Captain Future?"
"So that's why Simon, Gregg, and Otho thought there was something familiar about you," Kurt Newton muttered. Then the tan face of the Captain Wizard of Science hardened. "Your father deserved to die, Quorn. He murdered my own parents to steal their scientific secrets. He was a ruthless criminal."
"Despite that, he was my father," All Quorn replied. "We Martians carry feuds from generation to generation. I've waited a long time to settle this account with you and your future men."
Quorn turned to the chameleon man.
"Watch him, while I check this space stone with the others. If it's the real stone, we'll delay no longer the pleasant task of ridding the system of Captain Future."
Quorn left the cabin with Narala and the hearer. The chameleon man remained. Standing with a drawn atom pistol, he watched Kurt with an alert, nervous gaze. Captain Future thrust aside his amazement at discovering that All Quorn was son of Victor Corvo, who had murdered his own father. That explained a lot of things, but it wasn't important now. What was important was the necessity of getting out of this cell and at once. But how? He was tied to a stanchion in the corner of the cabin by stout strips of Plutonian leather. He might be able to work himself loose, for he knew tricks with ropes and knots. But if he tried it, the chameleon man, only a few feet away, would stop him. Kurt Newton attacked the problem with all the resources of his powerful mind, exactly as though he faced some puzzling problem of scientific research. His racing brain examined and rapidly discarded several possibilities. The chameleon man, the hollow-eyed blue Saturnian, who could change color at will, watched Kurt every moment. Now and then the sharp signals of the meteor alarm could be heard from the control room, followed by a blast of rocket tubes to avoid the meteors of the asteroidal wilderness. Each time the cruiser veered, the standing chameleon man lurched to one side or the other, thrown off balance. Kurt noticed that. The fact that his legs were not tied to the stanchion gave Captain Future the opening he had been looking for. He waited, listening tensely for the meteor alarm. It buzzed 3 times, indicating meteors ahead and to the right. The cruiser veered sharply to the left. Kurt groaned inwardly. Why couldn't those meteors have been on the other side? Then his fervent prayer was answered. The distant meteor alarm buzzed twice, warning of meteors to the left. Kurt drew up his knees slightly. An instant later, as he expected, the cruiser veered sharply to the right. The chameleon man was again thrown off balance. He lurched a little to one side, toward Kurt. Captain Future's legs suddenly shot out, caught the guard in the pit of the stomach. The Saturnian freak was hurled back, gasping for breath and unable to shout. His head struck the cabin wall so sharply that he fell unconscious. Instantly, Kurt was busy with the strips of Plutonian leather that held him to the stanchion. Shrinking his arm muscles and slipping his wrists temporarily out of joint proved painful, but Kurt set his teeth and persisted until he had loosened one hand behind him. The chameleon man began returning to consciousness. Kurt worked frantically to release his other hand. The freak staggered dazedly to his feet, just as Future succeeded in freeing himself. The chameleon man grabbed up his atom pistol and leveled it at Kurt's breast. Captain Future leaped in at the freak, diving under the weapon, and used it to force the fire upward. The chameleon man had been pressing the trigger. Kurt's lunge knocked his weapon back. The streak of force from the gun tore into the freak's own breast. He crumpled, dead. Captain Future realized the peril of his predicament. He must get out of this ship, taking Quorn's 5 space stones with him if possible. But escape was more important, to beat Quorn to the Pleasure Planet and the last 2 space stones. Overcoming Quorn and his crew of freaks was out of the question. Kurt knew that too vast an issue depended on him to take such a mad risk. He must use some stratagem. But what? His eye fell on the dead chameleon man. "That's it," he breathed. Kurt Newton still wore the belt which contained his emergency scientific kit and a makeup case. He snatched out the case and began applying his art of disguise to the dead freak. Waxite pads changed the shape of the chameleon man's features. Artificial curly hair, stained red, went into his skull. A smooth cream made his face tan instead of blue. Kurt put his own zipper suit on the dead freak and slipped his emblem ring on the finger of the corpse. "Can get it back later, if my little plan succeeds," he muttered. "Have to risk the ring, though, or everything may fall through." The transformation was uncanny. The dead chameleon man was now an exact duplicate of Captain Future himself. Kurt tied the corpse to the stanchion. Then he went to work with the makeup on himself, staining his face blue, dyeing his hair, changing his features, donning the freak's clothes. When he had finished, Kurt was a double of the dead chameleon man. He had exchanged identities with the freak. "It may work," Kurt whispered tensely. "It has to." The tread of feet outside told him of Quorn's return. Kurt thrust the freak's atom pistol into his own belt. He looked up with assumed nervousness as Quorn, Narala, and the hearer entered the cabin. Quorn saw the dead man tied to the stanchion. The mixed breed turned stormily on Kurt. "You fool! Why did you kill him?" "He was trying to escape," Kurt answered in the whining voice of the real chameleon man. "I had to stop him." "You could have called me," snapped old Quorn. "I wanted the pleasure of seeing him squirm before he died." "He wouldn't have squirmed," Narala said thoughtfully, looking at the dead pseudo-Future. "He was too strong for that." Quorn's rage faded as he stared musingly at the dead man. "You're right," he admitted. "There was real genius to that man, foolish as were the altruistic ideals he followed. Even now that I have settled part of the old feud between his family and mine, I almost regret having extinguished so great a scientist." The mixed breed shrugged. "Well, there is no profit in being sentimental about it. Toss his body out into space." Kurt helped the hearer cast the dead body out through the airlock. It gave Captain Future an uncanny feeling to see what looked like his own dead body drifting off into the starry void. Quorn gazed ahead through the swarming specks of light that were the numberless asteroids and meteor swarms of the zone. "Now for the Pleasure Planet and the last 2 space stones," the mixed breed said to Narala. "We have 5 of them. Just these last 2 to get, Narala." "That may be the most difficult," the Martian girl warned. "Bubasum is wily. It will be hard to trick him." "I beat the unbeatable Captain Future," Quorn reminded her. Casually, Captain Future sauntered back along the passage from the airlock vestibule and entered the cyclotron room. The 6 squat, massive machines were droning steadily, producing the atomic energy which was released from the rocket tubes to drive the swift Rissman. Since the mechanisms were almost completely automatic and controlled from the pilot room, no one was on duty there. Kurt grabbed up a wrench and sprang toward the No. 1 cyclotron. Again, he began removing its radiation-proof cover. "If I can get the stones and escape from this damn ship, things will look up," Kurt panted. "The asteroid of the Hermit of Space isn't far from here. I could contact the comet there." "What are you doing?" demanded a voice from the door. Kurt spun in alarm. The hearer stood at the door, The uncanny freak had detected the sound Kurt made in disassembling the cyclotron, and had come to investigate. Kurt knew he was about to shout an alarm, for suspicion was flaring in his eyes. Captain Future leaped in and brought his gun butt down on the hearer's head, but the freak uttered a broken cry. Shouts from the forepart of the ship answered it. Kurt knew it was too late now to get the space stones. Quorn's suspicions would soon expose the trick of imposture he had played.
"Must get out of here now, or not at all," Kurt gasped.
He plunged toward the airlock vestibule, grabbing a spacesuit and an impeller. Hurriedly, he scrambled into the suit, for he realized that the paramount necessity was to beat Quorn to the pleasure planet. Getting the last 2 space stones was vital. It was too late now to try to get the other 5 stones. Quorn already knew those parts of the formula anyway. Kurt glimpsed Quorn, the Plutonian dwarfs, and the other freaks rushing down the passageway. Captain Future touched the stud that sent the outer airlock door flying open. The air in the lock whiffed out into space. Kurt made a powerful spring into the void, away from the traveling ship. His leap sent him flying far out into the empty star-jeweled blackness, carrying him entirely clear of the ship's gravitational attraction. Looking back, he saw the wristman rocketing on at high speed, but a moment later he bit his lip worriedly. The ship was turning around.
"Coming back after me," he exclaimed.
His keen mind attacked the problem swiftly.
"That swarm's my best bet, if I can make it."
Not far from him rushed a cluster of glinting specks of light, one of the largest of the hurtling, tumbling meteor swarms of the zone. Kurt turned on his impeller, using the rocket flash of the tube to kick him through space toward the massed planetoids. If he could get into the swarm, Quorn wouldn't dare follow him in with the ship. The fact that he would also be in deadly danger scarcely mattered to Kurt. Facing danger was a habit with him. He used the impeller continuously to urge him on toward the swarm. Now he could plainly see it as a great field of whirling, zipping meteors, from sand-grain size to enormous jagged masses. He glanced back again. The wristman was coming after him with all rockets blasting. Quorn had seen and understood the maneuver. He was using every erg of the cruiser's enormous power to cut off Captain Future before he could enter the swarm.
Chapter 15. The Hermit of Space. Looking back, Captain Future had seen the wristman cruiser thundering down on him, plumed with tails of fire from its blasting rocket tubes. Now he realized that Quorn was trying to run him down in space, smash him against the cruiser's bow. Kurt floated in space, waiting, as the ship rushed toward him. It took steel nerve to let that monstrous murder craft boom toward him, but he made no move until the wristman was a few hundred feet away. With a sudden flash of his impeller, he flipped aside. The wristman grazed past, its rocket blast glaring in his eyes. The cruiser curved up sharply to avoid the meteor swarm, rolled over in a sharp space spin. It came around in a broad curve to repeat the maneuver.
"Not this time, Quorn," Captain Future gritted.
The minute the cruiser had passed him, Kurt turned on his impeller full force to carry him to the very edges of the rushing, tumbling, hurtling, whirling planetoids that swarmed between Jupiter and Mars. An instant later, he was flying along with the pack. All he could do was pray for fast reflexes. If one of those jagged rocks hit him, he knew his career was finished. He chuckled as he saw the wristman veer sharply away from the meteor swarm, ending its pursuit. All Quorn apparently was of no mind to risk suicide by following Kurt into the swarm. With visible regret, the wristman turned and moved away, disappearing in a counter-sunward direction through the asteroid zone.
"Continuing to the pleasure planet, to get Boobasum's 2 space stones before I can interfere," Kurt guessed. "Now where is the Hermit of Space's worldlet? If I can call the future men from there to come in the comet, I could still scramble Quorn's orbit."
No man could know the entire complex wilderness that made up the asteroidal zone, but Captain Future knew that maze of tiny worlds and meteors better than any other man. He had friends on some of the little planets. One of those friends was the Hermit of Space. Kurt had figured, before escaping from the wristman, that the Hermit's asteroid was nearby. Emerging with intense relief from the dangerous meteor swarm, Kurt Newton floated in space. He peered through his helmet till he located the small green speck of the hermit's worldlet. He used the impeller to kick himself toward that small point of light. Before long, he was floating down to its surface. It was a green forest-covered park-like little planet, with a clear, thin atmosphere, shining little streams and lakes, and an abundance of strange animals and vegetable life. Captain Future fell toward an open glade in the forest. Though he used his impeller to break his fall, he rolled over and over when he landed. He got to his feet, gasping for breath. "Now, where is the hermit?" he mused. "I suppose the old fanatic is as opposed to science as ever, but he must have a televisor stowed away somewhere for emergency use." Kurt started traveling through the forest in a widening spiral. Presently he found a well-worn path. It led from a fishing place on the shore of a small pond through the forest. After taking time out at the pond to remove his now useless chameleon man disguise, Captain Future followed the clearly marked path. Pale sunlight flickered down through the queer flat fronds of the green-trunk trees. Grotesque little furred winged creatures like flying rabbits flitted to and fro, nibbling on the high branches. Kurt noticed other forms of the strange indigenous life in this isolated little world. Borers inserted their serpentine bodies into tree trunks and hollowed them out from within. Asteroid bees flew in a compact conical formation at such speed that they could drive through obstacles like a bullet. "Well, here we are," the Wizard of Science exclaimed gladly. He stepped into a small clearing where stood a rough, sturdy cabin of green tree trunks with a thatched roof. There was a wattled chimney and a small garden, and a number of queer little animals lounging in front of the heavy plank door. "Hello, Hermit!" Kurt shouted cheerily. "You have a caller." The door of the cabin burst open. Out of it bounded an irascible, elderly earthman with a long white beard and a mane of white hair. Dressed in tanned skin jacket and trousers, he waved a club threateningly. "You get the hell off this asteroid!" the old man roared angrily. "I won't have curiosity seekers from all over the system coming here to bother me and—" He stopped, peering more closely at Kurt Newton. He recognized the tall figure, red hair, and good-humored face of the young scientific wizard. The hermit's anger disappeared. "Captain Future!" he cried in welcome, dropping the club. "Well, that's different. I don't mind you stopping, but this flood of visitors I've been having lately has got me good and mad." "How many visitors have been here?" Kurt asked him. The hermit scratched his head. "Well, there was one Mercurian explorer 2 years ago, and 2 Jovians hunting metals last year. I might as well be living back on one of those crowded, crazy worlds if I'm going to have hordes of people like that dropping in here." "3 visitors? In 2 years?" Captain Future repeated. He chuckled. "That's a lot, all right." "It's a lot too many," shouted the hermit. "If people keep swarming in on me like that, I'll have to find another asteroid." Captain Future had known the Hermit of Space for several years. The hermit was an old Earthman who was fanatically anti-scientific, passionately convinced that mechanical progress was all wrong for the race. Disgusted with the super-scientific civilization of Earth and the other planets, the hermit had sought out the remote little asteroid, where he made a solitary home. Kurt had once chased away a crew of space bandits who wanted to make the asteroid their base. Because of that, he was the one person the hermit would tolerate. "But where's your ship?" the hermit asked puzzledly. When Kurt told him the story, the hermit roared with rage. "I always told you your gallivanting around in space would get you into trouble. That's what happens when people take up with these scientific ships and machines instead of living a natural life." "I've got to call the Futuremen to come here in the Comet," Kurt told him. "Haven't you a televisor here?" The hermit looked outraged. "A televisor? I wouldn't have no such machine on my world. Why, I caught myself using a stick to pry out a stone with one day. I realized that I was using a lever, the first of all machines. So I threw it right away. Yes, sir, I wasn't going to get that curse of machinery started here." "All right, don't blow your rockets about it," Kurt soothed hastily. "I guess I can make a televisor. I have the tools in my belt. It's lucky I took it off my dead double and put it under my jacket."
"Hate to see any machinery built here, but I guess it's all right if you're really in trouble," growled the hermit.
The old man watched with dour disapproval as Captain Future began building a televisor transmitter from raw materials. It was a task that only the Wizard of Science would have attempted. Kurt first took from his belt the super-compact tools and instruments he habitually carried in it. Then he assembled the materials he needed. His tiny atomic torch melted certain minerals down into glassite, which he carefully fused for his 2 big vacuum tubes. Metal from his spacesuit he used for tube elements and wire strips. He did not attempt to create a visi-screen transmitter. He would be satisfied to get a vocal message through to the future men. As he worked, the hermit's queer asteroid pets gathered around to watch, and the hermit lectured him severely.
"All this space-flying and talking across the void and other scientific nonsense. How much happier has it made people?" the old fanatic demanded. "Weren't people happier in the old days on Earth, when they didn't know any science and lived a normal, natural life?"
According to that argument, Kurt grinned as he worked deftly, people were happier still when they were just ignorant savages long ago and didn't even use fire.
"Now you're twisting my words around," complained the hermit. "You're like everyone else. You won't argue reasonably."
Presently, Captain Future straightened, his task finished. He had created a crude but powerful, efficient transmitter powered by a chemical battery he had compounded of natural chemical salts.
"Ought to work,"
he mused, "as near as I can calculate. It's tuned to the wave the future men and I always use.
Here goes, anyway."
He spoke loudly into the makeshift microphone.
"Captain Future, calling the comet. I'm on the asteroid of the Hermit of Space. Come at once."
He repeated the message at intervals of 5 minutes for an hour. Then he turned off the rough transmitter.
"Nothing to do now but wait," he explained. "Hope they got it." "It won't work. You'll find out," prophesied the hermit. "Machinery always fails you when you depend on it. But while you're waiting, how about something to eat?"
Shadows were falling across the small clearing as the brief day of the spinning little asteroid came to an end. The hermit brought out food and odd cooked plants. He and the Wizard of Science ate at a little table in front of the cabin. Kurt looked up into the heavens, blazing with a jungle of stars and spanned constantly by the fire flashes of meteors. Far away in the starry wilderness, he saw a tiny yellowish point of light that he knew was the asteroid called the Pleasure Planet.
"Quorn's nearly there by now, preparing to take the last 2 space stones. The last trick of the game," Kurt muttered worriedly. "Why don't the future men come?" "Don't have any meat, because the animals of this place are so tame I can't bear to kill any of them," the hermit was saying. "Look at that one there. It's a meteor mimic. Ever see one before?"
The meteor mimic was a small animal, so named because it was found only on some of the larger bodies of the asteroid zone. It was a fat, bulbous white creature with a doughy-looking body on 4 shapeless legs and 2 solemn, staring big eyes. It had the unique ability of controlling the shape and appearance of its body at will. It could cause its cells to assume new forms with protean quickness, enabling it to mimic anything its size. It was sniffing around Kurt's televisor. Suddenly its body spun and changed, and there seemed 2 televisors resting on the ground. Then the one of them flowed back into the fat little animal.
"See? Isn't the thing clever?" chuckled the hermit. "It's always fooling me, mimicking something or other. Pesky nuisance."
Kurt declined the hermit's offer of a bunk in the cabin, and slept under the meteor-blazoned sky that night. He awoke with thin pale sunlight of the asteroid dawn in his eyes. He looked anxiously into the brassy heavens, but there was no sign of the comet. Reaching down to pick up his belt from the ground, he discovered there were 2 belts exactly alike. The one he tried to pick up writhed and changed in his hand. Instantly it became the meteor mimic.
"Your friends didn't show up, eh?" said the hermit, emerging from the cabin.
His beard waggled in satisfaction.
"I knew it. Machines always let you down. Now you can stay here with me and live a natural, normal life without scientific nonsense."
"Not me," Kurt exclaimed, his eyes lighting. "Here comes the comet now." His ears had detected the thin buzzsaw whine of rockets, which came from only one ship in the system. Around from the right side raced the comet, landing with a roaring rush in the little clearing. Otho, Grag, the Brain, Joan, and Ezra Gurney poured from the ship and ran toward Captain Future.
"Chief, we couldn't believe our ears when we heard your call," babbled Otho, his green eyes gleaming joyfully. "We thought you were dead, Master," Grag boomed. "We found your body in space and gave it space burial. What happened?"
Kurt rapidly told them what had occurred. Ezra Gurney slapped his knee in delight when he heard.
"You sure tricked that devil Quorn this time, Captain Future," the veteran cried. "That double trick was the best yet."
Joan's expression was soft with happiness.
"We are glad you escaped, lad," said Simon.
That was all, but all knew what the words meant, coming from the austere Brain. Otho handed Kurt the unique emblem ring.
"Took this from your body, Chief, as a memento of you."
"I'm certainly glad you did," Kurt said thankfully. "I hated to risk losing the ring, but Quorn would have noticed if it hadn't been on my dead double. I meant to go back later, if possible, and find the body in space. I'd mentally marked the location, velocity, and direction. But we're blasting now for the Pleasure Planet. I think the last round of this contest for the Space Stones and for Thune's secret is going to be fought there."
"Say, what in the sun's name is that thing?"
Otho blurted. He was looking at the little meteor mimic. It had been mimicking a flying rabbit which had alighted nearby. After perfectly impersonating it, the mimic casually changed back into its own form. Captain Future explained to Otho, who had never seen the species before.
"Why, that creature's the best disguise artist in the system, outside of myself," Otho exclaimed. His eyes sparkled mischievously. "Wouldn't it give Grag's moon pup a fight? Eek wouldn't have a chance against a creature as clever as that."
"You're space-struck," bellowed Grag. "Eek would wipe up the floor of the comet with that disgusting little beast."
"May I have it for a pet?"
Otho asked the hermit.
"Sure. Take it. The damn thing's a nuisance to me."
Otho picked up the meteor mimic. The little animal looked up with solemn, friendly eyes. Suddenly he changed himself into a replica of the square gravitation equalizer on Otho's chest, and as quickly changed back into his own form.
"You see? He likes me," Otho said. "I'll call him Oog."
"You're just adopting him because you think he'll be able to whip Eek," Grag accused loudly. "It won't work. You'll find out that Eek will chew him to ribbons."
"I'll stand your watches for a year if Oog doesn't knock Eek silly in 5 minutes," Otho challenged.
"And I'll stand a year's watches for you if Eek doesn't send your Oog howling in 2 minutes," Grag said furiously.
"All right, you're on," Otho said. "Come and watch me win my bet, folks."
The android and the angry robot hastened toward the comet, Otho carrying his new pet. As the others followed, Joan asked Kurt worriedly,
"Won't the two pets really hurt each other?"
"I'll separate them before they can," Kurt assured her. "Let's see who's the best scrapper, Oog or Eek." They entered the comet. Eek, the small gray bear-like moon pup, had been gnawing on a fragment of copper. It came trotting eagerly forward when Grag called out in his booming voice. The moon pup stiffened and stared with beady bright eyes at Oog as Otho put the meteor mimic down. The fat little white protean beast stared back solemnly at Eek.
"Go ahead, Oog. Tear him apart," Otho urged. "Give him the works. That moon pup's a big coward anyway."
Grag was speaking loudly too, voicing the message he was also communicating by telepathy to his pet.
"Mop up the ship with that fat little monster, Eek," Grag boomed. "Don't show him any mercy."
All watched intently as Eek and Oog slowly approached each other. They came face to face, crouched and eyed each other. Then, to the surprise of all and the consternation of Grag and Otho, the two little animals began to rub noses in friendly fashion. They gamboled about on the floor, playfully chasing each other.
Devils of space! They're playing! Otho moaned in dismay. Go ahead, Oog. Knock that moon pup even crazier.
But all the attempts of Grag and Otho to incite the two pets to battle failed. Oog and Eek behaved like long-separated brothers. Finally, in an ecstasy of happiness, Oog used his mimicking ability to make himself into an exact double of Eek. Ezra Gurney shouted with laughter.
"You got two pets now, Grag, both alike."
"Which of them is Eek?"
Grag boomed bewilderedly. Oog solved the problem by returning to his normal form. He gambled up to Otho and rubbed against his leg.
"You're a disgrace, Oog," growled Otho disgustedly. "How you can associate with that miserable moon pup I can't imagine."
"All right, you two," Captain Future interrupted. "We have to blast for the Pleasure Planet." He called out the door of the Comet before he closed it. "See you again, Hermit. I'll bring you a new power plant."
"You know damn well I don't want any of your confounded machinery," yelled the old man.
As the Comet rose from the little asteroid, they saw that the Hermit was already using a big stone to demolish the televisor transmitter that Kurt had built.
"Won't have any science on his world,"
Ezra chuckled. Grag took over the controls. The rockets blasted full power as the Comet laid a course through the crowded asteroidal zone toward the Pleasure Planet. Chapter 16. Pleasure Planet. The authority of the Solar System Government and its laws shall extend to every celestial body that revolves around the sun. The framers of the Constitution of the Solar System Government supposed that that provision would ensure the reign of order on every speck of matter in the system, be it planet, asteroid, moon, or meteor. But they reckoned without the devious, subtle ingenuity of a certain Jovian named Bubus He saw in that paragraph a gaping loophole. Bubus was a notorious interplanetary gambler whose semi-criminal activities had already won him a term in the dreaded prison on Cerberus, the moon of Pluto. He had started a hidden gambling resort in the jungles of his native world. But after the planet police raided it and he was convicted, he had decided not to defy the law. Evading it was more profitable and less wearing. Through a dummy company, Bubus bought sole title to a small asteroid lying on the extreme outer edge of the asteroidal zone. He had it fitted with air and water creators, and built on it gambling palaces and pleasure gardens, all quite openly. The planet police had watched, ready to raid him as soon as he started operating. Then Bubus had sprung his surprise. Secretly, he had had the little asteroid fitted with rocket tubes of gigantic power, enough to move it in space like a great ship. He turned on those tubes. Their blast impelled the little world against its normal orbit. Instead of moving on in its orbit, the little planetoid remained stationary in space, relative to the solar system. Thus the Pleasure Planet, as he called it, did not revolve around the sun, but remained in one position in space. And thus, according to the Constitution, the law of the solar government did not extend to the Pleasure Planet. The planet police had no authority there. The only authority was the word of fat, wily Bubus its owner. The Pleasure Planet was, in fact, a lawless little world in the very heart of the system. Gambling flourished there on a lavish scale. Illicit interplanetary drugs could be purchased openly. The only restrictions were the discreet ones imposed by Bubus yellow-uniformed guards. From all the 9 worlds came the rich, the bored, the dissipated, to enjoy themselves without restraint on the Pleasure Planet. It was this notorious little world that loomed up now before the swift comet. Kurt Newton looked thoughtfully toward the asteroid, glittering like an alluring golden globe in the starry heavens. "Cut around to the night side, Otho," he ordered. "The City of Chance, as Bubus calls his resort, is there."
"Still don't see just what you and Joan can do alone against that fat Jovian spider and Quorn," complained Ezra.
In the last few hours, Kurt had again changed his appearance completely. Staining his red hair black, making his face white, pallid, and weak-looking, and donning a silken suit, made him look like a typical idle young Earthman. Joan had similarly made up as a sophisticated, spoiled, terrestrial girl.
Boobus has the last 2 space stones that we must get before Quorn does, Kurt explained. It would be almost impossible to steal the stones from Boobus's vaults. He guards them with devilish ingenuity, as plenty of thieves have found out. The best chance for me to get the space stones is to win them from Boobus, to gamble at his place till I take everything he has, including the space stones.
You've got a great chance of breaking Boobus, Ezra snorted. Why, everybody that comes to this poisonous little world of his goes away without a cent. His crooked games fleece 'em all.
I know that, Kurt admitted. But ingenious as Boobus's crooked games may be, maybe I can be a little more ingenious.
Otho began to laugh. I get it now, Chief. You're going to go Boobus one better. Out-crook his crooked games.
That's the general idea, Captain Future said. It's fighting fire with fire. I want only the space stones. Anything else I win from him can go into interplanetary charities, where it'll do more good than in that fat crook's vaults.
What about us, Master? Crag asked. Don't we go with you?
Grow up, Crag, jeered Otho. That would be a fine giveaway for the Chief, to have you come clanking in there with him.
While Joan and I are in there, Kurt said to Otho, I want you to try to find out where Quorn and his cursed freaks are, and what they're doing. The chances are that Quorn is trying to steal the space stones. That mustn't happen. And you, Simon, will you check a scientific point for me? Remember our old atomic compression experiments? Will you see if you can deduce just how far that process could be carried? Greg will stay here and help you. The brain's lens eyes fixed intently on him.
Lad, do you mean that Thune's secret formula is connected with a process like that? Why, it's fantastic.
Perhaps, but I fear it's quite possible, Captain Future retorted, his face somber. You know now why I'm so worried, Simon.
Yes, muttered the brain. That means whole worlds.
It was though a cold breath of alien menace blew over them. The others, puzzled, watched Kurt and Simon. Coming round to the night side, Chief, Otho called from the controls. We'll hit the City of Chance in half an hour.
Land secretly outside the city spaceport, Kurt ordered. The comet was now flying low over the dark side of the pleasure planet. Starlit gardens and parks showed vaguely underneath. They passed over a gigantic atomic power plant. At the center was a cluster of colossal rocket tubes that projected straight out from the planetoid's equator and were steadily streaming fire.
That's them tubes that keep the pleasure planet hanging motionless in space, commented Ezra. Confound that wily Boobus.
And there's the City of Chance, Joan said eagerly. It showed far ahead as a mass of fairy towers, blazing with red, blue, and golden light. Hotels, theaters, houses of amusement gathered around the central tower of the Palace of Hazard, as Boobus grandiloquently called his main gambling hall. The comet came down in a quiet park, not far from the green lamps of the spaceport. Captain Future made sure the little instrument he had fastened under his jacket was functioning correctly. Then he turned to the girl.
"All right, Joan," he said. "Remember your part."
"I've always wanted to be a spoiled daughter of the rich," said his pretty companion. "This is my chance."
"You know what you and Greg have to do, Otho," Kurt said as he opened the door. "And Simon, work hard on that problem." The Wizard of Science and the girl agent stepped out into the soft summery night of the pleasure planet. The air was balmy, spiced with scents of flowers and strange shrubs that hid the faint chemical tang characteristic of synthetic atmosphere. Kurt and Joan moved over the soft turf, skirting the spaceport that was crowded with passenger ships and luxurious space yachts, which had brought pleasure-seekers from every world. The two entered the City of Chance as if having come from the spaceport. A broad avenue, paved with mosaic marble from Uranus, and bordered by tall, graceful, feathery palm trees from Venus, led straight through the city toward the golden palace of Hazard. Richly dressed men and women from every planet elbowed Kurt and Joan on the walk. Rocket cars purred softly through the streets.
Music was gay from many of the pleasure houses along the way, and there was a great amount of chattering and laughter. Under the splendid night sky of flashing and fading meteors, the brilliant city of chance seemed indeed a magical place. But Captain Future's keen eyes discerned the haggard strain on many of the faces, the false note in much of the laughter. He knew how many people came to the Pleasure Planet for an exciting vacation and left it as paupers, stripped of all their possessions by the games of Boobas. "It's time something was done about this place," he muttered, "no matter whether system law is helpless or not." Yet as he thought this, Kurt Newton was careful to maintain the expression of a bored, sophisticated young Earthman. He and Joan looked around negligently as they approached the palace. "I feel lucky tonight," Kurt said loud enough to be overheard. "Let's try the radium roulette game." "It's pretty steep, even for you," drawled Joan. "What if I do drop a few thousands?" Kurt replied casually. "I'll simply televise Dad for more. The old boy will send it." They were going up the steps into the splendid vaulted foyer of the palace. Here and there stood keen-eyed brawny men in gold uniform, with holstered atom pistols, Boobas' private guards.
"Welcome to the Palace of Hazard,"
an unctuous yellow Uranian official greeted them.
"The radium roulette room, right ahead."
Kurt Newton and Joan passed through other gambling halls, from the rooms of planetary slot machines, in which small-time gamblers were trying to make all 9 planets appear in a row and win a big stake. They went through the quantum dice rooms and their clicking tables. The radium roulette salon was biggest of all, for at this game was the highest play in the system. It was a circular silver chamber with a vaulted ceiling in which artificial stars winked softly. At the big table in the center was gathered a dense little throng. Kurt pushed his way through. "Do you mind letting us at the table?" he grumbled. "I want to play, not watch." "Better not play now, Earthman," warned a Venusian onlooker. "There's some Martian here who's winning millions. You can't buck him." "Nobody can scare me," Kurt said disdainfully. He reached the edge of the table. Then Kurt received a shock. Quorn and Narala sat across the table from him. The Martian mixed-breed's handsome red face was smooth and composed as he played. In front of him was a stack of silver $1,000 chips and a small pile of golden 100,000 chips. Boobas, the notorious proprietor of the Pleasure Planet, sat at the end of the table watching Quorn. He was obese to a repulsive degree, his great puffy body overflowing his chair, his bald head and green-skinned face glistening with perspiration, his small eyes alarmed.
"Boobas is badly worried," chuckled the Venusian behind Kurt.
"That Martian has won millions, and he keeps playing."
Quorn glanced up as Kurt and Joan seated themselves, but he did not penetrate their disguises. 1 million even on 28, said the Martian softly. The thin blue Saturnian croupier looked at Boobas.
"Take the bet,"
said the obese Jovian in a harsh voice. A few others around the roulette table laid smaller bets. Then the Saturnian touched the starting button. The apparatus of the game was a hemispherical cup 3 feet across. In the middle of the table, this cup was lined with 100 small numbered pockets. At the center of the cup was a tiny pivot on which rested a minute grain of pure radium. Kurt knew the principle of the game quite well. The pivot which bore the grain of radium was spinning swiftly. After 2 minutes, a mechanical control unloosed a neutron ray from the ceiling. It struck the grain of radium in such fashion as to smash just one single atom of the radium, producing alpha particles. Whichever numbered pocket the particles entered was the winning number. It was, in theory, absolutely impossible to cheat in a game so scientifically contrived. The alpha streak flashed from the radium grain suddenly, as an atom was smashed, and the little streak struck a pocket near Quorn.
"Number 28 wins," said the croupier dazedly.
A low murmur of amazement went up from the spectators.
"Pay the winner $30 million chips,"
ordered Boobas harshly, sweat rolling from his chin. The croupier pushed the platinum chips onto the numbered square on the table, but Quorn let them remain there.
"All 31 million on the same number,"
he said calmly. This time the cries were loud and unconcealed.
31 million on a single number? If the Martian wins 2 more like that, he'll win the pleasure planet itself from Boobus.
And that, Captain Future reflected tensely, is just what Quorn is trying. To break Boobus and get the Jovians 2 space stones. The same game I came here to play myself. And he's using the same scientific means I brought to make sure he wins. Kurt surreptitiously touched the little instrument under his jacket. We'll see if we can't change Quorn's luck. Captain Future laid a small pad of interplanetary banknotes on the table. 50,000 on number 17, he said loudly. Quorn didn't even look up at him. The Martian was too sure of winning. As the croupier started the radium grain spinning, Kurt pressed the little instrument under his jacket. It was a small, specially designed mechanism that could project a powerful magnetic field along a narrow beam. Magnetic forces deflect alpha particles in flight. Kurt meant to use that principle to win, as he knew that Quorn was using it. The alpha particles flashed.
"Number 17 wins," was the cry.
$1.5 million in chips was pushed on Kurt's number, and Quorn's 31 millions were gathered by the banker. Quorn looked up, he and Narala plainly amazed. They can't understand why his device failed that time, Kurt mused. Staring at Kurt and Joan more closely, Quorn's dark eyes narrowed. Recognition leaped into them. "Hello," he said coolly to Kurt. "Didn't know you at first."
"Glad to see you," Kurt grinned. "It seems we're playing against each other, huh?" "Place your bets," the Saturnian croupier was calling.
Captain Future and Quorn began playing against each other for stakes that meant the fate of worlds. Chapter 17. The Last Space Stones. Quietly, Captain Future allowed 1 million in chips to remain on number 17. Not to be outdone, Quorn placed a similar amount on 28. The croupier pressed the starting button. The radium grain began to spin. The crowd around the table watched in hushed, taut silence. None watched more closely than the fat, sweating Boobus. Kurt used his elbow to direct the invisible narrow magnetic field from the instrument under his jacket, so the alpha discharge would be drawn into number 17 pocket. He knew Quorn was using a similar field, so he made his own as strong as possible. The alpha streak flashed as an atom was automatically smashed in the radium grain. The streak flashed toward Kurt's side.
"Number 17 wins again,"
bawled the croupier.
"Pay him,"
said Boobus in a strangled voice. $30 million chips were pushed on Kurt's number. "I'm letting it ride," he said coolly. Quorn pushed out a mass of chips.
10 millions on 28.
The crowd gasped. Again the alpha particles flashed, and again, drawn in by Kurt's stronger invisible magnetic field, they hit pocket 17.
"Gods of Venus! This Earthman has won 900 millions,
blurted a spectator behind Kurt.
"Bring chips and pay him,"
Boobus ordered, his voice rising to a shrill, knife-edged tone. Guards came hurrying with masses of chips. There were not enough $1 million ones. A mass of smaller denominations was placed in front of Captain Future. Quorn was glaring at him with pure hatred in his eyes. Kurt knew that Quorn was cursing inwardly because his own secret alpha deflector field had not the power of Captain Future's and could not buck it. "Let it all ride on 17, Kurt stated.
900 million on one number?"
gasped the croupier.
"It's impossible."
Kurt looked coolly at Boobus. "You've always bragged that no stakes were too high at the pleasure planet. What about it?" Boobus looked as though he were about to have apoplexy, but he finally managed to reply.
I'll take the bet. You can't win again.
but I can't cover the odds with cash. I'll have to put up the pleasure planet."
"I'm in on this play, too," old Quorn interrupted.
He pushed all of his remaining chips forward.
"There's over 600 million here. It all goes on 28.
"Gods of Jupiter! I can't cover that bet either, except with the planet," exclaimed the Jovian hoarsely. "The odds are 15,000 to 1.
Kurt's keen eye saw Quorn's hand slide smoothly under his jacket. He realized the mixed breed was setting his own magnetic deflector to highest possible strength, so it might overpower Kurt's field.
"Maybe he can make it this time,"
Kurt thought despairingly.
"My own field's at its top strength."
There was nothing to do but go ahead. The croupier already had touched the starting button. The radium was spinning. Every watcher was wire tense. This single play was for the highest stakes in history, for the pleasure planet itself. Yet only Kurt and Quorn knew the real stakes, the last 2 space stones, which held the mighty secret of Thuro Thun. The neutron beam flashed down. As another atom was smashed, the alpha streak flared out.
"Look!"
someone yelled wildly.
17 has won again!"
It was true. Kurt's powerful magnetic field had overpowered Quorn's. Again, he had forced the alpha particles into pocket 17.
"This Earthman has won the pleasure planet from Boobasum!"
But Boobasum scrambled to his feet.
"Guards!"
he bellowed. Gold-uniformed men came running, atom pistols in their hands. Boobas pointed furiously at Ul Quorn.
"Hold this Martian and the Earthman. There's something crooked about this. I just saw the Martian fumbling under his jacket."
Captain Future, realizing the imminent peril of his discovery, jumped up and reached for his own concealed proton pistol. He was too late. Guards behind seized him. Other guards had seized Joan, Narala, and Ul Quorn. Boobas waddled forward and tore open the mixed breed's jacket, revealing a small, flat, quartz-lensed instrument.
"I thought so,"
grated the fat Jovian.
"He's been cheating."
"So has the Earthman,"
retorted Quorn, glaring at Kurt.
"Look under his coat, too, and you'll see."
Kurt's zipper jacket was torn open, exposing an instrument similar to the one worn by Quorn.
"They've both been cheating,"
Boobas cried hoarsely.
"Take them and their companions down to our prison. We'll teach them what happens to people who try to get crooked with our honest games."
Manacles of steelite were clapped on Captain Future's wrists. He and Joan, with Ul Quorn and Narala, were hustled out of the radium roulette room, down a narrow stairway to the sub-level basement carved out of the rock under the Palace of Hazard. The guards hauled them into what was evidently one of the cells of Boobasum's private prison. A rock-walled chamber without windows and with a heavy steelite door. It was lit by one feeble uranite bulb. The 4 manacled prisoners were fastened to fetters in the rock wall. Captain Future looked across the cell at Quorn and the Martian girl.
"You certainly scrambled the orbits for us all, Quorn," he said coolly.
"Why couldn't you have been shrewder?"
"I denounced you myself, rather than let you win everything,"
stated Ul Quorn.
"You will never get those space stones."
Kurt laughed, though he did not feel mirthful.
"You're too sure, Quorn. You were just as sure you'd killed me on your ship."
"That," Quorn conceded, "was a clever trick, Future. Maybe we could think up another like it, to get out of Boobas's clutch."
"I know how far I could trust you," Kurt said calmly. "There'll be no deals between you and me, Quorn." He turned to the girl. "Chin up, Joan. We're not blasted out yet."
"You would be now, if I had a pistol and could use it," snapped Narala.
The door opened, and Boobasum waddled into the room with 2 of his guards. The fat Jovian's puffy green face was working with indignation as he surveyed his prisoners.
"So, you would cheat, would you?" he shrilled. "You'd use your scientific tricks to swindle an honest radium roulette game?"
"Cut your rockets, Boobas," scoffed Kurt Newton. "Your game is crooked, and I knew it. You have a synchronized timing device built into your radium spinner, so you can call your winners at will. But it wasn't good enough against the tricks Quorn and I use, that's all. Cheating a crooked swindler like you isn't a crime." Boobus Oom's jaw dropped in surprise. Then a look of eager interest livened his flabby green face. "How did you do it, Earthman?" he asked. "This new method of cheating you've worked out, if I knew that, I could be sure of absolute control over the winners at the game. I will make a deal for your freedom if you tell me the secret of it." "So you can fleece more deluded people of even more money?" Kurt sneered. "He'll never deal with you, Boobus," interrupted old Quorn. "It's Captain Future himself you're talking to." Boobus Oom recoiled from Kurt as though he stood on the edge of a deadly pit. "Captain Future?" he rasped in obvious fright. "What are you doing here?" he demanded nervously. "System law doesn't apply to this planetoid. You've got no right to be here. I can have you executed, and nobody can do anything to me for it." Kurt looked at the Jovian with contempt. "You fat green toad. I'm glad I came here. It's time this place was cleaned up." "Future's trying to deceive you, Boobus," explained Quorn. "He didn't come here to investigate your place, but to get those 2 space stones you own." "How do you know that?" Boobus Oom asked suspiciously. "Because I want those space stones myself," Quorn admitted. "That's why I was trying to win everything you had, including the stones, since rumor has always said you wouldn't sell them. I will make a deal with you, Boobus. Give me those 2 space stones, and I'll fix up every gambling game in here with such scientific tricks that you can never lose unless you want to. I can do it. You've heard of Dr. Quorn, the scientist?" Boobus Oom considered. "I'd hate to give up the space stones. They're so rare and valuable. I could torture all of your knowledge out of you, Quorn." "Torture? A secret? Out of a Martian?" jeered old Quorn. "It's never been done in the system's history, and you know it." "All right," Boobus Oom reluctantly agreed. "You get my 2 space stones, Quorn. But first, you have to prove that your devices will give me absolute control of my games." "I'll make sketches of instruments that'll enable you to control all your games," old Quorn proposed quickly. "You give me the 2 space stones, and you can keep me locked in here till you're satisfied my controls work. Isn't that fair enough?" "It sounds fair," Boobus said cautiously. "If you're locked in here, there's no way in which you can trick me." "Of course," Quorn declared, a shadow of mockery in his eyes. "I can stipulate that you allow Narala to return to my ship now, and that you give me a spacesuit, which I shall need for a certain purpose." "Don't be a fool, Boobus," Captain Future broke in. "Quorn is planning something with those space stones that will put you and all the rest of us in his power." "What could I do with a few jewels?" Quorn asked scornfully. "Ignore Future, Boobus. You know he's the enemy of your kind." "I know," Boobus Oom muttered, "and I'm going to work out some way to dispose of him and his pals without having it traced to me. You draw your sketches now, Quorn, while I get the space stones." Quorn and Narala were unmanacled. The Jovian and his guards left. "Go and wait in our cruiser with the freaks, Narala," Quorn ordered. "All hell will break loose when Boobus Oom finds me gone from this cell."
"How can you go anywhere with guards outside?"
Narala protested. Quorn smiled. "I'm not really going out of the cell. I'm going into another universe, and when I come back—" The Martian girl departed. The guards let her pass, as Boobus had instructed. Quorn, ignoring Kurt and John, began drawing sketches on a small pocket pad. Captain Future watched helplessly. How was he to thwart the cunning scheme that Quorn had developed? There was a sudden uproar in the distance. Boobus Oom came running in, disheveled and excited. Behind him were 4 of his guards. Bruised and battered, they dragged in Otho the android.
"Sorry, Chief,"
Otho panted as he saw Kurt and Joan fettered to the wall.
"I was down in Bubas's vault, after the space stones. Like a fool, I let them take me by surprise."
"Fasten him to the wall, near the other two," Bubas ordered furiously. "The cursed demon! He knocked 3 of my best men cold."
"You'd better send out men to hunt for Future's ship and the other future men," Quorn warned. He handed the Jovian the sketches. "Here you are. Have instruments made according to these designs, and attach them secretly to your games. They'll do the work. You can pick your winners every time. Now, how about the stones and the spacesuit?"
Bubasum, after doubtfully examining the sketches, brought in a spacesuit and then handed over the last 2 space stones. One was brilliant red in color, the other jet black. Captain Future stiffened at the sight of that black space stone. He could glimpse something tiny embedded in its surface, something that looked like a single grain of ordinary Martian red sand. Kurt knew that the sand grain was the very core of Thurothun's tremendous secret, the pivot on which Quorn's vast menacing plot revolved. Bubasum departed with the sketches after posting guards outside the door. Quorn smiled mockingly at his fettered enemies.
"You're about to see my final victory, Future. That will be your last sight."
"I never admit defeat until the last hand is played out," Kurt Newton said, with a coolness that belied his inward despair. Quorn laughed.
"The last hand is played out, and you know it. Watch me as I wring the last of the ancient secrets from the space stones, and go where Thurothun went 200,000 years ago, to win the mastery of worlds."
Captain Future saw Quorn range the first 6 space stones in a row, setting apart the black 7th stone. Blue, green, white, yellow, violet, red glittered the 6 stones. Quorn brought out a tiny X-ray generator, turned its radiation on the stones, listened. Kurt knew the stones were giving up the entire formula to Quorn. Quorn crouched, listening to the mental message from past ages. Finally, he straightened triumphantly.
"The last of the formula," he exclaimed. "Now I can follow the trail of Thurothun into the infinite."
Rapidly, the mixed breed donned the spacesuit. Then he fastened to its belt a flat, disc-shaped instrument of blue metal, from which sprayed tiny wires in a hemispherical cup. He smiled at Kurt.
"I've had this mechanism ready for weeks, Future. Built it according to the directions in the first space stones, but I had to have the part of the formula in the last stones to know how to operate the process safely."
"I know what the mechanism is," Kurt retorted, "and I tell you that you can't succeed in this mad plan."
"Thurothun succeeded ages ago. So will I."
The mixed breed was like a man transformed by overpowering emotion as he put on the glassite helmet of the spacesuit.
"What's he doing?"
Joan whispered awedly to Captain Future. Quorn, garbed in the spacesuit, reached and touched one of the switches on the back of the queer blue mechanism at his belt. An aura of golden radiance sprang from it, enveloping him. He seemed to flinch and shudder from the shock of that glowing force. Then an incredible thing happened.
"Devils of space! He's getting smaller!"
yelled Otho. Quorn's space-suited figure was shrinking in size. He was now only 4 feet tall, and growing even smaller.
"It's impossible. We're dreaming," Joan gasped.
"No, he's using Thurothun's secret formula, which enables one to change size at will," gritted Kurt. Quorn was a foot high, but he continued to shrink till he was only an inch high. A tiny, space-suited pygmy, he ran toward the black space stone lying on the floor. They saw the infinitely tiny, still shrinking figure climb up on the 7th space stone and run toward the red sand grain embedded in it. Then the homunculus became too small for them to see.
"He's disappeared into that grain of sand,"
Otho yelped. "He entered the subatomic universe inside that sand grain," Captain Future explained hoarsely.
Otho stared. You mean that the speculations of the old scientist were right? That there exist subatomic universes, each atom of which is a miniature solar system?
Kurt nodded, his face drawn and haggard. Yes, that sand grain is a tiny galaxy of such atomic systems. Thuro Thun long ago found the secret of changing size. He went down into that subatomic galaxy. Now, all Quorn has used the old Martian's secret to follow him down into that tiny galaxy. Quorn means to unlock a forgotten threat in that miniature universe. Chapter 18. The Sub-Universe. Readily, Captain Future understood the malefic possibilities of the situation, while Otho or Joan were completely baffled, but they read in his drawn face the desperate nature of the peril.
"What can we do?"
Joan whispered. "If I could also get the whole formula from those space stones and build a size-changing mechanism like Quorn's, I could go after him into that atomic galaxy," Kurt declared. Joan paled.
"That would be awful, to go down into another universe and risk all its unguessable dangers."
"No use worrying about it, for we're chained here, and we'll soon be quietly murdered by Boobus Kurt muttered. "And Quorn will come back from the sand-grain universe with—"
"Curse it! If I could just get my hands out of these manacles,"
swore Otho, twisting furiously. The android's words gave Kurt an idea. Faint hope dawned in him. Maybe Captain Future wasn't counted out yet. They were hanging from the wall fetters to which their manacle wrists were hooked, but their legs were free. Kurt raised his legs. Hanging by his wrists, he touched Otho's belt with his feet.
"What the devil, Chief?"
said the android mystifiedly.
"This isn't any time for acrobatic tricks."
"This particular acrobatic trick may get us out of this cell," Kurt said rapidly. "Listen, Otho. If I could get the chemical oil that softens your flesh out of your makeup kit, I could use it on your wrists. You could slip out of your manacles."
"Blazing meteors! I never thought of that,"
Otho cried. "Hold still while I try it," Captain Future said. "Have to get these shoes off. Can't grip anything with my feet unless I do." Kurt kicked off his low space shoes. Then, hanging by his fettered wrists, he raised his legs until he could fumble at Otho's belt with his bare feet. His toes worked feverishly till he got Otho's makeup pouch open. By skillful manipulation, Captain Future pawed out of the patch the flat sprayer flask of pink oil he wanted. Otho's synthetic flesh could be softened by application of this oil, then molded like plastic. The android took advantage of that phenomenon in making up his marvelous disguises. Captain Future meant to use the oil now for another purpose. Holding the sprayer flask between his feet, he raised it up near Otho's fettered wrists. Kurt pressed the bulb with his ankles, and a fine spray of the pink chemical oil covered Otho's wrists. Quickly, the synthetic flesh of the android's forearms began to soften to putty-like consistency. It would remain in that state for only a few minutes, but that was enough for Otho. He pulled his wrists and hands until they easily slipped through the handcuffs.
"Great work, Chief,"
he applauded as he stepped away free.
"I'll have Joan and you out in a minute."
Otho had to wait a few minutes for the flesh of his wrists and hands to reharden. Then, with a tiny tool from his belt, he began to work on their manacles until both Kurt Newton and Joan were freed.
"Now what?"
Otho whispered tensely.
"The door's locked, and the guards are still outside."
"Make up as Boobus Kurt ordered. "It may take them by surprise and get us out." Swiftly the android, the greatest master of disguise in the system, used the softening oil on his head and body. He remolded himself into the puffy figure and face of Boobus Then, with his stains and dyes, he made himself the exact replica of the fat green Jovian. "How's it look, Chief?" he asked in Boobus's voice. "Disgusting, but good," Kurt said quickly. He had been gathering up the 7 space stones and thrusting them into his belt. "Now, call the guards. Pretend you've been in here all the time." Otho went to the little loophole in the door and called to the guards outside, using Bubas's harsh, shrill voice.
"All right, men. You can let me out of here now."
A guard peered in and seemed thunderstruck at sight of Bubas. Otho stood so the guard could not see Kurt or Joan.
"Why, I thought you had left, master." "You fool, you're seeing things," Otho snapped. "Open up."
The guard wonderingly obeyed. As the door swung open, Otho and Kurt leaped out on the two gold-uniformed men. The guards, taken by surprise, went down under hammer-like punches. Kurt and the android dragged the stunned men in and locked the door.
"Now, out of here to the comet,"
Kurt cried. "Lead on, Otho." They hurried down the passage and up a back stair. Another guard at the top drew his atom pistol. He replaced it when he saw what seemed to be Bubas leading the other two.
"It's all right,"
Otho said harshly to the man.
"Stand aside."
They emerged into the soft summery night of the pleasure planet. Hastening away from the brilliant palace of hazard, the three companions left the city of chance by dark back streets. Soon they were skirting the spaceport, racing away from a sudden clamor behind them.
"Found out we escaped," Kurt panted. "Hurry."
He grabbed Joan's hand, half dragging her along. The comet loomed out of the darkness. Without pausing to look back, they rushed into the ship.
"No time to explain now. They're after us,"
Kurt panted to Grag, Simon, and Ezra.
"Blast off the planet at full rockets, Grag."
The big robot jumped for the controls. Abruptly, the comet screamed up into the darkness. When it was clear of the planetoid's atmosphere, it zoomed out of the night shadow into clear space.
"That's far enough," Kurt ordered. "Hold her here and keep circling the planet."
Then he looked at the brain, and his face was grim as he spoke.
"It's what we guessed, Simon. A subatomic universe that Thun entered long ago. Quorn's down in it now." "What are you talking about?"
Ezra asked, mystified. Kurt brought out the 7 space stones. He pointed to the black jewel on the face of which was embedded a red sand grain.
"A tiny universe is in that grain of sand, Ezra, and a sleeping threat lies in it. Quorn's trying to unloose it for his own purposes. He's down there, in that grain of sand, this very minute. He mustn't succeed, which means that I have to go after him." "Are you crazy? To talk about going to a sand grain?"
Ezra Gurney blurted. Paying no attention to the old man's bewilderment, Captain Future was ranging the first 6 space stones on the laboratory table of the cabin beneath a swinging X-ray projector.
"These 6 stones contain Thun's mental record of how he went down into the sand grain universe,"
Kurt muttered abstractedly.
"The 7th stone contains the sand grain itself. First, we've got to hear the formula of Thun, all of it at last."
He started the hard radiation pouring down on the space stones, one after another. As the super-powerful radiation hit the gems, it seemed to all of them that the mental voice of the long-dead Martian scientist was speaking clearly in their mind. A section of his message was coming from each of the 6 stones.
"I, Thun, am a scientist of Mars. Our world is dying, our civilization withering. I sought to find a new universe, a subatomic solar system to which we could migrate. Having found a way to increase or decrease size at will, I believed there must be many habitable subatomic planets in the atoms of our world. With the aid of my discovery, I became small and went down into a grain of desert sand. As I had expected, it contained a whole galaxy of atomic systems, but only one of them, the system of a great red sun, was habitable. I found peril there, for the red sun's worlds were inhabited by atomic people who desired to migrate upward into our system. Thus, I had put my own people in danger, for the atomites tormented me to lead them back whence I came. I pretended to agree, said I would return with many such mechanisms as I wore. By thus beguiling them, I prevailed on them to let me go. When I returned, I resolved never again to unlock that danger. It would be better for my people to struggle against the death of their world than to risk being crowded off it. Naturally, I do not wish to destroy my great discovery, and therefore I do put it into these stones. It may be that in some future day the people of my world will face absolute disaster. Through this formula, they may take refuge in some different subatomic universe. Great care will have to be employed in selecting a world, however. In order to enter the infinitesimal, it was necessary for me to slow the rotation and revolution of every celestial body in the grain of sand. Since their days and years are now much the same length as ours, the inevitable death of that universe has been partially averted. I leave my secret to be used only in the last extreme, in the hope that the atomic peoples have solved their difficulty. If they have, then the size of men may be increased or decreased by a simple process of forced condensation or accretion. The sub-electron, the ultimate unit of matter, is really only a particle of force. It can be condensed or expanded by draining its force or adding force to it, by using positive or negative charges. A small generator must be constructed, which shall be capable of emitting vibrations within the 13th division of the 8th octave of the electromagnetic spectrum. These are the carrier waves, which must be so projected by the generator as to enclose the subject and affect every atom of his body and clothing. These carrier waves must be used to transmit a pure charge of negative undimensional force to his atoms when he wishes to reduce size. The stronger the negative charge, the smaller he becomes. Similarly, a positive charge must be used when one wishes to grow larger. But should you use this process, be sure not to enter the sand-grain universe. The pitifully crowded people of its last dying worlds who begged me to lead them up into my own system might use force to make you do so. Sad is their plight. We cannot allow them to enter our own system."
Captain Future switched off the X-ray projector and looked around at the faces of Joan, Ezra, and the three future men. "Now you know Thuro Thun's story," Kurt declared. "The irony of it. He went down into the sub-universe looking for worlds to lead his people to. Instead he found worlds whose people were in even worse plight than his. No wonder he was afraid to use the process again."
"It's unbelievable," Joan whispered. "A race struggling against extinction, down in a dying universe, in that grain."
"And old Quorn is down there too," Kurt reminded. "His plan is perfectly clear. He can bargain with that wretched, hard-pressed atomic race, agree to lead them up into our system if they obey all his commands. And they're apparently in such dire straits that they'll do it."
"Say, it'll be easy to get Quorn then," Otho cried. "He's down in that sand-grain universe. We'll just destroy the grain with a flash of force, and that's the end of Dr. Quorn."
Kurt looked at him sternly. "It would be the end of the atomic race, too. A race that's making a pitiful last fight for life in a dying universe." "No, we couldn't destroy them," the brain rasped. "Thuro Thun couldn't bring himself to a crime like that. That's why he must have embedded the sand grain in the seventh space stone, hoping perhaps that someday he could help the atomic race. The only way to stop Quorn from playing on that wretched people's disaster is for me to go down after him," Captain Future said. "Simon, we've got to build a generator like the one Thuro Thun's record describes. Quorn took weeks to build his. We must build ours in minutes." "We'll try, Curtis," rasped the brain. "Though whether or not we can do it, there's nothing the four greatest scientists in the system can't do," cried Ezra Gurney loyally. They began a period of tense, unceasing toil in the laboratory cabin of the Comet, as the little ship circled the pleasure planet. Captain Future, renowned wizard of science, and the three future men were racing against time and using every iota of their unparalleled scientific abilities. Ezra and Joan Randall watched, silent and a little awed. They had seen the future men work together before, but even they had never seen such swiftness, such machine-like cooperation and sureness as Kurt Newton and his three companions now displayed. The disc-like generator took shape on the laboratory table. Grag and Otho brought separate parts of it for assembly. The keen lens eye of the brain watched each detail of the process, and his rasping voice spoke in terse monosyllables, as Simon examined the work of Kurt's flying hands. "Now, the test," the brain muttered at last. "Hook it to the gauges, lad. The carrier wave first. Good, it checks." "How about the force charge?" Kurt asked. "Negative, Otho." "Not truly undimensional," rasped the brain. "Tune it again." Kurt touched a screw lightly. "Now?" he asked tautly. "Checks," rasped the brain succinctly. "It's finished, lad." Kurt straightened wearily, his eyes swimming blearily from the hours of labor with the machine's tiny parts. "I'm going at once," he rapped out. "Get me a spacesuit and an impeller, Grag."
"Why the spacesuit?"
asked Ezra puzzledly. "There's no air between the worlds of any universe, Ezra." The spacesuit was brought, and Kurt donned it. He attached the disc-shaped generator to his belt. Before putting on the helmet, he spoke to the brain. "If I fail to come back, Simon, don't let Quorn emerge from the sand grain."
"We won't, lad," promised the brain. "But be careful."
"I have an idea how to beat Quorn if I can get to those atomic people," Kurt said. "I can offer them a chance for life without the necessity of their crowding our own system." The others looked curious, but Kurt did not explain. He had put on the helmet hurriedly and was swiftly turning on the generator at his belt. He felt the terrific shock of the negative force as the golden aura of carrier waves enveloped his body. The shock passed quickly. Kurt looked around. The cabin and the people in it were all growing vastly larger. Then he realized that it was he who was shrinking. Outward expanded the cabin walls. Huger grew his friends. They were like giants now, bending over him. He guessed he was only a foot high, when he motioned Grag to put him on the table, which seemed a vast metal plane. He was only inches high. He ran toward the black space stone. By the time he reached it, it was like a huge, polished black mound as high as his head. Kurt knew that he was less than an inch in height. He clambered up on top of the smooth jewel. It was like crouching on a low, rounded black hill. At the center of the summit was what seemed to be a big, jagged rock. It was the sand grain. Kurt climbed up and stood on the jagged rock. He could barely make out the misty, colossal figures of his friends. They were shadowy giants, growing larger and more indistinct. The rock below him was expanding outward into a craggy plain. He knew he must be completely invisible to the others. As he grew still smaller, the rock plain under him was expanding further, becoming rougher and rougher. He tumbled down into a small gully, which, a few moments later, was a deep abyss. The abyss deepened until he was falling. The rock walls had become tenuous, had changed into a swarm of widely separated, spinning globes. The whirling globes were the atoms of the sand grain. He knew. He was floating in space. Interatomic space. No, interstellar space. For he saw now that each atom was truly a star system, with worlds revolving around a central sun. A universe of suns and worlds swarmed in the sand grain. But it was a dead universe. The suns were black and burned-out cinders, the worlds barren, airless, lifeless, a universe that had long ago entered its last dying phase. Then, far away, across the galaxy of dead suns, Kurt Newton saw a speck of somber red. One red sun still burned with faint life. "That's it," he breathed. "The sun of the atomic people that Thun described. And Quorn is there." He checked his shrinking, turned off the generator. With his impeller, Captain Future started propelling himself, like a giant, through the interstellar spaces, toward that distant red sun. Chapter 19. Giant from the Stars. Minute as he was, Kurt was still colossal in size compared with the sub-universe into which he had come. but he meant to refrain from dwindling down to comparatively normal size until he was near the red sun whose worlds must hold the atomic people Quorn was seeking. It gave Captain Future an uncanny sensation to float past dead suns that seemed hardly larger than his own head. Then Kurt stiffened as he perceived a great black mass approaching him from the red sun. At first he thought it was some vagrant dead star roaming the interstellar spaces. Then he realized that it was man-shaped, that it was a man wearing a spacesuit. As colossal as himself in comparison to the universe around them, the vast human body, as it came through space, was growing. Quorn, Kurt gritted inside his helmet. I might have known he'd see me. He understood everything in a flash. Quorn, on the worlds of the Red Sun, would inevitably see the vast form of Captain Future shrinking down into his sub-universe, and he would realize he had been followed. Now the mixed breed was advancing. Means to get me right here, Kurt mused swiftly. That's why he's using his mechanism to grow larger. But he mustn't get any bigger. Turning his impeller on to full power, Captain Future hurled himself through the interstellar space toward the oncoming figure. Two giants, rushing between the dead suns, were about to meet in deadly combat. That, Kurt knew, was how it must look to any awe-stricken beholders on the tiny atomic worlds. Then there was no more time for thought. Quorn loomed just ahead, his anger-contorted face clearly visible through his glassite space helmet. The mixed breed was letting go of his impeller, snatching an atom pistol from his belt. The streak of white fire blasted toward Captain Future, but Kurt had already sent himself lunging to one side by a blast from his impeller. The fire streak grazed past him, struck a dead little star system behind him. It sent the dark, cindery, lifeless worlds blazing up in leaping flame. Kurt Newton had his own proton pistol in his belt, but he dared not use it to fire at Quorn. If he missed the mixed breed, he might hit the tiny red sun and the worlds that lay beyond his ruthless enemy. And so huge was their comparative size, the pistol blast might well destroy the sun and worlds of the atomic people. Must stop him from getting bigger, Kurt reflected. He swung the tube-like impeller, fastened to his belt, sent himself curving upward and then down again. The rocket blast of the impeller hurled him in a looping lunge toward the mixed breed. Quorn fired hastily again, but Kurt's unexpected curve upward had upset his calculations. He missed. Next moment, Captain Future hit the mixed breed's floating figure. They grappled there, two men floating in space between the tiny star systems of the subatomic universe. Two unthinkably colossal giants, measured by standards of the universe around them. Quorn hammered at Kurt's helmet with his pistol, seeking to crack the glassite and let the air escape from the suit. Yet Captain Future, for a moment, made no attempt to resist that assault. He was fumbling at the disc-shaped size-changing mechanism which the mixed breed wore at his belt. Quorn was already larger than Captain Future. He must not continue to grow. Kurt's hand found the switch and turned it. The golden aura of force that had enveloped Quorn vanished. The Martian ceased to grow.
Always knew I'd kill you someday,
Quorn was panting. His voice reached Kurt by conduction through their contacting suits. Quorn had desperately turned his pistol against Kurt's breast, intending to fire and risk the danger that the atomic flash would scorch himself at these close quarters. "No, you don't," Captain Future cried. By a convulsive twist of his body, he raised his arm in time to knock Quorn's gun hand away. The glaring bolt from the pistol flared off into space between the tiny suns. Kurt twisted the gun from Quorn's hand by a cunning trick of super jujitsu Otho had taught him long ago. He hurled the pistol off into space, saw it attract a dead sun that was hardly as large as itself. Quorn seemed to have gone mad with hate and fury. He tore at Kurt's helmet, trying to unfasten it. Grappling as they floated in space, they were drifting toward a small dead system that revolved around a tiny dark star. They blundered into that system and shattered it. The worlds and their dead sun flew in all directions, smashed apart by battling giants. Kurt knew he must end this quickly, or they would blunder likewise into the system of the tiny red sun and destroy the atomic people. He got his hand behind Quorn's neck, feeling through the flexible fabric for the right spot. Quorn was unscrewing Kurt's helmet, but Future continued to press through the fabric, locating the exact spot at the base of Quorn's skull. Then he pressed hard through the heavy material. It was the old Venusian nerve-stunning trick, a pressure upon a vital nerve center that paralyzed all nervous activity and made the body absolutely helpless. Kurt felt Quorn stiffen suddenly in his grasp. The furious attack of the mixed breed instantly ceased. "Devils of space! It was time I got him," Captain Future panted. His helmet was almost completely unscrewed. His first act was to screw it tightly again. Then he looked about. He and the unconscious Quorn were still floating in space between the tiny dead sun systems of the sand-grain universe. The one glowing sun was still near. Kurt impelled himself toward the red star, keeping a grip on Quorn. As he approached, Captain Future turned on the size-changing generators of both Quorn and himself, to make both of them shrink in size. 6 planets revolved around that last dying sun of the dead universe. Each world, Kurt saw, was completely covered by a transparent roof or shield. He impelled himself and Quorn toward the biggest world. By the time he and the unconscious mixed breed fell toward it, they were both normal in size by the standards of the world on which they were landing. "Maybe we should have gone back to our system without risking coming here," Kurt muttered. "But I couldn't leave these people without hope." He and Quorn landed on the transparent world roof, the blast of the impeller breaking their fall. Kurt dropped the senseless mixed breed and looked down through the roof. He saw that, even though shielded by the transparent ceiling, this was a frigid, dying world. Bleak, barren tundras of drab grass stretched in the ominous blood-like glow of the dying sun. Here and there were tiny frozen lakes. Far away he glimpsed an ancient, towering black city of grotesque architecture. Dying, all right, Captain Future thought. The last sun of a waning universe. So far gone toward death that its rays, even through this shield, can't keep this world or the others warm. He glimpsed a door in the transparent roof opening miles away. Small, swift rocket flyers zoomed up and rushed toward him. Now I'm in for it, Kurt thought. I may have got myself into a devil of a fix trying to help these people. The flyers rushed down on him and landed on the roof a short distance away. From the enclosed craft emerged a score of men who wore thick, wadded garments against the bitter cold of the surface. "A human race!" Kurt exclaimed in surprise. "Long ago some forgotten people of our own system must have come down and colonized this sub-universe." The men were tall, fine-looking individuals, with thick dark hair and large pupilled eyes and the whitest skins Kurt had ever seen. They carried rods that he guessed were weapons. The eldest among them, a massive-faced man whose hair was gray and whose face was deeply lined with the ears, spoke bewilderedly to Kurt. "You are another giant from the stars. We saw you fight and overcome the other one. Yet he said he was the true giant. He spoke this tongue the first giant taught us." Captain Future realized that this man was speaking to him in an ancient, queer-sounding form of the Martian tongue. "We should slay this new giant," one of the other men was arguing. "Has he not slain the true giant, who promised us new worlds?" "Wait," ordered Captain Future in Martian. "This man who lies at my feet, did he promise to lead you up to a greater, younger system?" "Aye, that he did," answered the old leader. "He said when we asked him that he was the giant from the stars, whose coming the ancient prophecy predicted." "The prophecy?" Kurt repeated. "You have remembered for so many centuries?" "There was no other hope for us. Ages on ages ago, when the giant visited our universe, we were dying out, for our universe was almost dead. He went back to his universe, but he promised to return and lead us to new worlds. Most of us have hoped inwardly, though outwardly scoffing at the legend, for our Savior did not return. We thought it the superstitious, wishful thinking of the ancients, but we hoped in our hearts. All we have done to save our race has served only to prolong its miserable existence, without correcting the fundamental cause, the death of our stars." The pathos of it struck to Captain Future's heart. These courageous people had built a roof for their world, tapped the internal fires for warmth, huddled together, though they constantly faced inevitable extinction.
"Only a short time ago came the man who lies at your feet," the old man said. "When we asked him if he were the giant from the stars, he said he was. He told us to make weapons and obey him, and he would lead us to a new universe."
"He lied, for he was not the giant of the prophecy," Future explained. "He sought to take you into war and disaster to serve his selfish ends. The system into which he would have led you would have repulsed you had you followed him into it." A low wail of despair went up from the atomic men.
"Then our last hope is gone? Our race must die, despite all we have done?"
"No," Kurt Newton said emphatically. "I'm going to return with this man to my universe. But I promise you that before long your dead universe will become a vast new universe of countless young suns and habitable worlds." They looked at him doubtfully.
"How can a mere man cause that?"
the old man whispered. "Trust me, for I shall do it," Future replied. They looked into his steady eyes. The power that had won for Captain Future the trust of scores of different planetary races won again.
"We trust you," said the old leader. "We believe that you are indeed the giant from the stars, whom we have long awaited."
Captain Future picked up the unconscious form of old Quorn and donned again the helmet he had taken off in order to speak. "Stand a little away from me, for now I return with this captive to my own universe, and you may be sure that you will not wait long before this universe of yours is revivified." In awe they moved back, as Kurt turned the switches of the generator at his own belt and then Quorn's. The bright aura of force enveloped them. The transparent roofed world, and the men standing nearby, seemed to grow rapidly smaller. Captain Future and his senseless prisoner were towering up rapidly in size. A powerful blast of his impeller sent them floating free from that little world. Floating out into interstellar space of the tiny universe, they were two ever-growing giants. Kurt moved rapidly away from the little red sun to avoid all chance of harming its worlds as he and Quorn grew. Now he and his unconscious prisoner were again colossal in size, and the dead suns about them seemed but swarming specks. Those swarming specks were condensing into glittering spheres, molecules, and the molecule spheres, drawing together into solid mass, were forming solidity around them. He used the impeller to drive them upward till they were in a deep abyss between walls of jagged rock. The walls were closing in on them with terrifying rapidity as they continued to grow. He scrambled up to the lip of the abyss, drawing Quorn with him. He stood upon a great mass of rock that was steadily appearing to shrink in size as the two men grew. The rock mass shrank until it was a boulder set atop a smooth, rounded black hill, the sand grain embedded in the black space stone. Captain Future slid with his captive down the side of that hill, onto a smooth metal plane that he knew was the table in the laboratory cabin of the comet. He and Quorn were now an inch high. He looked up and saw the huge figures of Otho and Grag, Ezra and Joan Randall bending over him. He waved his hand to them. A few minutes later, both Kurt Newton and his unconscious prisoner were normal-sized men, as big as the others who crowded around them in the laboratory of the flying comet.
"Chief, you brought Quorn back," cried Otho exultantly. "What was it like down there?"
"It was a dying universe, as Thoro Thun described it," Kurt answered. "I have promised its people it will be restored."
"How can you do that, Master?"
asked Grag puzzledly. Instead of answering directly, Kurt told them briefly what had happened. "We've got Quorn, and we're going to get those freaks of his on the pleasure planet," he declared. "With the evidence we have, and what those poor freaks will give us to save their own skins, all Quorn is going to interplanetary prison for life."
"Let's kill Quorn," Otho protested. "He'll always be a danger, for he'll always know that size-changing secret."
"No, he won't," Captain Future said. "Simon and I are going to take that secret out of his brain, by the mental eraser." "Aye, lad, that would be a wise precaution," rasped the brain. They stretched the senseless Quorn on the table. Joan and Ezra watched fascinatedly as Kurt and the brain utilized the mental eraser, one of Captain Future's greatest inventions. The device could rearrange the neuron patterns which constitute memory in the brain, and thus wipe out any specific memory. "That's done it," Kurt said finally. "He'll remember everything he ever knew, except the secret of the size-changing formula." Chapter 20. New Universe. He touched Quorn's neck to release the pressure on nerve centers and let the mixed breed awake. As he waited for the prisoner to regain consciousness, Captain Future turned to the lithe, tense android. "Otho, you and Grag rig up a big damper beam projector, 100 times the power of our small one. It shouldn't take you long. And Ezra, call Planet Police Headquarters for a strong force to raid the Pleasure Planet and seize Boobasum and Quorn's accomplices."
"But, Captain Future, we can't do that," Ezra protested. "The Pleasure Planet doesn't come under system law."
"It'll be under system law by the time the police get here," Kurt retorted. "Ah, our friend is awakening." Quorn, returning to his senses and realizing what had happened, looked as if he would burst into livid denunciation of Kurt. Surprisingly, though, the mixed breed folded his arms and smiled. "You win the game, Future," he said calmly. "My congratulations. What's it to be for me? Interplanetary prison on Cerberus?" "Yes, Quorn," Kurt answered. "You'll be sent to Pluto's prison moon for life." "Life is a long time," Quorn shrugged. "I don't think any prison can hold me that long. We may meet again." "Cerberus will hold you," Kurt predicted grimly.
"The damper projector's ready, Chief,"
Otho reported a little later. He and Grag had built a heavy cylindrical machine. "Good. Turn its damper beam full power on that big rocket propulsion plant of the Pleasure Planet." Ezra slapped his knee in delight.
"I understand now. At last, Boobasum's little hell world is going to feel the law."
They watched from the control room as Otho sent the invisible power damper beam lancing down through space toward the flaring rocket tubes which kept the Pleasure Planet motionless in space. That beam of invisible force, turned to inhibit completely the production of atomic force, began operating for only a few minutes. Suddenly, the giant rocket tubes of the planetoid ceased to flame. The damper beam had smothered the cyclotrons. As they watched, they saw that the Pleasure Planet was beginning to move. No longer restrained from its natural orbit, it was drifting away, falling into an orbit. "The Pleasure Planet is now revolving around the sun, and therefore comes under system law," Captain Future stated. "When the Planet Police get here, they can take over everything.
And one of the worst little hell spots in the system will be wiped out forever," Ezra cried.
All Quorn watched with the others. There was a ring of real admiration in the mixed breed's voice when he spoke to Kurt. "Future, you and I together could have conquered the system. The praise they give you so unreservedly is all merited." Kurt Newton grinned faintly at the arch-enemy he had finally trapped. "I don't mind admitting, Quorn," he said, "that you nearly had me under a dozen times. I'll never feel completely safe till you're out on Cerberus." In the laboratory home on the moon weeks later, Kurt Newton straightened from the labor upon which he had been engaged. A flood of sunlight penetrated the glassite ceiling and drenched his unruly red hair and tall figure. Then it glittered off the bulky tube-like instrument suspended in a metal frame on the table. Captain Future raised his voice, calling into the rooms that opened off the main laboratory. "Grag, Otho, bring Simon here. I want you all to see this." Grag came clanking into the room, carrying Eek upon his metal shoulder.
"Otho will have to get rid of that meteor mimic pet of his," the robot boomed indignantly. "I can't keep Eek away from him."
Eek's body underwent an astounding change, metamorphosing suddenly into a fat white little animal with solemn eyes. "It seems Oog has fooled you again, Greg," chuckled Kurt. Angrily, Greg dropped the meteor mimic to the floor.
"He's always mimicking Eek, and I don't know which is which."
Otho had entered, carrying the brain-square case. He put Simon down on his pedestal by Kurt, and wrathfully turned on Greg. "Can't you keep that damned moon pup of yours away from Oog?" he stormed. "He's a bad influence."
"A bad influence?" bellowed Greg. "Why, you thick-headed rubber doll!"
"Cut your rockets," Captain Future ordered. "I want to show you something. I told you that I had promised those people of the sub-universe I would restore their universe to life."
"Sure, I remember, and I still don't see how you can ever do it,"
Otho replied. "I've been making a new type of electro-microscope, using Thuro Thun's carrier wave principle," Kurt Newton said. "It's strong enough to permit clear vision of subatomic particles."
"Say, that is something,"
the android declared, impressed. "Take a look through it, at the sand-grain universe of the atomic people," Captain Future invited. He had placed the space stone that held the embedded sand grain under the bulky microscope. Through the instrument, they could clearly see into the tiny universe of dead dark suns.
"It is an extinct universe," Greg boomed. "Nothing could restore it to life, Master."
"Now, look at this little crystal cube," Kurt directed. He had placed a little square-inch cube of gleaming crystal under the microscope. They stared down at it, one after the other. Through the microscope, the crystal cube seemed to be another subatomic universe. But this was a new, young universe of tiny, flaming white suns and many planets. "Now, watch," Captain Future said. He carefully picked the sand grain from the black space stone and placed it on top of the crystal cube. From a small copper tube, he loosed a tiny flash of force upon the sand grain. The grain of sand was instantly fused into the substance of the crystal cube, entering into chemical combination. Looking through the electro-microscope, they saw that the dark suns of the sand-grain universe were now scattered amid the flaming young stars of the crystal cube universe. The red sun of the atomic people was now surrounded by countless hot stars and warm worlds.
"By all the imps of space, you have given those atomic people a new universe," Otho cried. "One that they can expand into forever."
"It's a good deed that you've done, lad," rasped the brain. Kurt smiled at the crystal cube. "Well, their prophecy has come true at last. The giant from the stars kept his promise." He picked up the crystal cube. "I'll put this with the space stones in the trophy room."
"That's the biggest trophy we've brought back yet," Otho yapped. "A whole universe, huh?"
Kurt took the crystal cube and the 7 space stones into the heavily locked room that had been excavated from the solid rock behind the laboratory. He put the items down amid the strange, unfamiliar objects, each of which represented one of his past exploits. When he returned, he found the brain looking up with his lens eyes through the glassite ceiling at the great green sphere of Earth that bulked in starry space. Captain Future stood for a moment looking thoughtfully up at it. "They've no idea what you did this time," Simon rasped gently. "They only know that the Pleasure Planet is now under system law, and that a certain Dr. Quorn is in Cerberus prison for life." "Better for them not to know," Kurt breathed. "The North Pole signal didn't flash this time. They need never suspect the future men were out." The brain eyed the white, icy North Pole of Earth. From it always flashed the red signal to Captain Future on the moon, when urgent peril demanded the aid of the Wizard of Science. "No, the signal didn't flash this time," muttered the brain. "But it will flash again.
As long as there are unscrupulous men to plot against the peoples, as long as dark evil spawns danger to the system, just so long will that red beacon call to us for help. And just so long, while we live, we will answer.
The end. Captain Future and the Seven Space Stones, the fifth adventure of Captain Future, was read by Milton Bagby. Written by science fiction legend Edmond Hamilton, the exploits of Captain Future, Wizard of Science, originally appeared in the pages of Captain Future magazine and Startling Stories back in the days before NASA's manned space program. This audiobook is a copyrighted audio production of RadioArchives.com. Make RadioArchives.com your source for the best-sounding old-time radio shows. And thrill through our audiobooks and ebooks featuring your favorite pulp characters. RadioArchives.com has a free Spider audiobook download for you. Rule of the Monster Men. Set in the New York World's Fair, Rule of the Monster Men pits the Spider against one of the most malevolent criminal masterminds he ever encountered. The Spider series was one of the most popular pulp magazines of the 1930s, and his fame has only grown in the 21st century. Violent, realistic, and uncompromising in his pursuit of justice, the Spider never fails to deliver red-hot action and white-heat emotional thrills. See why he's rightly called the Master of Men. To obtain your free audiobook download, send an email to spideraudio@radioarchives.com and receive the downlink within seconds.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.